Hey, what's up, Tristan?
Hey, how you doing? I can hear you and see you perfectly fine, I hope.
You can see me?
Yeah, you guys can see me and hear me fine?
Yes, everything's all right. Cool. Hold on.
Wonderful. I fixed all my issues from earlier then.
How you like my suit?
You know, as soon as I saw you, I was actually watching the stream for the first minute before you came on here. How do I like your suit? I don't like it, and we're gonna get into why I don't like it.
Wait. What's wrong with my suit?
What's there to like about your suit?
What the? I thought we were cool, bro.
We are very cool. You know, I'll be perfectly honest with you, Sneako. This is the first time we've ever actually conversed, so your viewers are in for a bit of a treat.
We have little voice chats back and forth.
Yeah, little voice chats back and forth. But I was first introduced to you about a month or two ago. So okay. I don't have TikTok, as everyone knows, but people keep tagging me in TikTok saying 3 men who are changing the world, 3 men who are changing boys into men, 3 men who are changing the face of masculinity. And they tag me, and they tag my brother, and then they tag you.
Nice.
So I was like, who is this guy? And then someone sends me a clip of you talking about how all suits are the same. Now, I agree with a lot of what you're talking about, and I really think you're a smart guy for your age. But all suits are the same? What's next? Are all watches the same? Are all cars the same? These tell time cars get from A to B. They're not all the same, bro.
Okay, but this is coming from a brokey. This is coming from a brokey. I don't have a bunch of suits. The only time I wore suits was for graduation and prom. You know, I'm 23. I don't be going to business meetings on a regular basis. But come on, you gonna tell me that I can't pull up, I can't get married in this?
When I was 23, I didn't know shit about suits either. So I'll put that out there so everyone knows that I'm not trying to pull the moral high ground on you. No, if you wore that to prom, look, the lapel's wrong, man. You got a notched lapel. That's a business suit. You need to have a peaked lapel if you're trying to be fashionable.
What the fuck is a lapel? What are you talking about?
That, yeah. It needs to flare out more. And the way your shirt sits underneath it is just... You know what? I should have worn a suit myself, but I didn't think we were going to get into this. So it's midnight in Bucharest. I thought, let me just wear a t-shirt and let's have some civil discussion and not bring the suit thing up.
I don't even want to wear it anymore. How do you think that we're 3 men changing? I see a lot of people tag that in those posts too. How exactly do you think we're changing the future generation of men? Do you think they're right?
Well, because I've grown up with my brother my whole life, and we've always lived together and bounced our opinions off of each other, I didn't realize anything me or Andrew said or thought or our views on relationships or women were really that outlandish. But the way that he's blown up recently, and I've blown up subsequently, has shown me that a lot of people are just, lost. Because the accusations that come at me and Andrew of being misogynist or mean or cruel aren't really that accurate. I like to think that I promote a very healthy male-female sexual dynamic and relationship dynamic. It's just the whole world's gone so crazy that what I think is healthy isn't healthy anymore.
Yeah, they really hate you. They really hate you. They're preying on your downfall. I think the craziest part is that if you died, they would celebrate. Like there would be people throwing a parade. Like I think in the liberal cities, there'd be people going out and jumping around.
Absolutely.
But if the reverse happened, that wouldn't be the same result. And I think that really says a lot.
No, it does. But unlucky for them, I'm hard to kill. So I don't die easily. I've never died once. So I'm gonna keep that going year by year.
What do you know that the average person does not understand about the elites? I often talk about conspiracy theories, and I try to talk about like the stuff that's really going on. But you're really wealthy, and you've probably been introduced to a lot of ideas and concepts and people who pull strings behind the scenes that the average person doesn't know. What's something that you understand that most people don't?
We're getting into the deep questions already. See, I was unprepared for this, but I'm happy to answer you. I'll be perfectly honest. I do not get introduced to the people who you're talking about because money isn't the only way into that club. I sometimes describe myself when I'm in rich circles as I'm not a rich man. I'm a poor man with a lot of money. I don't have the right parents. I don't have the right political background. I don't have the right education. I didn't go to the right school. Regardless of the fact that I can buy the same stuff they can buy, I'm not in their club. I'm not in their circles. My knowledge on how the elite get around the rules, how the elite live differently, how money buys power is all personal to me. The things I can do now that I've made money. And I just know that these people are doing it 100 times bigger than me because they've got a lot more friends, a lot more connections. But essentially, the rules don't apply to rich people. They just don't.
I'm not trying to call you one of the elites. I don't think you are.
I know.
But what do you know about like what's going on behind the scenes? What do you know about the truth about power? Like one of the messages that I talk about in my stream a lot is that everything is a lie and everything in front of like most things are a scam. Whenever you get scared about something, there's usually somebody making money and profiting off of it. And then that, like last night I was watching a 9/11 documentary for like 4 hours, and then everyone was realizing like, oh shit, maybe they really lied about all this. Maybe this is really all manipulation. Is there something that you know that the average person doesn't know?
You know what? No, there's nothing I know that you don't know. If you're a switched on individual and you like to look at what's going on in the world from various news sources, from independent of all news sources, and use your own eyes and ears, and you've lived around the world and you've traveled around the world like I have, I mean, mine and my brother's understanding of all of this isn't because we have money. It's just because we've seen the world. I mean, I live on the border of Ukraine right now, and I don't want to get your stream taken down by talking about, the Russia-Ukraine thing, but that's what's happening at the moment. And let me just tell you, this whole Putin's an evil dictator who invaded our country, that is not the narrative of a lot of the Ukrainians who are crossing the border into Romania. They're mad at the United States.
Wait,
and there's a video of me on my Instagram driving up to the border to deliver coats, shoes, clothes, food to the women and kids coming across. But some leftist liberal in the United States will tell me that I'm wrong about the Ukraine situation, which is hilarious because I'm actually hearing it from the Ukrainians coming across the border.
Do you think that there's a spiritual warfare?
Yeah, I think there is. I feel like living in the religious country that I do, being a Christian myself, let he who's without sin cast the first stone. I'm not going to say I'm a perfect Christian, but spiritual warfare, I look at the spread of atheism. I was an atheist for a long time.
Yeah, me too.
You may be, but you know what?
I believe in God now. I'm not religious, but I do believe in God.
Fair enough. And you know what? I believe smart people are smart enough to be atheists. But I look at every society where you take religion away and the behavior of the low IQ and dumb people within that country, and I can't describe it as anything else but Satanism.
Yeah.
Like, it is literally a fight between good and evil. So me and Andrew have a lot of allies and friends in the Muslim world, in the Christian world, in the church. And, I know some very smart atheists, but sadly, not every atheist is as smart as they are. And the moment they give up their religion, they fill it with, abortion and just pure, what's the word I'm looking for? Degeneracy.
Yeah, that's what's happening in New York right now. I live in New York City, just the stuff that they celebrate. The people are just dancing around and jumping, and they're saying, shout, yell your abortions. They're proud of it. They have parties about it. No, for real. I would think I left the Catholic Church when I was young. I grew up as a Catholic, and then now I find myself returning to God because of exactly what you're saying. The amount of degeneracy going on, the stuff that people worship. The Pride Parade, I don't know if you don't have that in fucking Romania. Here, there's literally people dressed up in like BDSM masks, and they have their fetish kinks on, and there's guys with their dicks out, and then moms are bringing their kids like, look, Timmy, this is woke, this is good, and they think that it's progressive to show their kids this because we've brainwashed people into thinking that showing gay people is making you a progressive parent. And to me, that's just complete degeneracy. You're bringing a 3-year-old kid at a fucking fetish event in the park, and so now I find myself returning to God just for that reason. It's a little bit difficult for me to fully believe it because I think organized religion is mostly for, like what you said, for people to have something to follow. But it feels a little bit forced. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I do know what you mean. But I mean, we don't really have the gay pride parades here in Romania. But any kind of, I mean, okay, so the argument against the gay pride parades in Romania that they use is, homosexuality is outlawed by the Bible, etc. Well, to be honest, premarital sex is outlawed by the Bible. Multi-partner sex is outlawed by the Bible. But again, heterosexual men who like to sleep with lots of women, or heterosexual women who like to sleep with lots of men, they don't get a parade. So, like, the fact that anything that deviates from the Bible gets special treatment, to me, is what's insane. Because I don't think we should have a heterosexual gangbang pride parade and have all the guys who like, having sex with women en masse parading down the street in front of kids either. For me, it's not about gay or straight. It's just about what's appropriate to have on your city streets and what's not. And I think the Romanians kind of see it that way as well. But
we've completely removed that, and the West is getting, I don't know how in tune you are with everything, but now there's gender affirming therapists. Kids are at 12 going on puberty blockers. They in school they're telling kids like you can choose your gender. They're really pushing a lot of this like trans agenda and the LGBT agenda in public schools and with therapy. Like the cartoons that these kids watch it's really disgusting. And I've been watching a lot of it on my stream and telling people if they live in America in like a liberal city, take your kids out of school and homeschool them.
You know, just in the same way that a lot of the most intelligent views on the BLM movement come from African Americans and my African American family members, the best take on the LGBTQ plus community came from a gay guy who I know. I went to school with him as a kid in the United Kingdom. I've known him my whole life. His name's Mark. He's a very good friend of mine. He said, look, I don't like LGBTQ. I'm just G. And I said, why? Like, I could have guessed reasons, but I was like, why, Mark? Why don't you like LGBTQ? He says, because I'm a homosexual man who goes home to my bedroom and has sex with the people I want to have sex with. You, Tristan Tate, go home to your bedroom and have sex with the people you have sex with. But when Tristan Tate says, I don't think you should be transitioning children into the opposite sex using surgery and hormone blockers, they can label me as anti-LGBTQ as though I have any problem with Mark and what he does. Right. And that was one of the smartest anti-LGBTQ arguments I've ever heard. And if you think about it, and like I said,
why do L and G, why are they separate words? Because aren't lesbian women also gay? Can't you just call it H?
Yeah, I mean, you can.
Does pussy ever get old?
Well, are you talking about does having sex with women ever get old, or does an individual pussy get old itself?
Pussy, because yes, it obviously does. But eventually, like you call yourself an international playboy, like you have a lot of women in your posts. Like, does it get old ever?
I believe that sexual relations or sex. I believe that sex is a lot like food or being hungry. You have to enjoy it within a healthy limit, because people do become sex addicts, just like people can become anorexics or obese when they become obsessed with something that I think you need to live a healthy and happy life. No, I don't think it's ever going to get old. I don't think that a man will ever get...
Like is there any part of you that's like, oh, maybe I want to settle down and have a nice woman who challenges me? Do you ever get like the monogamy, like wife, like, does that ever...
Well, I understand the settling down, and I understand finding a nice woman. I have friends who have settled down with nice women, but there's nothing challenging about those women. Those women are complementary to your lifestyle. And to say I've never had a girl like that, or that I don't have a girl like that right now, would be a lie. You know, some of the best women that I know and some of the happiest relationships I've had with women weren't based solely around sex. Yeah, I have sex with them, but they were just pleasant people to be around in every single way. And that's the opposite of challenging. So no, you'll never get bored of female company if you look for the right types of women. I believe that high quality women really do exist. And if you have one or two or some of them in your life, it's an absolutely wonderful experience. Women add a lot to life. I always say they're the icing on the cake. Every experience is better when there's women. You're going out for dinner with your friends, there's beautiful women around, it's better. You're going for a drive through the mountains, you're next to some 10 out of 10 blonde Ukrainian chick, it's just better. Women make everything better. Yeah. So I'm the opposite of a guy who hates women. I think they're the best thing about life. So no, I never get bored of women.
I guess the question is monogamy just a lie? Because sometimes, like, I like open, like, having multiple, but I guess the pressure and, like, other people telling me, oh, you need a nice girl to settle. When I hear the word settle down, you think of monogamy. Is monogamy all a myth for men?
No, because it depends on the man. I believe if you're a charged man with a lot of testosterone in your system, monogamy is a myth, but it depends what you consider monogamy, because I would say that you are not truly monogamous if you have the sexual desire to sleep with other women. So these dudes would be like, yeah, I've got my wife. I've only been with my wife for the last 25 years. And you look in their internet history and it's filled with porn and webcam websites and OnlyFans. I'm like, how monogamous are you really? Yeah. I mean, I know that you only have sex with your wife, but the fact that you desire so many other women surely shows and demonstrates that this idea of monogamy is unnatural to you. Because if you really felt this way, you wouldn't be lusting over other women at all. And find any single man who's in one of these, you know, completely happy monogamous relationships. And I'm not saying they don't exist, because I bet some do. But I've yet to meet that guy who doesn't lust over other women.
They're cheating. Yeah. They found a way to cheating. And
Yeah.
you've dealt with simps professionally with your webcam business. A lot of people have this misconception that it's trafficking. There's a bunch of bullshit. But you've dealt professionally with simps, like working around them, kind of treating it like you use women as crack and you're the crack dealer. And my question is, wait, you don't like that analogy?
No. I do like the analogy. I was just going to explain very briefly exactly what I was doing for all the people watching who don't know who I am.
I think most of them know. We have a pretty big overlap of audience. I think all my audience knows. But if you want to explain it.
Well, I mean, a very quick analogy I would say is, if you know girls who do OnlyFans, you probably know lots. You live in the United States. Yeah. Ask how many work for a management agency.
Most of them.
Half, 70%.
Most of them. They have a guy that does all the messages and everything.
I was running a company that did that before OnlyFans existed. So that's the most simple way I can break it down. So all the people, as you said, who said, oh, they made their money kidnapping people or trafficking people. I mean, it's totally ridiculous. I was just one of the pioneers in the e-girl management industry. That's essentially what I was doing, and that's how I made a lot of money. But yeah, I've dealt with simps professionally for many years. I'm no longer in that industry, just for the record.
I know. Do you have any guilt with it now? Because I would say most of the guys that watch your stuff are maybe like former simps or people trying to better themselves. You have a lot of people, whether or not like you really are trying to garner that audience, a lot of people that watch you are trying to improve and get motivated by your message. Do you have any guilt for the fact, like, I kind of like compare it to crack dealers. Like, crack dealers is like, they're not trying to ruin people's lives, like, but ultimately the person you should blame is like the politicians who started the war on drugs. And they always have that analogy in movies about drugs of like, should the drug dealer feel guilty? I'm wondering if you feel any guilt about that, but I could see that you don't.
Well, I don't. And the answer is because, to be honest, over half the people who use webcamming websites use them in a very healthy way. There are people who would, want interactive live naked chat with a girl who were injured veterans, people who were in unhappy marriages, and they really got something good out of it. They had a positive experience out of it. There are people who were addicts and really went down the rabbit hole and destroyed themselves. But I'm no sorrier for them than the Cuban man who rolled this fine cigar is for me if I were to contract mouth cancer later on in life. People are responsible for themselves. People make their own choices, and you can't police addiction by taking your product off the market or by closing your store down. If an alcoholic comes to your bar every day and orders 2 bottles of vodka, drinks himself to death and goes home and beats his wife, closing your restaurant isn't going to help that man. No. He's going to find his vodka somewhere else, he's going to continue his problem, and you're going to end up broke. It's just money that's going elsewhere. So no, I don't regret it. It's part of my origin story. It's something that I wouldn't get involved with today simply because I don't need to, but the industry is full of happy, healthy, rich people. I mean, the girls are happy, the managers are happy. There's very little violence in that industry. Women are by themselves. They're safe. They're in a room alone. It's not like working at a strip club.
The women are safer, but the men are sadder. And men, the overall level of mental health for men has declined as the women become safer working in sex work. I'm going to ask you, like, what do you know about male nature working with these simps and seeing the rapid decline? Because you don't seem like a social media guy. But now the only time I could see you've been spending on social media is to use it for your business. You've always been kind of on the outside of it. Most of the people watching this chat, they've been like addicted scrolling all day and they use it for entertainment. You've kind of stepped out of it, and with what you're doing now and what you were doing with the webcam business, you were working on the outsides. So I think you have an outside perspective on social media and the way most people's brains work that people don't have. What perspective do you have on male nature because of working in the webcam business, and what perspective do you have on social media being on the outside as an influencer who just stepped into this recently?
Well, I can answer the question. I can answer both questions simultaneously.
Okay.
I feel like the world, even as young as you are, you're 24?
About to be 20, I'm 23, about to be 24.
23. Even as young as you are, you can barely remember a world where social media didn't exist. I'm a lot older than you. I'm 10 years older than you.
Yeah.
So I feel like the digitalization of all relationships, whether it be between your friends, between people who want to talk like me and you right now, between men and women, because it's become so overly digitalized, that's what's driving men into what we would call simping. Let's not pretend that phone sex didn't used to exist. You remember what that was? You ever heard of that? People would call up these lines and have girls talk dirty to them. Porno magazines, people were booking escorts and hookers for as long as human history has gone back. But the thing is, the digitalization of all relationships has made these young men who, have never talk to a woman in real life outside of school, and even then, a lot of the chat gets done on Instagram and WhatsApp. When they want to meet some 10 out of 10 Russian girl who's perfect looking, they don't think I better go to Moscow, put on a nice suit, go to the bar, buy a drink, talk to the girl, etc. They don't think that. They're like, oh, if I go on this website, I can see her, and it blurs the lines between what's real and what isn't. So I feel like the social media addiction is what's driving, this simp addiction, as you'd say, because they don't know another way of interacting with people at all.
And have you seen that decline happen? Have you seen the shift in how men think in real time?
Absolutely. I've absolutely seen it, because when I first got involved in this industry, and I wasn't planning on talking about this, but I'm an open book. When I first got involved in this industry, a lot of the clients were, the unhappily married. This is now 10 years ago. The unhappily married guys, the guys in their, late 20s, had a bit of money, wasting their time on the internet to escape their unhappy relationship or, at their office. And up until I retired just a few years back, the audience was consistently getting younger and younger and younger. 18, 19, 20, 21. The core audience for this are the young men, because they're the ones who are lost. They're the ones who are now completely out of the sexual marketplace in terms of sexual market value. All they've got is the money from the job that they're working, and they don't know how to interact with people any other way than this. So, yeah, I saw it in real time.
Do you think that it's something intentional from people at the top? Do you think intentionally people at the top are trying to make men weaker with social media, and they're trying to empower women to destroy the family from the inside out?
Well, yes. Quick answer, yes. I believe that it was originally an unintended consequence of industries like this, making men weaker, making men more pathetic. But, the people at the top, they don't squeeze men by creating webcamming websites or by launching OnlyFans. That's all done by private entrepreneurs. But the laws that, restrict men in their marriages, their choices for after they get married, for divorce, their right to keep their home, the right to see their kids, those are the laws being passed by the people at the top that further drive men into this. So I don't think it's being done on purpose and like it's being designed to get men hooked on this to weaken the family. I think that the family's being weakened so much and a man's position of power is being compromised so much that it drives men further down this rabbit hole that was created by private business and private industry.
You don't think that they're just trying to take away as much power as possible? You don't think that, like with the last 2 years of the pandy telling us to stay inside and manipulating female empathy so that we have to cover our face and get a jet, you don't think all of that was just all a plan to make us weaker and just to give us more control and to make us and stay inside more?
That absolutely was. The question I was answering was, do I think that the webcam industry, OnlyFans, the pornography, do I think that's a psyop to make men weaker? No, I think that's just the refuge that men run to.
It's a bigger question. Do you think that there's an intentional effort from the people at the top to make us weaker and ruin the family?
Absolutely there is. Absolutely there is.
Why are they trying to do that? Like, and who's behind it?
Okay, who's behind it is a trickier question than why are they trying to do that. Why are they trying to do that? It's the same reason they've always done it. For all of human history, if a civilization invaded enemy territory and took over their lands, they would kill all the fighting age males. Killing them was the easiest way to get rid of them. Now you can't just straight up kill all the men who might throw a revolution against you. Kill all the men who might, pick up a gun and walk to the capital and think, you know what, we have to do something about this government. But what you can do is you can pussify them. You can make them so weak, so dependent on porn, video games, because you've crushed their hope of meeting a woman in the real world. You've crushed their hope of getting married and having a family and supporting them on one job and having a wife that's loyal and obedient. So many men need a war, and so many men are at war with their partner, with their sexual partner, with the woman who they're supposed to love. That's their war. They go home and argue with their wife every night. They sleep on the couch. They scream, they shout, they go to their job to get the next paycheck. That's the war that they're engaged in, and they're so engaged that they can't look elsewhere at who their real enemy is. But this is no more than, I say, billionaires don't care about race, they don't care about color, they don't care about gender. If a female Chinese billionaire and a black African billionaire and a white American billionaire all walk into a room, they're all good, they're all cool, they speak money. This is just another way of dividing people on a lower level. So it goes beyond just man and wife and men and women, which is why the media, I think, is so spun so negatively against me and Andrew. I try to empower young men to stay away from toxic people. I'm not talking about toxic women. I will say 9 times on a podcast, look, if your friends are sitting around smoking drugs, if your friends, your male friends are losers, if your male friends have no ambition, if your male friends are fat and overweight and keep you from going to the gym, stay away from them. And then on the same podcast once, I'll say, yeah, if you have a girl, if you have a woman who, you know, is trying to control you and is overeating and is lazy and doesn't like you going to the gym and is a bit of a slob, you need to cut her off. And it's, oh my God, Tristan's misogynistic. It's selective hearing. I'm trying to teach young men to stay away from low-quality people, men and women, male and female. But they'll soundbite the bits where I talk about low-quality women, because low-quality people of all races, genders, sexes, they exist, and you need to stay away from all of them.
That's what I've learned when I started streaming is when you talk about the bigger issues and you try to talk about things that are really going on. And overall, I think I have a positive message. Like, I think that people can construe me as a misogynistic. They tell me to go to therapy. They call me an incel. And they will pick and choose the same thing. They'll pick and choose sound bites and reasons to cancel me instead of looking at the overall message. I'm trying to tell people to follow God. I'm trying to tell people about the spiritual warfare that's going on. I'm trying to tell people that we need to have a good, strong family and that they're trying to ruin that. But instead, they will try to cancel me. They'll try to like pick words and call me homophobic. Besides, and I've realized that people will adamantly defend the matrix rather than try to question it. And so people like you, and then even people like me, like as a result, they'll try to kill the messenger. They will attack you instead of try to attack the bigger problem. And that seems really closed-minded to me. And it's opened up my mind to how many people will like strongly defend the matrix that they're in rather than try to ever think outside of the box. Because when they start to question it and they start to realize that everything is programmed against them, they get angry. And the frustrating part, and I don't know how you deal with it, the frustrating part is that they choose the messenger rather than the message.
Yeah, and you know, I'm very lucky. As I said, I'm hard to kill. So people coming for me and Andrew, it's not new. Like, it's new on the internet. But, you know, I've had enemies before. I've lived in bad parts of the world before. So, like, people coming at me with stupid messages on the internet and, you know, releasing articles about me, calling me one thing or another. It really doesn't bother me. But it's not hurtful. It's just disappointing. Yeah. You're like, guys, open your eyes. When I say, you know, when I say don't be a brokey, learn how to make some money, level up, you know, it's not about money necessarily. It's about, I believe if you're a young man in this world and you don't have your financial situation together and you're not part of the top 1%, then you're not going to attract the top 1% women. You're not going to meet the women with low body counts who want to love you and start a family with you. If you stay a low quality man, you're going to meet a low quality woman, start a low quality family, and have a low quality life. But I say it in an abrasive way, and people will cut clips of me or my brother saying, oh, you know, don't be broke, make some more money. You know, you don't want to be a broke, you don't want to be a loser. But I'm not trying to upset anyone. I'm just trying to show people the way that I think is to a better life and a more productive, more healthy, more happy life. But
it's not what you say, it's how you say it. You say it like you're broke. And like, to me, that's has motivated me since I started finding your videos and the TATE speak, all the emergency meetings. I've been watching it. And at first I watched it. You could see, like, you probably saw my first reaction to your podcast. At first I was like, you were wearing this is a $10,000 suit. Like, not all suits are the same. And I'm like, oh, this guy's so materialistic, blah, blah, blah. But then I kept listening and I realized the message is like, yo, this guy's way richer than me, has more life experience, as a successful fighter. Why am I going to sit here and cry and try to cancel him? I always wanted to be a fighter growing up. I grew up wanting to be a boxer, and I was told that was a violent tendency and I wasn't able to pursue that. And now I'm 23 and it's never going to happen. So
boxing keeps you non-violent. Boxing keeps you non-violent.
It's a good place to release that aggression. It's a good place to teaches you discipline and everything. I've been going to a gym now, but I didn't get to do it when I was a kid. It is what it is. Yeah. And so instead of listening to you and getting mad all the time, I kept listening like, okay, they clearly know more than me. Why am I going to get angry at this? I want to start changing my life. I want to become better. At the time when I first started watching TATE speech, and the emergency meetings, I was like still smoking weed every day. I wasn't, I was doing okay. I had hit 1 million subscribers on my main channel, but I was just getting into streaming and I was like still kind of lazy and everything. And that kind of like lit a fire in my head. And I was like, yo, I really got to step up my game. Like, it's either now or never. Time is money. And since then, like, I've had the most successful month I've had. I've cut out, like, I don't make excuses anymore. I'm talking to more millionaires. I'm putting myself in the right circle. And I know, and what I want to show, because you already blew up as a millionaire. I blew up as a brokey. Like I still have, I had a good month and I could finally pay off my student loans. So what the chat's going to see and what people are going to see who watch me is my transition into becoming a multimillionaire. And I've been saying it every stream, like I'm broke. I'm a fucking brokey, but watch me. Clip this again in a year. Someone post this on TikTok in a year when I'm a multi-millionaire. And if they see me, and when they do see me make that transition, it's gonna be like, yo, he did it right in front of our eyes. And I am in the same exact position. So, my fault. They could choose to hate, or they could choose to change their life.
That speech you just gave about, I'm not smoking weed, I'm attacking the gym, I care more about money, I'm networking better because I've been watching you and Andrew. That is 99% of the feedback I get about what me and Andrew teach. It's just the people who talk shit about us are louder than those people. I'll get a private message saying, look, man, you changed my life. I was dealing badly with this. I was dealing badly with that. Now everything's much better. It's back on track. I mean, you gave me a similar speech just 1 second ago, and that makes me smile. It really makes me happy to think that I have something to teach young men. And the people who hate me are just louder than all of those people.
And the people that hate you are kind of feminine. The people that hate you are kind of feminine because, like, ultimately what men need is, like, a tough older brother figure. Someone to be like, yo, keep your head up, pussy. You acting like a bitch. I had one. You acting like a bitch. Wake the fuck up. Someone to punch you. We don't need to be sitting in therapy talking about our feelings to get better. We need to say, get up. That's how we get motivated. The people that are loud and hate you, gay people, triggered feminists, fat men who don't want to improve.
They've given up. They've already given up.
You can categorize your haters, and they're the same as the people who hate me. They're people who gave up. And that's why it doesn't make me mad. And you all look the same. If I asked, like, L3 Productions or the L3 podcast, I saw the H3 for you. If I asked Ethan Decline, all his audience to post a selfie, they would all look exactly the same. Green hair, overweight, they, them. So it's like, why am I going to get mad at these people? You don't, it's the difference between the people like you and the people like Lasanabi and Ethan Decline is the difference between ambition and complacency. You're promoting ambition. And we're seeing the results. People do not want to change their life. People would rather stay in the position that they're in. Whereas Lasanabi and Ethan Decline, they're promoting complacency. It's okay. It's fine this way. Everything sucks. This is bad. It's an echo chamber. But
I saw a TikTok of him recently saying, hey, Andrew, I may be fat and blah, blah, but I have a wife. A woman chose me. And that one line, I just thought, a woman chose me. When you're a man at the top, you get to choose the women that you want to be with. A woman chose you, well done. Like his dynamic is so wrong, even in that one line, which is one of the only things I've ever heard this guy say, by the way. So when you say I don't have social media, I don't have a TikTok account.
Neither do I.
I don't have a TikTok account. I'm not that big in consuming social media because I feel like my use for social media is I feel like I have a good message to put out there. So I concentrate on content creation rather than content consumption. But yeah, you're right. Everybody who has a problem with me or my brother looks exactly the same way. And I think they've given up to the point where it's easier to attack us and say that we're wrong because no matter, Ethan could never become me. It's done. His ship has sailed. He's at least 15 years older than me. He looks it for sure. He could never be me or Andrew. So better to keep his audience, keep his people happy, keep making his money from his super chats. But these people have made us famous. They don't understand that they were our greatest weapon. When I say they're the loudest voice, yeah, you do some videos on us, cool, and I appreciate the spike. But when I see little spikes in traffic in YouTube and my Instagram blowing up, I'm like, okay, who's made a hit piece on me? And they'll be like, oh, this guy's made a hit piece on you. I'll look at the picture. I'll be like, yeah. Well, no surprise. Thanks for, your audience. Because not everyone watching them has given up. They may be fat, they may be lazy, they may be complacent, but 10% of the people watching think, oh, you know what? That TATE guy, actually, he has something positive to say. Ooh, maybe I'll give his channel a browse. Maybe I'll subscribe to him. Maybe I'll join the Hustlers University program. Maybe I'll try to educate myself on what these people know because I don't want to be like the guys I'm watching on YouTube. So I steal their audience, and they've made us so famous. And that makes them so mad, and they have nothing else to do but continue to make us famous. They still talk about us all the time. The worst thing you could do for me, for all these guys out there, is just stop saying my name everywhere.
They can't help it.
They can't.
It's kind of like how Trump won the election in 2016. all the mainstream media, all the same demographic of people could not stop talking about Trump. And they didn't realize that by saying his name over and over again, the people, the silent majority was like, oh, okay, this Trump guy, he's an outsider. He's not like the rest of them. So the more they tried to hit piece, eventually he won the fucking election. What started off as a joke, somebody that was just like, and it's pretty much the exact same thing with your rise to fame. And it's a way to navigate around cancel culture. So many of my YouTube contemporaries, they get so afraid, like I'll be at a party and then there's a spike in the Cove. So they can't post a video for 2 weeks because they don't want their audience to be like, why weren't you wearing a mask and staying at home? You were at a party during a spike. And so they need to navigate around cancel culture. But I encourage a lot of the people, the new content creators, to just don't give a fuck about that, because it might hurt your feelings a little bit seeing the hate comments, but it's better to just let them be mad about you, because it's, if you know, you know. The people who really resonate with the message will see the people crying and complaining and realize the truth.
Yeah, and the love is so much greater than the hate as well. People say, how do you deal with the negative comments? I'm like, one, it doesn't bother me, but for every one I get, for every one stupid message I get 9 positive ones. You know, saying, hey, man, you helped me give up weed. You helped me. Now I do push-ups in between TV commercial breaks. That's a trick that I spoke about 5 years ago when no one knew who I was. But people are going through my old
meeting. When I watch emergency meeting on the stream, I'll immediately be like, yo, 30 push-ups right now, chat. And like, I'll just yell at my chat. 30 push-ups go right into your video again.
Yeah, I mean, it's these are all tricks and tips and
push-ups right now, chat. And like, back. Oh my God, yo. Oh, we're back. Thank God.
we are back. Okay.
I was panicking right there.
Or me?
That was me. I thought that Susan, the YouTube employee, just took down my stream, but just my Wi-Fi restarted. I don't know why.
See, everyone kept saying Susan in the chat. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, that's she take down my stream all the time, but luckily it wasn't her this time. But yeah, shout out Susan, or CEO on the platform. What were we talking about? Damn, I feel like we were picking up steam with that convo.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where we cut off. I was in the middle of a sentence, and then by the time I finished, you
chat. Where were we, chat? Can you help us out? I have more questions though.
Hit me, anything. Ask me anything. I'm an open book, bro.
What's better, the pussy or the validation?
Neither. I don't think that you would do that for any reason. You know, if I ever in the past talked about, you know, how many beautiful women I can get, I feel like I'm still trying to, again, inspire young men to a healthier way of life, because to find anything good. So let's say you want to become an expert on apples. This is an example I've used before. If you pick up the first apple you've ever tried in your life, bite it and like it, and you think, oh, this is good. I feel like to know what a good apple is and what a bad apple is, you have to try a variety of different apples. So I don't advocate it as a lifestyle. I don't think guys in their 40s, late 30s, even my age, should be aimlessly running around chasing women just to have sex with them or just for the validation. I feel like as a young man, it's smart to play the field, certainly, because you've probably had some bad apples in your life. You probably found some good apples, but now, next girl you meet, you'll know what kind of quality woman she is. I believe it teaches you. It's an educational process. So no, the validation isn't part of it. And the sex is just, let's say, a bonus of it. But I believe female company is, you know, one of the best things in the world. Man, you're sick in bed. You don't want your boys looking after you. Your girlfriend comes and brings you soup and fucking brings a wet cloth and puts it on your head. Women who love you and care about you is the goal. That's the goal, not the validation or the sex. And when you have a woman who loves you and cares about you, men seeing that is the ultimate validation. When guys come into my house and my girlfriend's like, would anyone like coffee? And make coffee for all my friends. Hey, Tristan, is there enough ice in your drink? That's the validation, not just the fact that she's hot. And when you find a woman like that, the great sex comes anyway. So no, I don't think you should be searching for either. I think you should be searching for a high quality woman in your life.
Yeah, I think I've been hearing you talk about that, and I was on Fresh and Fit. I know you've been on that podcast. I was on there like
I
six
like those
times
boys.
last week. They're dope. Shout out
They're
to
good
Fresh and
guys.
Fit.
Yeah.
I have made a realization the past couple days. Like, I think I have a lot of like anger. I've been yelling a lot about women and about how women are brainwashed and how they're annoying and all believe in astrology and Kim Kardashian. I think I've been chasing low quality women, and I've just been like just chasing hoes. You know,
When I was your age, I was chasing hoes too, my friend. So.
it gets so old. It gets so old,
Yeah.
and they all sound the same, and it's a lot of putting up with the same fights, and they want you to. How are you able to distinguish a high quality woman from a low quality woman quicker? It's probably pretty easy. But how did you start chasing better women, or not even chasing, but just being with better women?
Just age and experience. You learn how to spot the red flags faster. And red flags are before she's even said a word. You look at a girl's Instagram and you know if she's a low quality or high quality woman. Or you know if she has the potential to be a high quality woman. There are so many red flags that people overlook because women are hot. And I feel like it's not... Look, you could do it today. But the truth is, and the same when I'm your age, so I'm not making fun of you. You're 23 years old. When I was 23 years old, a girl could come with a fucking truck of red flags, waving these red flags down the street. If she was a 10, I was going to try to sleep with her. Mm-hmm. I think you get over it from having done it. That's the only way. Because if you haven't done it, you will always be blinded by the beauty. So that's why playing the field and dating and meeting different women is an important part of a young man's life.
So every man needs to womanize.
I don't even say womanize. I say play the field. And I mean, if you...
Same thing.
Just stay single for a while. Stay single for a while. See who walks in and out of your life. Don't try and commit to anything too big, especially when you're building your dreams. I mean, now I'm rich. It's easy to find a woman and be like, okay, yep, this is a good girl. I want to keep her around. But if you haven't made any money yet, you're still maybe living with your parents. You're not where you want to be. You're not driving the car you want. Obsessing over some woman, even if she is a high quality woman, could still drag you down. I'd like to think that she wouldn't, but the distraction factor is real. If you have a 10, even with 0 red flags, you want to stay home and have sex all day. You don't want to go out there and build your dreams because what are you building for? Why are you building the nest if you've already attracted, what you want? So, I don't think womanizing is the word.
They're the biggest time waster and the biggest distraction that you could have. It's like the biggest investment of everything. And I noticed that taking streaming seriously and taking my career seriously I've had to like be kind of alone in here for the most part. I don't talk to my friends as much. My roommate's in there like sleeping in the other room right now, like watching the live stream on his phone. I haven't talked to him in like a week. I just came back from Miami, and he's hearing this just based on this. One of my closest friends. You really need to cut a lot of people off. I'm wondering how lonely is the journey to the top?
I am very fortunate. I don't know what loneliness feels like. And that's something that most men can't say. And it's why me and my brother, when we understood through meeting very good friends of ours who were married for 10 years, felt alone. Ex-military guys who felt that sense of brotherhood and loyalty and companionship in the army or on their sports team, their college baseball team, their fraternity, their football team. And they lose it and they balance all their happiness on one female. And they end up getting married and they end up in these sad, lonely marriages. Those are the guys who opened my eyes to how special the relationship I have with my brother is. And that's what I try to tell the world as well. I don't know what loneliness feels like. I was born in a very underprivileged family. I grew up absolutely broke. I didn't have I wasn't dealt the best hand, but there was always an ace up my sleeve. So I don't know what that feels like. I've always had companionship. I've always had someone who had my back, someone to fight with me, someone to work with me in terms of my brother. So I'm not going to sit here and say that the journey to the top for me necessarily was lonely. But let me tell the young men out there, you need to be able to identify low quality friends and cut them off and curate the people around you into a group of winners, a group of men who want to go out there and achieve the same things as you. And the journey to the top not only won't be lonely, but it will be far easier.
They say don't mix family and business, but that's all that you do. How is that possible? But that's a common saying that I've heard. And I've had that. I found it difficult. I have a younger brother myself, and we've kind of collided way more than it seems that you and your brother have collided in terms of business. I think eventually, like, me and my brother Vincent could work together well, but right now we're just like, he's in a different country, he's in college, he believes in a lot of the matrix stuff that I'm completely against. We don't think the same way, but it seems like you and Andrew have always thought exactly the same. Why are you able to mix family and business, but most people can't?
I don't believe that most people can't. I believe that some of the most successful men that I've ever met mix family and business. The people who own Walmart are family business. Like the elites, the billionaires at the top will say money doesn't buy happiness. Oh, don't mix family and business. What the fuck are you talking about? Who are you going to trust with your money, your finances, your cars, your more so than your own brother? They're going to tell me not to team up with him and team up with what, some dude who might stab me in the back for a piece of pussy or a few dollars? No, absolutely mix family and business. I learned this. I'm going to go off on a tangent here. I learned this from a Muslim brother of mine, Bali from Luton. He was a lawyer at your age. He was your age when I was still completely broke. He was older than me, so I must have been maybe 19 at the time. And he was driving a Ferrari sometimes, a Rolls Royce sometimes. He was always rolling in style. Now, entry-level lawyer, 60, 70,000 pounds a year. I mean, I know he wasn't making that much money. I said, Bali, how do you manage to have these nice cars and shit? When you're so young, you've only just passed the bar. How have you done it? And he said, look, his exact line was, even though I'm mixed race, he said, look, white people are stupid. But he didn't mean white people. What he meant was British people and the way British people conduct their family life. He said, me, and my brothers all live in our family home. All of our money goes into extending and building our family estate. Our wives stay home and cook and clean and look after our children. And I'm a doctor. I'm a lawyer. My brother's a doctor. My other brother's an accountant. My dad's an engineer. My other brothers work in construction to help build the house. All of our resources are pooled. And we have one Ferrari, one Rolls Royce, one McLaren, and like 5 Toyotas that we can use whenever we like. And I thought, you know what? If I had 10 brothers, I'd take over the fucking world. And that was a real eye-opener for me. So the Muslim families don't mix family and business. They're all about it. And they're largely, especially in the United Kingdom where I'm from, far more successful than the white families or the British families, where what they'll do is they'll have 5 sons. The 5 sons will go rent 5 houses, pay 5 different landlords, study 5 different completely unrelated things, fight for 5 jobs in different fields where they can't help but support each other, meet 5 different toxic women, support these 5 different women all independently outside of the family home. There is no unified family home. And then, by the time they're 45, it's like, oh, well, I've got a nice BMW now. Why are you trying to climb up there by yourself? Who but your brothers? Who but your family should you be teaming up with? I think it's total nonsense. So when you say they say, who is they? Who are they?
You know that's a saying. Everybody says don't mix family business. That's a common saying.
I've heard that.
Why do you think you and Andrew haven't had like a battle of egos? I think that's the reason that me and my brother Vince, like, we are not able to have like synchronization. I'm the bigger brother, so I think I've maybe been too hard on him a little bit, and at the same time, like, he's been trying to find his own lane. And you're the little brother of the two. How have you not had a battle of egos? Because I mean, obviously Andrew was the more famous, and like, do you ever have like a competition in your head?
You know what it is? One, it's that I do very well of my own account. So nowadays, a lot of the haters will message me, your brother's got almost 5 million followers, you got 1.3. I'm like, yeah, I've got 1.3 million followers though. Why do I have to add what Andrew has into it? Yeah. And all of our, in terms of net worth, it's exactly, all of our businesses, all of our cars, all of our homes are shared, and they always have been, and we made the money before YouTube. We started making money before YouTube. So our net worth is completely equal. But it's not just the fact that I am very secure in and of myself as a man. I'm strong, I'm fit, I had a good fight career, better than anyone who hates on me. I'm richer than anyone who hates on me. Got more followers than 99.9% of the people who hate on me. So the comparing myself with Andrew doesn't do much. But the key to it is, I am proud of Andrew when he does something. He is my brother. Oh, he's the 4-time kickboxing world champion. Oh, Tristan, you're only the 2-time European champion. I don't care if I was a 0 champion. My brother's the 4-time world kickboxing champion. I am happy for him. Mm-hmm. Oh, he's blowing up all over the internet right now. He's exploded far more than me. More people know his name. I am proud that that's my brother and he's doing so well. So it's not just setting your ego aside. Keep the healthy competition. Keep your own personal ego. You and your brother should both be trying to do well for yourselves independent of comparing each other, comparing to one another, but also if your brother now launched some stream and had some YouTube channel with 20 million subscribers and you stayed exactly where you are, that doesn't matter. Your brother has a 20 million subscriber YouTube. Fucking give him a round of applause. Give him a pat on the back. Buy that man a fucking drink. Like, in what universe should you be mad about that? People hit me with that all the time. Oh, you mad your brother has more followers than you? No. It's like if Muhammad Ali was your brother. Would you be like, oh, my brother's a better boxer than me, I'm upset? No, you'd be like, my brother's the greatest heavyweight of all time, Muhammad Ali. Like, why would it make you sad? Mm-hmm. So also, you know, put your egos aside, concentrate on doing your own shit, winning irrespective of comparing yourself. But when he does something well, and when you do something well, you should be proud of one another. And I'm like that with all my friends. That extends to all of my friends. I got a bunch of boys that when they're winning, I'm winning. I'm happy to see it done. My guys will buy new watches, new Rolexes, new suits, new shoes, new cars, new houses, new homes. And I don't think, oh, well, you know, that watch is better than the one I'm currently wearing. I think, fuck it. My boy just bought a $100,000 Rolex. Good for him. Good for him. Those are the 3 words to sum it up.
Maybe it's that the fact that we grew up in the social media era where your life is more publicized more and life could be judged more based on the amount of followers you have. Life is more about numbers than it was when you guys were growing up.
Yeah, maybe, but I just don't look at my life that way. People said, oh, I get it all the time, even from personal friends. Oh, what's the difference now in life that you got all these followers, etc.? Nothing. I'm behind my big walls in my house with exactly the same people, smoking the same cigars, talking interesting topics, having a great time. You know, got beautiful girlfriends, everything's happy. Okay, more people watch what I do, cool. But like, really, it doesn't matter. I mean, I said, but then again, I've had money since before the internet fame as well. For all the people who think I've made money because we've blown up on YouTube, I posted a photo on my Instagram from 7 years ago. It was a photo of me with an Aston and a Lambo that had 114 likes. I had about 2,000 followers back then, and I was already pushing the supercars. So just be proud of one another, man. And that can go beyond brothers. So that's advice directly to you. But all of you guys watching, you know, your friends, be proud of them. How can I help you? Oh, that's a nice win. Is there anything I can do to assist you in winning further? Because when they get to the top, they drag you up with them. They assist you straight back. You want winners on your team.
When one wins, you all win.
Absolutely.
What's your prediction for the rest of the year with the movement that you and your brother have really started with everything you're talking about? One sentiment I see a lot with me, and they lump you in a lot, is that SNEAKO and TATE it's just a trend. This is gonna fall off soon. It's just they're just saying stuff to be controversial, which I know is bullshit, and you know that's bullshit too. We're not saying things just to be controversial and trigger people. This is actually what we think, and it just happens to be that you can't handle it. But what do you think is going to happen for the rest of the year? Because the growth has exploded. Like I've gained 400,000 subscribers in the last month. I've been on YouTube for 9 years. I used to do like cinematic artsy videos, and then I just recently started streaming, talking to like similar things to you, and it's completely blown up. Where do you think it's going to go?
Optimistic or pessimistic? Optimistic, I'll answer first. Optimistically, all of the rumors and all of the nonsense about us and all the negative talk, new hit pieces keep getting published daily, but I can see people are getting bored of it. They're getting bored of it because the stupid rumors, the bullshit narratives, they're all the same. They've been debunked, cracked, exposed as lies by lots of people, yourself included. Thank you very much. So your audience know it's all bullshit. So there's never going to be a new hit piece. I'm not going to go and commit a mass murder somewhere and there's going to be something new for them to talk about. All these old rumors, it's the hit pieces are the same shit being repeated again and again and again. But the message that me and Andrew are putting out there and the young men we're reaching and the aspirational lifestyle that we are trying to program into men, I would say reprogram, I'll get back to that in a second, that isn't going anywhere. If you were to ask any boy, 7 years old, 8 years old, 9 years old, where do you want to be when you're 25, 30? Where do you want to be? They're going to say, big house, fast car, beautiful wife. That's what they're going to say. Every single one. And slowly, the programming of the Matrix beats this dream out of men.
Yep.
It beats it out of men till they get to my age and they're fat with a woman who doesn't love them, who's unattractive, who's a low quality person, who drags them down, works a dead end job, and their wife is in their ear saying, oh, you shouldn't watch Tristan and Andrew Tate. Those guys haven't grown up. Growing up is an analogy for having the aspiration that every boy has beaten out of them and accepting the programming of the Matrix.
Right.
I'm reaching so many young men. My brother's reaching so many young men. You're not going to be able to beat that out of them because they know I've made it. They know where I come from. I've got guys in my hometown, Luton. I get messages from my Luton boys all the time. Hey, man, I'm from the same fucking estate as you. One day I'm going to see you at the top. And as much as I can reply, I say, God bless you, man. I hope to see you there. Good luck. And you're not going to stop that by posting the same rumors about us. Pessimistically, the internet just deletes me. But I don't say anything. That's probably not going to happen. I'm a nice guy, and I think that people's eyes are opening. Even a lot of my old haters. There was a guy, I can't remember his name, but whoever you are, if you're watching, there's a guy who had my brother on his podcast and said, you're a goof, you're a clown, and hung up on him once. He was on a bigger podcast recently saying, you know what, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. This Tate guy is spreading a positive message. It's only the real lost causes that are going to hang on to these strings of hate for us. But really, I believe that this message is reinvigorating the spirits of young men. I don't think we're changing the opinions of young men and the aspirations of young men.
Bringing masculinity back.
Yeah, we're bringing it back. It's a wonderful way to live. And you know who's happy being around men like me? Women.
Beautiful women.
Women are. So, like, what's misogynistic? What's wrong? Some really low-quality woman will be on the internet talking about how toxic we are, but then loads of lovely, nice women would love to hang around with a guy like me or a guy like my brother, and why shouldn't they? They get treated nicely. I buy them flowers. I open car doors. I'm a total gentleman. So, men want that, and the message isn't going anywhere.
And even if you do get deleted, there's enough people that, I mean, most of the publicity you get is not even on your own platform, it's from other people's platforms. If you get deleted...
Me and Andrew don't have TikTok. Can't delete us from TikTok. Right. We're all over TikTok. You can't delete us. We don't have accounts. So I don't know. Good luck. But you know, I'm just out here trying to help people. I'm trying to spread this positive message because I was already rich. We've even to silence the haters. I'm going to do a quick plug for the Hustlers University program. 18 millionaires teaching 18 modern ways of wealth creation, whether it be stock trading, copywriting, and these guys are verified millionaires who I have met and interviewed for the position before the program started. There was, I said, one element of the Hustlers University program where it was an affiliate marketing guy, genius, teaching people how to affiliate marketing, and within that 1/18th of the program, there was an option to affiliate market for Hustlers University too and make more money. The accusations of this is some crazy pyramid scheme, okay, a kid living in his home by himself in rural Utah signs up for $49 a month and now has access to 18 millionaires. That is not a pyramid scheme. But we have shut down the affiliate marketing program now. You can no longer affiliate for HU2, and guess what's going to happen? Nothing. The student number is going to continue to grow. People are going to continue to use it because it's a wonderful resource. But I've had to shut down the affiliate marketing side of this because I don't like these nerds saying it's a pyramid scheme. And it's going to grow and prosper and transform the world regardless of whether you can affiliate for HU2 or not. Sorry, young man, I've taken that out because the haters are too loud, but you're going to make it anyway. There's 18 millionaires in there. I didn't know a single millionaire when I was 15, 16, 17. Not one.
I started my own course, the Creativity Kit, on Sneako.net, and I have the affiliate program too. And they're saying the same thing: multi-level marketing, pyramid scheme. If you think about it, Tristan, isn't the whole economy a pyramid scheme? That seems like such a dumb thing to accuse the affiliate program of. And there's affiliate programs everywhere. How is the whole economy not just one big pyramid scheme?
I mean, we were talking earlier about OnlyFans models. I understand that platform very well. Did you know if an OnlyFans model gets her friends to sign up to OnlyFans, they get a cut of that girl's income? Oh my God, OnlyFans is a pyramid scheme. No, it's not. It is a platform that sells content that is in demand. Like, just because there is an affiliate wing built into it does not mean it's a pyramid scheme. So, absolutely ridiculous, but I've put my money where my mouth is, and I'm happy to shut up my haters because I'm already rich. I don't need more money. So, I've shut it down. And the program is going to continue to be a top quality, amazing program regardless, because that's just what it is. But I have to shut the haters up. as much as I can. So
I
it's
think
one
you're
less.
paying him too
It's
much
one less
attention.
bullet for the gun.
I think you guys are paying him too much attention. I see Andrew posting on his story a lot when there was the hit piece coming out, trying to say like platforms should do something about this guy. TikTok and Instagram needs to do something, and even you now taking down the affiliate program for Hustlers University. It's like, just let him hate, let him talk.
Yeah, I know, but it's I like challenges. Okay, all right, you're gonna take this away. Fine. I don't need my students don't need the affiliate program to make money inside of HU2, and the student number ever since that's gone away is just up and up and up, and it always will be, and we retain all the students anyway. It's just a simple. You know, when I was, like I said, I was 18. How many millionaires did I have in my phone that I could contact who were sending me messages and giving me advice? Zero. Everyone who joins now has 18. It really is life changing, and you know, I'm very proud of that program.
It's the same thing. People are trying to like pirate my course, but I think the main benefit is the Discord community and being able to interact with people who are trying to make it and trying to get out of it. And one sentiment I've heard from everybody in the course is that like my friends are all like playing Fortnite and vaping all day, but now they're in a Discord of all people who are like-minded and want to go get it. And the internet's provided a good platform for that. The people who are talking about this, I've met so many people in the past month who are all trying to go get it, and I know that within a year, we're all going to be on a yacht somewhere throwing money up in the air, and that's what I wanted to be doing when I was a kid. And what you said,
when you make your first million, I'll throw you a party. You could soundbite that. I'll throw you a party when you show me that you've made $1 million.
$1 million net?
Yeah, $1 million net. You could have spent it on shit, but in 1 year, if you show me $1 million of income in a year, I will throw you a congratulations party for making that million.
Mark that.
The $1 million year. Mark
Can
that.
I join the war room for free?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Andrew. Probably not.
Okay,
But if you've made $1 million in the year, what the fuck's the membership fee anyway? Come on.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have anything else to talk about? We've been on for an hour. I want to keep talking to you, but I didn't want to hold you up.
Yeah, I mean, it is 1 a.m. If there are any interesting super chats, I'm not keeping track of them. I'm not reading the chat. If there's any questions that you guys in the chat, I guess, have for me, send them over to Sneako. You know, even if it's just a $1 super chat, so they flag up.
The super chats have not been very good. Very, very bad questions for the most part. People like, I'm doing bad. Can you please read my message? Like, I'm like interrupt the whole conversation to give this guy a sob story.
Tell the Tates to check their DMs. Like, I've seen these before. It's like, check my DMs.
Yeah.
Get a new message every 8 to 10 seconds. Like, there's no checking my DMs.
That's what happens when you stream alone. People like they super chat just trying to talk to you. Like you're in the middle of a whole conversation. They're like, "Yo, open up your Twitter. Go to your email right now." I'm like, bro, I'm in the middle. Like I'm doing a podcast live. Well, this one guy said, "What you say?"
I have something to say about that. Don't leverage your chances of success or your dreams on other people. Now, you get it, I'm sure. I get it massively. My brother gets it so much he can't even use Instagram as a messaging app anymore. When you are messaging me, young men, let me just tell you something. Hey, man, please open my DM. Comment on my picture. Open the DM. And I've occasionally looked. I've got this really great business idea. And listen, if you have a great business idea, you don't need me. Don't pin your hopes of success on other people. Don't look at the Tate brothers. Don't look at Sneako. Don't look at, I don't know, Elon Musk. I hope you're not messaging him because he's busier than I am. And send them stupid messages, hoping that they're going to team up with you. Because if I teamed up with anyone who sends me these messages, I'd make them a millionaire. Now, it might make me an additional $1 million a year, but I don't need the $1 million a year. High-value, rich people don't need to waste their time to make you money. But the positive side of it is this. I'm not your ticket out. Andrew's not your ticket out. So don't message us. But you can be your own ticket out. You and your group of friends, that's the ticket. We're not. We were each other's ticket, and I was my own ticket. And we fucking sat there in an empty room with no electricity, eating our last can of beans, having these conversations for years. How do we make money? And we didn't have the resources you guys have. Stop messaging me. Stop telling me your business ideas. I'm busy. I've got 100 business ideas that I don't have time to implement. Take that business idea, hone it, refine it, team up with your friends, and make it work. I'm not that guy. Be your own ticket out of here.
Well, people don't want to do the hard work. They'd rather you do it because you're already rich. They see you as a skipping stone.
Yeah, basically. So,
someone asked,
young man, don't do that.
Are you a Freemason?
No, that's emergency meeting episode 11, me and my brother covered a lot of the rumors about us. I have no affiliation with the Freemasons, and I wouldn't even pretend I do to be cool, because that's their shit. And, you know, I don't know what they're up to, but I'm sure they're doing their own things, and they don't need people like me out there pretending I'm associated. What I'm not is a faker. I have no affiliation with the Freemasons. Andrew puts his hands like this, and a few people jumped on a rumor recently. I mean, my dad posed like that when he plays chess. No, zero affiliation. So, easy answer. I don't even really know what they do.
Me neither. Someone said, I'm doing sales. Any tips to close more deals?
Yeah. Stop asking me how you close more deals and go and close more deals. You're not going to, you know, it's the art of pretending you're doing something by doing nothing. A good one I get is, hey man, I want to be a kickboxer. Any advice? Why are you writing me messages? Why aren't you in the gym? You know the answer is hit the kickboxing gym, punch that bag, do your push-ups, go running. But you're not running. You're on Instagram waiting for me to reply to you. So you feel like you've done something by asking an accomplished kickboxer how to be a kickboxer. But you've done nothing. Because all I'm going to tell you is shit you already know. Listen to your coach. Go to the gym. I don't know. Talk to your boss. Talk to the other salespeople at your office. I don't even know what you fucking sell. Why are you asking me? Don't ask. There's my advice.
Opinion on psychedelics?
I know a lot of people. I know a lot of successful people who have said psychedelics have opened their mind. Psychedelics have made them see things a different way. But I don't know any high-value rich people who have said these psychedelics are what made me successful and rich. Again, I preach anti-drug all the time. And I know very high-functioning, wealthy people who sniff cocaine. I know very high-functioning, wealthy people who smoke marijuana. That doesn't mean that it's the coke or the marijuana or the psychedelics or whatever drug it is that made them who they are. I smoke cigars. Now, a classic example is every day on Instagram, I'm tagged in 50 stories of young guys with cigars in their mouth saying, yeah, I'm top G like Andrew, or I'm like the talisman. You think the cigar makes me who I am? Seriously? So psychedelics, good. If you live a very happy, successful, fulfilling life and you wish to take psychedelics to look at things from another angle, good. I won't, and I don't want to, but I don't believe they're going to make you rich or successful. I don't believe they're going to benefit you in any way apart from having a cool experience. This cigar doesn't benefit me in any way. I'm just having a good, yeah.
An LSD trip really actually changed my life. When I was 18, I had stopped making YouTube videos for like 2-3 years. I had started when I was really young, when I was like 14. And then I was going through, I was basically just being lazy. And then this one specific acid trip, like, I don't know if you ever taken psychedelics, but it just makes you confront everything that you're ignoring. Yeah, you don't do drugs. But it made me confront everything. Since then, I've taken it, and honestly, I had a really bad time. Like the last 3-4 times I've taken it. I don't recommend it. It wasn't life-changing. It was mostly just like, sitting down, being dumb and too high. But this one specific trip, it was a bad trip, really changed my life and made me confront everything that I was ignoring. And that was the next day I started uploading YouTube videos again.
Yeah, well, also, and I'm very happy for you, but I feel like a good long look in the mirror or a conversation with a high-value dude who you aspire to be could do exactly the same thing.
It's the same thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I've sat with people and had short conversations with them, and they'd be like, "That come back a few years later, that conversation changed my life." And it's just another way of opening your eyes. But you have the power within yourself to do that without other people, without other influence, without the influence of psychedelics, in my opinion. I mean, you have that. You have that power. Everyone has that power.
Someone said, how can I make money when I have no skills? You could sign up for the Creativity Kit or Hustle University. I think that's a good way to start.
Yeah, I guess so. And you know, find out what you're good at. You have no experience. I wouldn't say you have no skills. I mean, I believe everyone's got to be talented at something.
A lot of people really have no idea what their passions are at all. They spend the amount of distractions, Tristan. I think it's different because you didn't grow up with social media. There's a lot of people who really have no idea what they're even passionate about, because before they even have time to explore their interests, they're already hooked on social media. They're jerking off every day. They're sucked in like before it's even time to have any self-exploration. How do you think that these people should find themselves?
Well, I will tell you a story about me. I don't know. You're probably not old enough, but there was a game called, before Fortnite, before it all existed, the huge game when I was in my late teens, early 20s was Call of Duty Modern Warfare, and then Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
That's how I started doing. I started on Call of Duty.
Okay, good. So I used to play that game, and this is the advice. The advice is hang around with people who see things from the angle, for people who have a good mindset. I was with my brother, and I was like, "Oh, Andrew, I just completed this round. It's 41 kills, 1 death. That's pretty cool." Andrew looks at me from the couch. I swear to God, looks over at me and goes, "Yeah, Tristan, but it doesn't matter, does it?" And I'm like, "Fuck, it doesn't matter, does it?" And I turned that game off, and I don't think I've ever spent more than 10 minutes playing a video game ever since that day. So hang around better people. You know, if you're wasting your life, if you're wasting your talents, if you're sitting there jerking off all day, if you're sitting around dudes who are talking about who their favorite porn star is, leave that group of friends. Cut low quality people out of your life, and slowly, as you go out into the world and apply yourself at different things that are more useful, you'll probably find out that you're not as useless as you think. Or you might be, in which case, you know, we all need someone to flip the burgers and wash the cars, so I'll tip you heavily, my friend, don't worry.
How did you find kickboxing, and how old were you?
I was about 14, Andrew was about 15. Luton has nothing to offer. It's a shithole town, and there was a kickboxing gym run by a wonderful person. And I found it, and that's why. If it had been a boxing gym, me and Andrew would have been boxers under the same tuition. If it was a, I don't know, taekwondo gym, we would have been taekwondo black belts. There was a kickboxing gym in my town. The instructor was a wonderful man. The only person other than my father who I would say was like a father figure to me, besides the guy who currently runs the War Room, the highest ranking member of the War Room. But yeah, that's why. That's just what was in my town. What's in your town, everyone? You know, you don't have to be a kickboxer. If there's no kickboxing gym in your town and there's just a bunch of clowns who don't know how to fight, don't do that, because you're not going to learn shit. I just so happened that there was a great instructor who happened to be in the same town as me, and I was blessed to find him.
People are asking you about your time on Shipwrecked, and do you know what happened to the other people on the show? I watched some of it, but then my stream got taken down for copyright.
Yeah, it's I mean, it was an interesting show. It was, at the time, my brother and I were doing okay. I mean, I always had less than $10,000 in the bank at that time, but I was doing okay, and I decided to go on this reality TV show. And the reason I decided to take this plunge was I thought, you know what, private island, you know, in the middle of nowhere, it's an experience I'm not going to be able to replicate no matter how rich I get. I was completely wrong, because I could fucking finance 10 shows like that today. But I just thought it was going to be a cool thing to do, and I'm glad I did it. I was never glad I did it until now, because now people are playing back the clips of the 22-year-old Tristan.
And they're saying look, we go the same.
Yeah, we got to get shit done. We got to stay focused. We got to build the shelters. Oh, you can't handle this. You're going to end up a loser. But I had the right frame of mind. And looking back on my younger self, I'm your age in that show, and I'm like, wow, like that's really cool to see how well I've translated that into the real world and got to where I got. So I did it I did it for myself. It's the reason I started Take Confidential. I didn't think that channel was ever going to have a massive following. I thought, you know what? When I'm 60 years old, I can look back at what I was doing and laugh and smile, because my life has been a lot of fun. So let's get a cameraman, let's start filming, and let's just start putting stuff out there. And now it's, you know, a massively popular show. But I did it for myself. That's it.
Pierre asked a question. What do you say?
But the other people on the show, I'm in touch with very few of them. It's a little bit of Instagram contact, but it's only started in the last 6 months since I've blown up, because people are getting messages. Are you still a brokey? Was Tate right about you? And the people who I was calling losers on the shows, they are brokies today. Aww. And you know, it's poetic justice, isn't it?
You were right. Pierre said, I'm blocked in my business. I know you're going to answer for this question. He said, I'm blocked in my business. It's not a skill problem, but a mindset. How to eliminate it and grow. How does he
get off? I don't know what your business is. Get off YouTube. Get off you. Don't ask me. I don't know what your business is. I don't know what your business is. When people say, hey man, my girl is doing, I don't know your girl. Well, probably. Like, I don't know her. Why are you asking me on what you should do when she does this and when she does that? What kind of person is she? It's such a broad question. But asking me is the wrong thing to do. Especially because I don't know what the fuck you do. If you were a personal friend of mine, maybe, find your personal friends whose opinions you value and go into an in-depth explanation of your problems to them and hope for some positive feedback. That's what I'd say.
Pretty simple answers, pretty simple explanations for these questions.
It's not hard, man. It's not complicated. It is hard, but it's not complicated.
How do you get into shape? It's simple. Like, they had to get in shape, you go to the gym. What do you think is the biggest...
it's hard, but it's simple.
And people just want to go do it fast. How do I do it as fast as possible? How do I get a six-pack right now? What do you think is the biggest mindset change that you need to become a multimillionaire?
You know what? I feel like being on... I never wanted to be a multimillionaire. Andrew once said to me, famously, Tristan, if we could just find a way to make... This is before the internet. If we could just find a way to make like 50, 100 pounds a day from home, that would alleviate a lot of our problems. Start small. Because as you climb the mountain and you reach where you wanted to reach, you realize that there are new mountains to climb. There are new mountains to climb for me right now. And I'm at a level that a lot of people can't even dream of getting to. But you see it. It opens new doors when you accomplish the goals that you're aiming for. And it opens your eyes to what's possible from there. So don't think I want to be a multimillionaire. Think, okay, I want some financial independence. I want to work 20 hours at the fast food store instead of 40, but supplement my income from home. Okay, I've done that. Now I have more free time. Where do I go from here? My dream car when I was a year and a bit younger than you was a BMW Z4. Me and my brother have 30 cars now. All of them faster, more expensive, more luxurious than a BMW Z4.
BMW Z4?
Yeah, it's an okay car. I thought if I could just get one of those, and the next car I bought, after thinking about buying that car every day, was an Aston Martin Vantage, a second-hand Aston Martin. Me and my brother bought it together for £60,000. But I skipped the BMW Z4 stage. Now every time I see one on the road, I smile.
It looks like an Italian guy driving on the Amalfi Coast.
Yeah,
the top down.
It's a nice car. It's not a bad car, but it's just not on my I've reached that mountain. I've seen what's possible and aimed higher. That's it. So don't think how am I going to become a multimillionaire. Think of your short-term goals. Make sure your mother works less. Buy yourself some nicer clothes. Live in a better apartment, and think of how you can make those things happen. And as you go up in value as a man, you'll learn a lot about yourself, and from then you could tackle bigger goals.
They're asking a lot about if Andrew's going to fight Logan Paul.
The one thing I always say on any podcast that people have me on is don't ask what Andrew would say, what Andrew would do, what Andrew thinks. I'm not Andrew. Andrew's Andrew.
Okay.
So if you want to ask Andrew questions, follow Andrew, watch the podcast Andrew is on, and ask Andrew. Simple. I don't speak for my brother. He doesn't speak for me.
What is the best piece of advice your father has given you? Also, what is your favorite car out of all the ones you own?
My favorite car is my Aston Martin Vanquish S Ultimate. It's 4 years old. It's the red car pinned to the top of my Instagram, if you find it. It's slower than most of my cars, but the driving experience is just wonderful. I absolutely love that vehicle. I don't know why. It's just there's an emotional experience about driving it that I really enjoy. It's not the fastest, but it is absolutely a wonderful machine. The best piece of advice my father ever gave me, I guess. There are hundreds. And I'm trying to think less about what your audience is looking for and more about the things he's told me that I didn't listen to and I should have. I used to play violin very well. And I was 11, 12, 13 years old, and I could really fucking play the violin. Really play.
And you quit kickboxing?
Yeah, when I started kickboxing, I thought, violin's a bit nerdy. Yeah. And my dad said, Tristan, if you give this up now, you're going to regret it later in life. Don't be a quitter. That 1 hour extra a day that you're going to fucking play video games or watch TV, just keep playing violin. Do you have any idea how viral I would go on YouTube right now if I could play violin? Not just as well as I could when I was 13, but with 11 years experience on top of that, I can't play shit on the violin. Don't quit. Don't give up. Keep your skill set as broad as possible.
Would you really go viral on YouTube with the violin? Doing what?
No, okay, no, just, all right, now. I don't know. It would just be cool if I could pick up a violin and nail the classical masterpieces. How would that not be cool? I thought it was nerdy when I was a kid. That would be one of the coolest things in the world.
That's the least cool instrument out of all the instruments. You don't get no bitches with the violin.
What? No, exactly.
You don't get with the violin?
Bro, listen, Sneako, I'm going to give you some advice, young man. Just like all suits are the same, let me tell you something. When you start rolling in some of the circles I roll in, okay, the violin wouldn't get me any bitches. I agree. I'm not looking for bitches. If I could play the violin, the fucking ballerinas of the Moscow Ballet would think, ooh, this guy's a G. And believe me, they're more fun to have sex with than the hoes around Miami and New York.
Okay.
So would it get me any bitches? No. I'm not looking for bitches. I could get bitches with the cars. Not interested.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair point. Russian ballerinas, fair point.
Thank you. And I meet a few occasionally, but, you know, the violin would certainly help.
I'm an astrophotographer, and I have really expensive telescopes. Ask Tristan if I can send... No, shut up. Does Tristan agree with the work 80 hours a week and you'll find success mindset?
I've never even heard that before.
Yeah.
Maybe, but don't spend the 8 hours doing the same thing. I mean, that might apply, but I mean, if you're working at McDonald's, 80 hours a week is going to burn all your free time. And I used to work at McDonald's for 3 years. I ain't shitting on people who work in fast food. I used to do it. But 80 hours a week, do something else. 40 hours a week working, 40 hours a week working on yourself and exploring new ideas. So, but these questions, as interesting as you are as a host, are getting very, very dull.
Yeah,
I think you've asked me.
The last one, it was like, how do I make friends? So I think we asked everything. It was great to have you on, Tristan. It was really nice to meet you and finally talk to you. I'm going to hold you to that. When I get that million, chat,
you do $1 million.
That too. He clipped that part.
You do $1 million a year, I will personally throw you a party to congratulate you. And it doesn't need to be January to December. Just show me 1 month of 1 year, the exact next month. You can start your $1 million year right now.
Bet.
This time next year, if you've made $1 million in income, I will throw you a party as a congratulations. Because
in Romania? Where at?
I can't tell you, bro. It's gonna be a surprise. Right. But my parties don't fuck around. Trust me, it's gonna be a good one, and you're gonna have a good time. But yeah, you know, I try to motivate people. That's the essence of my message. I hope everyone who's listened to me today has learned something. I hope I've motivated you young men to do something more positive with your free time. Find me on Instagram, Talisman Tate, and don't DM me your business ideas. Simple as that.
Leave him alone. It was great to have you on. I'm gonna get a better.
God bless you, Sneako. Have a wonderful night, man. Good talking. Bye.
Bye. W chat. Bro, that was some terrible fucking super chats you were asking. You guys are terrible interviewers. No funny shit. You guys are really bad at asking questions of this. How do I make friends? I got fucking Talisman Tate on the stream, and you're asking how do I make friends? Come on, man. Jesus. Disappointed. Even he's like, oh, I like being on, but you're boring the shit out of me with these questions. Chat, what the fuck was that? W. I said it was going to happen. Shout out to Tristan. I want to get some better suits. He little bit with the fucking violin and Russian ballerinas. I understand. I'm fucking astrology hoes. He's fucking Russian ballet. God damn it. He's fucking Black Swan. There's levels to this shit. Oh shit. There's levels to this shit. I did not even consider them as an option. He really pulled out the Russian ballerina card. He was right. Alright, we have a JIDION E-Day coming up, chat. This stream is still going to keep getting better and better. We got a JIDION E-Day. I don't know if he's going to bail on me again. If he does bail on me again, we got to spam with Dion. But L3 did make a reaction to JIDION. I want to fucking roast his ass right now. W one more time, man. Thanks again, Tristan, for having him on. Chat. Oh, shit. Sorry. Fix it. It's better, right? Fix. Okay, chill out. L audio, L streamer, I know. L3 calling out JIDION again. Ugh. Yeah, JIDION. You kind of look like a monkey. I know I'm woke, JIDION, but you look like an orangutan. Like, literally, I don't even understand it. It's fixed, right, chat? Yo, more W's, but I am disappointed. Next time we got a guest like that on, get your super chat questions way better. Oh my God, you say, tell Tristan I can sell him my telescope. Shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. You really think I'm gonna say, yeah, DM this random guy that has a fucking telescope. Shut up. How do I make friends? Bro, you guys asked the worst questions. Look how you represented me, man. And probably one of the biggest streams I had so far. Shitty ass questions, and you know you did. You know damn well those were terrible fucking questions. Holy fuck. Well, we got the JIDION E-Day later on. H3H3's out here calling JIDION a monkey. You heard it here first. JIDION reacts to... Oh, no. No, not this one. There we go. Dear JIDION, this is too far.
So, if you guys may not... here, let me show you a picture. He's a Twitch streamer. I really don't have a problem with him. Yeah. Okay, good. I don't really have a problem with him. We talked about him a couple of times. One of them, he went to like the quote-unquote most racist town.
Why does every soy boy have this weird, creepy solo mustache?
In the USA, and basically was like, yo, check out these white supremacists. They're not that bad. Yo, these KKK guys are super nice. And anyway, we lightly criticized him for that. And then we watched one of his old videos. You guys remember it was when he went shirtless to Best Buy.
Shirtless to Best Buy. Chat. L3, if you used to be a fan of him and now you realize how much he sucks. And I was talking about it with Tristan. This is what I'm talking about. There's a certain demographic online that either promotes ambition or complacency. The left, more often than not, pretty much all the time, is preaching mediocrity. Stay here, don't change, life is hard, I'm afraid of a debate. Pussies! And then there's people who want to be ambitious and who want to grow. Pay attention. Do you hear his voice? You can hear, yeah, this is that. I'm gonna be fat forever. Left.
And started like fucking with an employee there. And we called him a douche. But look at this thumbnail, bro. He called it JIDION reacts to H3 showing liberal racism on his podcast. That's so. I was like, okay, if you want to say that I'm like a liberal racist, I'm willing to.
You are. You're like the guys in Get Out who be like, I voted for Obama 3 times if I could.
Hear you out, because obviously I don't want to be that. But he doesn't really say anything about it. But look at this thumbnail. He shows me saying, look at him acting like an orangutan. What the
L3 call him a monkey?
Fuck, bro? That's some crazy shit to put on the internet. Just pulling that out of thin air. That shit's too wild, isn't it? No, I'm not.
Yeah, that's something that you do. False accusations. Now how wild does it seem to put words in someone else's mouth and accuse somebody of something that they didn't do? Fucking calling the Tate brothers traffickers every fucking day on your podcast. Yeah, how does it feel? How does it feel? You monkey caller?
Easily offended, to be honest, and people say a lot of shit about me.
People say a lot of shit about me. You're just not funny anymore, and you suck, and you're afraid of debates, and you're a pussy.
So at this point, I'm used to it, and it, for the most part, it doesn't really bother me. But this thumbnail actually did bother me, because when I saw that, I was like, "What? Did I say something like that?" Because that's kind of an insane thing. I mean, it's like straight defamation, bro. Look at him act like
Ethan Decline in the chat
like an orangutan with a text bubble coming out of my mouth. I was like, hell nah, dude. Let's watch the video a little bit.
It's just so low energy. Every time I react, yeah, this is just like so bad. I can't believe he'd do that. I love my wife. This is disgusting. They're like literally trafficking. This is problematic. It's a podcast. Speed up.
That pissed me off though, dude.
You want to pull it up yourself so you can be pausing?
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah.
Actually, he unlisted it. I don't know why. He unlisted it recently.
We saw that he had a strike on his, totally unrelated to this, given to his account, and so
Free JIDION!
He might just be unlisting things to avoid controversy and avoid trying to get another strike.
Yeah, he just got a second community guideline strike.
Yeah, and his TikTok too, he said is down.
Oh, he lost his TikTok too?
And he lost his TikTok too. Free JIDION, man! It's people like you who never get in trouble. You just say, man, I have a mustache.
Gee, I can't imagine why.
That might have just been that he had a video taken down from TikTok, though. Not
Yeah,
right.
it's just all happening right now.
I just can't imagine why this guy keeps getting in trouble. He's so responsible. He just always...
It's so boring. It's so... What type of think about it, chat. Think about what type of person is a fan of him, who sits there and wants him. This is like,
This is very thoughtful before he says stuff. But okay, I'm gonna try to be delicate because this is the new me, right? So here he is reacting. It all kind of takes place in the last part. He's reacting to us.
He's reacting to us reacting.
Very meta, yeah.
Yes.
Much more minor.
And now I'm reacting to him. Oh my god, chat, I'm sorry. L stream in the chat for how many fucking boxes there are right here. Reacting to a reactor to a reactor to this is crazy. I understand. This is the shit that makes me realize I gotta go outside more. I get it. L stream, this is stupid as fuck. But it would not have to be like this if L3 Ethan Decline wasn't too much of a fucking pussy to avoid debates. I'm 20 years younger than him. Debate me whenever, pussy. Fresh and Fit wants to get him on a debate, and you know what he said? Are you guys jabbed? It's like, what if it's not 6 feet apart? Fucking annoying. I just watched it yesterday on the stream. He had Steven Crowder on and he brought a guy in backup. It was titled Steven Crowder Debates L3, and he didn't even fucking debate him. He's too much of a fucking 40-year-old baby to have a conversation that doesn't go in his direction. So now we gotta have 4 boxes back to back of this fucking nonsense because he's a bitch.
Yeah.
He's like, bro, I went and met the leader of the KKK. He's actually a really good guy, you
Yeah,
guys.
he didn't shoot.
This can be solved right now. I know right now if I called JIDION up, he would pick up. L3 is just gonna say yeah with this fucking greet. I get it. I know this is annoying.
Leader of the KKK. He's actually a really good guy, you
Yeah,
guys.
he didn't.
Okay.
Now that's a funny joke. I mean, come on, bro.
It's so, bro. Did you hear how much dead air there was in the podcast? Chat. If I ever have dead air for that long, spam L for me because this is just. The whole job is to talk and be entertaining. Listen to it. Listen.
I mean, come on, bro.
What?
I was just having fun in this video, but that actually pissed me off, bro.
Oh, really?
That actually really pissed me off. That actually...
There he goes, defending his good buddy, the head of the local KKK. You know, you went too far. This is my good buddy, Nathaniel Klansman. He's a great guy.
And I'm gonna get pissed off about it.
JIDION just can't stop defending KKK members.
It really pissed me off, actually.
Woo-wee.
Guys, 4K, this is liberal racism.
Facts.
4K, this is liberal racism. And the crazy thing about it is they can't wrap their minds around what liberal racism is. In their minds, there's no way a liberal can be racist. It's literally impossible.
Definitely don't believe
patronizing, bro.
that.
They don't.
Just like Joe Biden. You remember when, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't black. Liberals think that they're protected. They think that they're so morally good. Bro, get off of your high horse.
I mean,
Liberals can be racist as fuck, and oftentimes are.
So I'm open, obviously, if somebody's like, oh, this is racist, what you're doing. I'm open to listening. That's obviously a huge accusation to make. So I just want to really hear him out here.
Get it. They never will. They never will get it. This is so patronizing.
Is that us or him?
I guess you think we cool.
So that's it.
Your podcast sucks. JIDION started to wake up. JIDION has been indoctrinated by the liberal shit. He's been canceled so many times that he started like apologizing. Oh, we had a great talk. Oh, I'm kind of cordial with him now. Bro, he gets canceled by everybody on the woke mob. And every time he feels that, because he's such a good guy, his empathy and everything. He will always try to go and squash the beef and get on the best side, but he doesn't realize that they're just trying to use him. They're just trying to cancel him. They don't give a fuck about him. But he's like, oh, we're cordial now. Bro, you're just a better person than them. But slowly, as they keep deleting his shit, as these woke people keep going at him, he's going to get red pilled. He's going to get red pilled slowly. Watch back to the stream clips. I've been talking to him a lot of the stream.
He doesn't explain why or what that even means. It just seems to be that because I'm criticizing him, I'm a liberal racist. And actually,
what the fuck was that? What was that? Did you hear that?
Liberal racist.
Did Ethan just glitch? Is Ethan really declining?
Liberal racist. And
what was? Did he rib it?
Actually, he called it 4K, so it must be super obvious. But what's crazy about JIDION is that he accuses me of being a liberal racist. And then this motherfucker has the... Pull up that thumbnail again. From that short clip, people were sending me this thumbnail. Look at him act like an orangutan. Now, bro, this is so fucked up on so many levels.
You know what else is fucked up? Lying and saying that the Tate brothers are human traffickers when you know damn well they're not. Hypocrite.
First of all, you're putting out this racist trope. Okay, you're putting it out there.
You're putting it out that the Tate brothers are traffickers.
You're attributing something horrifically racist with a chat bubble, meaning I verbatim said that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's kind of interesting how JIDION is practically, because he's gone full circle and become
Can you talk faster?
Social justice warrior. Because it's like everybody he sees he's calling everybody racist.
Well, if I could stop you, in his defense, the KKK guy he's okay with.
Yeah, that right. What I said was too far.
Yeah.
No, but it's like, dude, if you're gonna call me racist, I'm interested to hear what you've said. And by the way, I agree that liberals can be racist. I don't agree that they can't. And I've said and done racist things. And you know, I'm always open to hearing and learning from it. But the one thing that's
that's why he acts like such a liberal fucking cuck now. Is he used to be funny. He used to not give a fuck, and then they're like, you're racist, and then he just succumbed to the pressure. He succumbed, is that the word? He gave in. He started apologizing. He adjusted his whole material. He stopped being funny, and he sits there and ribbits. Exercising is for
fucked up. You can't put that out, dude. You can't do that in a thumbnail. That's insane. That's fucking insane. With the title, JIDION reacts to H3 showing liberal racism on his podcast. Also,
so like maybe because it is unlisted now, which we discovered just at like an hour before the show. Is it possible this is all the fault of like his editor or something? And
hell no.
Maybe even told them to take it down.
I
just
doubt
giving
it.
that possibility, because I do think we hadn't responded to it yet, and he unlisted the video. So like,
send me the link of the. Oh, here it is. But I think it has more to do with the second strike.
Yeah, I think it's the second strike.
Because this is community guidelines territory with that thumbnail.
Right.
And it may have been age restricted or just matured. Oh, he commented on it, bro. He commented on it.
I told you. Yeah,
Let's go.
He pinned that comment.
I missed the old H3. Pinned
That's why
by
I said
Gideon
that's what we
Premium.
should
That's
title
his main
today's
channel,
video.
bro. Let's go. No plausible deniability for our boy. This is on JIDION Premium, and his main channel commented that.
Well, there goes that theory.
Let's fucking go.
What is he excited about?
I was trying to give him an out.
I know.
Chat, how many people in here used to watch this fucking guy, bro? I feel guilty. I even bought his merch, man. I mean,
Probably the H3 haters. They're saying you already got your second strike. Watch out. He's going to call Susan, get you removed. All the conspiracy
you
theories.
think so?
Oh,
these are the people that are best friends with Susan.
I'm already seeing it a little bit. Yeah.
Call up Susan.
I didn't report it. I'm not doing anything. I just think it's
We
insane.
talked about it until now.
You're right.
I don't know how that would be possible.
Bro, of course I'm gonna say it. Like, why am I the asshole? If he gets, why am I the asshole for this fucking thumbnail? Like, sorry, dude. Your age is showing, and that's fine. Let's read some comments. I'm sure they're good.
Be careful putting it on screen without screening it first. You never know it'll pop up.
Bro, he just looks like he's not all there. That's why he's afraid of debating. Just look into his eyes, just the blank stare
Screening it first.
of cope. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah.
You never.
Is this a fake? Is this someone who's all there?
No, it'll pop up down there.
H3 hating on creators becoming more successful than him is nothing new.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Yes, because you used to be good. You used to make JIDION type videos, and you hate the fact that you sold the fuck out and have a terrible podcast where you sit and stare blankly off into nothing. ribbit. That's why you hate JIDION. But look at him coping. You see that old man, like early onset Alzheimer's in his face?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Cope! You know it's true! He talks so slow!
H3 humor.
H3.
What is he staring at, bro? How does genuinely chat? Who watches this podcast?
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Look at his eyes.
know what you mean by that.
H3 humor.
He doesn't even say a word for like fucking 5 minutes in a row. Yo, Tristan. Is that Tristan Tate? Is that his fake account? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Boy, ain't no way, boy. I think Tristan Tate just gave 500 pounds. He said first step towards that million. Thanks up the stream. Keep up the good work, young man. Shout out Tristan. W Tristan in the chat. Hey, Tristan. I want that party, bro. When I get that million in a year, it's not even a question. I know I'm going to get that shit. And chat, I want you to work with me too. Remember this day. Everybody watching the stream right now, you can either be working, be ambitious, or you could be a fucking sad, old-ass Alzheimer's coper like this sad-ass man right here. Even if you don't get to $1 million next year like I will, because I'm going to get $1 million by next year. Remember this day and work towards it. W Tristan in the chat. Let's get this shit, chat. Fuck being a sad old fucking sad boy right here. I don't know what you mean by that. Fuck that. Bro, that just motivated the shit out of you. 20 push-ups right now, chat. Instead of just yelling at a camera, like, do you really, what do you want to be? There's two choices you have right now with the internet. You can be this fucking sad piece of shit right here. Saying nothing for 10 seconds straight, or you could go get it. That's what the internet's providing right now. You could try to cancel it, or you could just try to work. Bro, 20 push-ups right now. 20 push-ups right now. And chat, remember this moment right now. I want you to have double the amount of money you have, double the amount of fucking passions. Whatever you want to work on, it's got to be twice as good next year as it is today. 20 right now. W form, right? Perfect form. Ethan decline! Yeah! Was that 20, chat? Back to this fucking sad piece of fucking blank stare of failure. Yeah. Ribbit. This is literally... Dude, like what? You're racist. You're problematic. This is bad. I hate this. Fuck fuck you, Chad, if you didn't do the 20 push-ups. If you just watch that shit, you're gay. In a video game. Gay's like happy. But if you just watch that and didn't even get up and do it. W. Tristan. All right, back to this sad piece of shit.
H3 propagates liberal racism. Thank you, JIDION.
It's just so, like, just as soon as I hear his voice, I just want to, listening to this podcast will take away your testosterone.
For finally saying what we were all thinking. It's been on everybody's mind. Yo, that shit's fucked up, bro. That's honestly, that is literally defamation. So.
That's literally defamation.
So here's where the part where okay, this is the mature part, okay? This is where I show my grace. I'm graceful like God himself.
Mm-hmm. Let's get some Gregorian chants going, Zach.
Yeah, let's get the vibes right.
There it is.
In my old age, I have learned many things, JIDION. The faults of youth.
That's the bullshit. The faults of youth is having fun and not giving a fuck and making funny jokes. The idea of maturity now is cutting your balls off, being domesticated, taking antidepressants like H3. That's why his brain is so slow and fried. That's what maturity is. Take your pills, shut up, get fat, sit like this, make no sense, talk slow, and you're mature.
Is a given, but it's what we do when confronted that lets us age gracefully. JIDION, you're young.
You didn't age gracefully. You look old as fuck.
You don't know what you're doing. And so I'm willing to let this slide, just that you took things too far. But I do think it's important.
Willing to let this slide? You just said it was literally defamation, and also JIDION could beat the fuck out of you.
Now, as you mature and keep making content, like I don't want you to get banned on YouTube.
You can't just let it slide, please?
And actually, I'll say, I don't think you did anything really wrong. I think you're a good guy, and I think you're funny. And you proved that you can be mature and squash the beef when it came to
Pokemon.
Whatever happened with Pokemon. That was nice. That made me feel good. But I'm warning you, with peace and love, you take shit too far. Keemstar's on Twitter blaming Ethan for JIDION's TikTok getting deleted. Is that right?
God, he talks so slow. This is not funny either. Yo, chat. Andre says I'm gonna be at that party too. Sneako, watch me. Bro, chat. If you get to 1 million too, maybe you can slide to the party with me. I want to bring everybody to that party, bro. Tristan said it. I don't know if this is clipped up and you didn't see the interview with Tristan. Tristan said if I could show him 1 million net 1 year from today, he gonna throw me a party. You want to be invited? You want your own party? Even if you're probably not gonna come, let's be honest. Oh shit, JIDION's calling me. L3 in the chat.
What's up, buddy?
Man, bro, he's pissing me off right now. He's just so slow.
Here.
Huh? We're reacting to his video right now. He's talking slow, and it's just, oh fuck, why are you fucking? He just hung up on me. LaDion. Did you see that H3 video yet?
Just Discord me.
Are we ready for the date? Oh no! Don't tell me the date's not happening.
Just Discord me. Just Discord me.
Chad, he bailed on the date.
No, I didn't.
Okay, I'm Discording him right now. Okay, Ethan declined, bro. Just get off my fucking screen. You're so boring. Ugh. Oh, let me turn my cameras off so I can.
What's up, bro?
What's up? We are only halfway through the video right now. Wait, before you say anything spicy, let me set up the Discord.
Okay. What's up, chat? W Sneako in the chat, man. He did something even I can't do. Got Tristan Tate. That's a W move, man. That's a W move. Didn't have to pay nobody, just from his own hard work. So, man, That's what's up, bro. How many people did you have in your stream earlier?
Like 20K. I don't know how many are in here right now.
You got 18,000, bro. You
damn, they stayed over?
They stayed, bro. They love you, man.
Yeah, it's good. We were doing push-ups. Tristan said that if I get $1 million, you're gonna throw me a party next year.
Fire.
You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to motivate it. See, like, they're already at the top and people get triggered because, like, I've got a Bugatti. I'm so rich. I've got all these cars. I have a $10,000 suit. And I'm like, man, I'm in the hood. I want to get up out of here. I want to be a millionaire. Come with me or don't. And so I think it's going to really be motivated for people when I actually do end up becoming a multimillionaire. Be like, yo, he actually did it. He said he was going to do it. There's no time to make excuses.
I think you'll really do it, man. I really think you will be a
I know I will.
multimillionaire.
I know it. There's no doubt in my mind. And that's all you have to do. But what did you think about that H3 video? We're watching it right now, bro. He's just like talks so slow. I fucking hate.
I just got off a I wouldn't say debate. We talked on his live stream.
What happened? And you're cordial?
And we talked. I mean, I feel like
JIDION, why do you always fucking JIDION?
What do you mean?
Fuck that guy. He sucks, bro. What did you say?
I just said that I felt like he was exhibiting liberal racism. I like reiterated what I was saying the whole time.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I still feel the only thing I said was I could have did better articulated in how, because I got emotional, and you can't get emotional, especially when like smart people. Because when you get emotional, you lost the battle.
What is Ethan Decline smart about?
But you know they debate all the time.
He
they
doesn't
debate.
You know that? You know he doesn't even debate.
Or he's a commentary channel. He's a commentary channel.
And he's not
you gotta be.
He's not even good at commentary. This is how he talks. Yeah.
Okay, but what I'm saying is I got emotional, so I didn't get my point across. So when I went into his podcast today, I came in with a clear mind, and I got everything I want to say off my chest. I articulated it the best way possible, and I'm so happy about myself, man.
What was he being liberal racist about? I was a little bit behind. I'm not even sure what he did.
So in one point of the video, it was when the because I watched the whole video. There was like little jabs here and there throughout the video, but like I really didn't take any offense. I was just laughing about it. But it was just the part where he was talking about he said that I was campaigning for the neo-Nazis, and there he goes campaigning for the neo-Nazis. To me, it felt like he was basically calling me an Uncle Tom. So I was just like, I told him shit up. I said that was liberal racism, and then he was kind of saying, "Oh no," but I feel like he might not agree, and it's not for him to agree. But I feel like anybody that watches it, I feel like I got my point across to the point where it's like either you saw the liberal racism or you just want to be ignorant and deny it. I can't help that, but we talked, and
Can you get him on right now? Can you get him on right now so I can tell him that his videos used to be good and that he's really slow and boring and I hate his videos now and he should delete his podcast?
But I mean, I donated what? I think I donated a total of $25 and I got on. So I think that was the best $25 I've ever invested in my life to get on.
Bro, he's such a. Why don't we just get him on the call right now? Do you have his Discord?
No, we had hopped on Zoom.
Zoom? What a boomer!
Bro, it was so hard for me. It was so hard for me to work Zoom, bro. I was fucking stressing. I was like, bro, do you have Discord? Like, I was literally like, bro, his chat was calling me LaDion. His chat, because I know they call me LaDion in your chat, but I still know they love me. Yeah, but like his chat, I know they hate me. Like they literally. Oh yeah, I know for a fact they hate me.
They want to call you a monkey so bad.
And then at the end, I was reading his chat, and they were like, "He's still an L. He's still an L." And I was just like, "Damn, that's tough."
They want to have enemies, so that's why I'm saying. I was just saying it before. You got to stop like being cordial with these people because they want you to fail. It's all bullshit. These people,
bro. You know what? Someone might want me to fail, but guess what? I'm still gonna have a smile on my face and just be me, man. I don't need to sink to anybody else's level. You know what I mean? Yeah, like I'm not gonna sink. You see. I'm not gonna get like especially with Pokey or when the first time I responded to him, I got emotional. So I'm not like I'm gonna do so much better, and like I'm still young and I'm trying to get better at it, but I'm gonna try to my best to just like stay in my happy mindset because it's like once you let someone get you out of your happiness, out of your peace of mind, they've already won. It doesn't matter what you say or do. If you have someone get you acting out of character, they already won. And today, man, I stayed in character. I stayed true to myself. And, like, I literally have no regrets on anything I said. I don't have regrets hopping in there. He may still think what he thinks. It is what it is. But I got my point across.
Bro, they would be so happy if your channel got deleted. All those people are going to start celebrating. I just want you to know that. But, bro, they got to step up their fucking game. Zoom. Same shit with Tristan. Tristan was like, oh, I usually do the Zoom call. I'm like, bro, what? Discord? Like, how is... Grow up.
You gotta teach. Did you, so when's the Andrew Tate interview coming?
Probably soon now. After this one, they're probably going to see the success of it. I think it's going to probably within a week or 2 weeks.
Bro, Sneako, I'm happy for you, bro. Like, I'm not gonna lie, you be saying some out of pocket shit, but I know the overall message of what you're trying to preach is for guys to be better, and for that message, I respect you, and I have nothing but respect for you. To bring masculinity back,
that's what me and Tristan were talking about. They're trying to make us weaker and weaker. They want us to be like L3, taking antidepressants, getting fat as fuck, complaining about shit, being a liberal racist, and talking about maturity, telling you that you need to mature. That's what they want us to be. And I literally, like, he's the poster man of exactly what not to be. Don't end up like L3. Ethan decline. Fuck that shit.
Bro, I looked up to Ethan. I was telling him in his podcast. I was telling him on his podcast. I missed the old H3.
So bad, man. And tell him that as soon as he voted for Hillary Clinton, bro, I'm about to fall out of my chair. That pisses me off so much. Bro,
okay. Like, bro, just because someone votes for something, like, that's like the same, that, like, you having that same opinion, everything else, okay, but you being mad at him just for voting for Hillary, that'll be like if you voted for Trump and people are mad at you.
But I didn't
what do you
tell
call them,
people
bots?
to vote for Trump. I didn't tell anybody. I kept the secret until like this year. I never talked about voting for Trump. H3 was a comedian.
But what I'm saying,
H3 was a comedian YouTuber, and he posted a video on his comedy channel saying vote for a war criminal who voted for the Iraq war and fucking kills Haitian babies.
Bro, none of these dudes are good, bro. Trump's
a comedian should not tell you who to vote for.
I agree. I feel like us with platforms shouldn't tell people who to vote for. I really don't.
Exactly. So as soon as he made that video, it's like, oh, you're done. It's over. And since then, he's just been taking more pills. I was just watching that video he did react to you. He just has this blank stare. He's like burping in the mic. And that's what they think maturity is. And that makes me disgusted. Chat WL. And also, Chat WL, should I get Andrew Tate on the stream? I got his Discord now because, like, when I was setting Tristan up with Discord, I got the Cobra Tate Discord. So, I can call it. I can fucking...
Well, bro, Sneako, bro, I want you, like, I mean, you might be happy, but bro, I want you to feel like me right now, man. I feel happy, bro. I don't wish no harm on Ethan. I'm not even dissing at him, bro. I didn't agree with what he said, and I stood my ground while still being positive, bro. I feel like we can do that. Like when I went to the KKK thing, bro, I feel like I still got the message across while still being positive. And you can't get worse than talking to a literal Nazi. You can talk as much shit about Ethan or Hillary or anybody, but you can't get much worse than a Nazi. So if you have a Nazi,
last night on my stream, I had I don't think he is a white supremacist, but I had a white supremacist technically on right after you in the stream. I don't know if you watched. His name is Nick Fuentes. He got deleted off everything. He was like at the Capitol rioting everything, but he got booted off of every single platform. He has his own thing now. Right after I had you on, I had a guy that everybody says, and I guarantee you, L3, all these people, they hate him. They would call him a Nazi white supremacist. But if you actually talk to him, I think it's important to talk to these people.
That's why too. I think even if they have like fucked up views, I agree.
And he didn't seem racist. He doesn't seem racist at all. He just seems like he has conviction about what he says. He thinks that white people should stick to white people, which sounds racist, that he wants to only have kids with a white woman. But think about it, JIDION. How many black people say, yeah, I want to marry a black woman and have black kids? Nobody bats an eye at that. Nobody cares.
I wouldn't have offense. As long as you don't, as long as you're not afraid about being around black people, if you don't want to have kids with black people, then you just don't. That's your preference. I feel like everybody has a right to do that.
They're spamming me to call Tristan. Bro, I just had Tristan on for an hour and a half. What are you talking about? I just had him on for an hour and a half. It's done. He's going to sleep. He's in Romania right now. Relax. Damn, they love him.
Fuck it, man. Hope they're not. If he comes in here, I gotta run. You get on my ass. If you get on my ass, I can only imagine what he would say.
Yeah, he would. But I think you're gonna be red pill pretty soon. As soon as they keep trying to cancel you, as soon as they keep trying to. Yo, what about the E-Date though? Where my bitches at? I want to put my suit back on.
Bro, man, I'm getting the girls set up. We said 7:30, so 8:30, so I still got time to get it set up.
Okay. Have you got it to 8 girls? Chat, do you want to see E-Date? Do you want to see me compete for 8 or 8 women compete for me?
Yo, did you tell your Discord here? Let me go to my, because I DM'd a bunch of girls. A couple of them hit me back. I think max I got like 3, 4.
I could do 4, but I want more than that. Chat, we need some.
Hey, the GOATs, Abba and Preach. I think it's great you're trying to be cerebral with your reply. Wait, I'm not gonna even read what they said.
That's Abba texting you. I guarantee you.
Abba and Preach, they are the GOATs. And bro, W Abba, W Preach in the chat, y'all. W Abba, W in the Preach.
Why? Because he said you're cerebral?
No, but it's just the fact that they show love, man. Like, they're love.
Shit, he's calling me right now. You want to add him to the call?
Who?
Abba and Preach.
Oh, shit, yeah, add him.
You want to get on Discord?
No. The chat's telling you that Tristan's with Andrew Tate, and they're trying to tell you that they're together.
Oh, shit. Okay, so call him right now?
Oh, shit. Here, let me get out of here.
You don't fuck with me?
Huh?
Oh, shit, I'm about to call Andrew, too? All right, I'm out of here.
Get your money.
Bro, here, do your thing, man. Do your thing. I'm going to watch on your stream.
Still, though.
Okay, yeah, do your thing. Love you, bro. Good luck.
Peace, bro. Love you. Oh, shit. We about to get Tate on here? Ain't no way. What are you talking about, Chad? Also, Abba says he doesn't really fuck with me. What's up with that? Oh my god. Yo, Abba, you a fucking L, Abba. Tristan is texting me, bro, I'm asleep. I'm not with him. The chat is fake my name. Yo, my fault. Bro, I just woke up. Tristan was about to go to sleep. He was probably gonna like be with his wife. God damn it, you fucking dummies. Fake news. Laba in the chat. Laba in the chat, bro. Disrupted my whole shit. Fuck out of here. Oh, come on, man. Oh, I don't really fuck with you. Dummy. Damn it. God damn it.
Did they troll you?
Bro, I was dumb as fuck, bro.
Bro, I'm over here waiting for you to talk to Andrew. I'm like, oh shit.
No, it's fake news. Fuck, I already knew that. Andrew's not even in the country right now.
Damn.
And you were just like, yeah, I'm gonna preach W, man. What? Goofies.
I just want to say, any other fucking streamer and anything would have tried to stick in here and be like, oh, he's about to join, and like not leave. Can we get some with Dion's, man? I let you have your moment, bro. I was happy for you.
You just said that you didn't want to get him on though, like 5 minutes before you're like, they're gonna get on my ass. I need to run. See, you just did say that.
Bro, but shit, if I was in it for the money, I would have stayed. And like I could have easily clipped it, but this is your moment. I'm not gonna steal your shine from you, bro.
But why are you talking about it like it's America's Next Got Talent? Like it's my Oscar.
Bro, you know damn well that shit's gonna get like 6 million views, man. That shit's gonna be.
I'm not even like freaking out about it. Like I know it's inevitable to happen.
Yeah, it is, man. I love you, bro.
Yeah.
W troll.
Back then they didn't want me.
But where did we live off?
You were sucking Abba's dick, and then he interrupted my stream for fake news.
Nah, that's a good dude, man. Both of them. But
they've been using my name in the title a lot. I ain't gonna lie. They've been trying to like Sneako's a hypocrite. Like I'm the poster child. They love to fucking roast me in their comment section. Like, yeah, he's so immature. He just needs to grow up. They love hate. They love to hate watch my shit. All those libs, like Albin Preach, Destiny, and then soon it's gonna be Ethan Decline and Lasanabi even more than he already has done. Just be like, oh my god, he's so immature.
Consider them liberal. I want to consider them liberal, man.
Oh yeah, they are.
Really? I want to consider them liberal, really.
Who, Albin Preach?
I would consider them a little bit more conservative than liberal.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not liberal.
Yeah, you are.
I'm really not. I'm really not. I find myself agreeing more with conservatives. I just don't consider myself conservative because I think it's all stupid.
Bro, you know who you should talk to? I want to get Nick Fuentes. I want you to talk to Nick Fuentes.
Bro, I don't want to talk to a fucking another Nazi, bro.
He's not even a Nazi. He's really not. Actually, low-key, he really is not a big fan of the Jews. But no. He's mad funny. He's mad funny. Let me text him right now. I think you have a funny combo.
So the chat said, turn JIDION down like 10%.
Your mic is always loud too. You just got shush, bro.
Just do it for him, man. I don't know. That was just
fault.
too funny.
My fault.
Turn me down 10%.
You do be loud, bro.
Yeah, Auburn and Preach aren't liberal. Even your chatter's saying, LaDion the liberal. Well, I fucking love your chat.
LaDion the lib Dion.
Yo, chat, man.
I want to get Albon because I've been shit talking here, bro.
Chat, do you guys hate me, bro? Yes or no, man? Do you guys hate me? I love you guys, bro. Because I know a lot of you guys watch me, so I love you guys. W chat.
But why are you so positive all the time, man? Why can you have a little bit of toxicity? Can you just say, fuck you, chat? Do a push-up right now. Yo, JIDION, let's do 20 push-ups right now. Let's do 20 push-ups right now. Doing all this smiling and positivity.
Better not be no bitch.
Chat, who's got better form? I'm gonna win. Yeah. 10.
12, 13.
I just killed that shit. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
19, 20. Woo!
Did you do that on your knees? Wait, did you just do girl push-ups?
What?
Chat, did he just do girl push-ups?
Bro, I literally did good form.
Chat, was he on his... No way.
Bro, I literally did proper form.
Okay. Chat, who had better form? 1 for JIDION, 2 for Sneako. One's always gonna win, though. I did it first, though. I did it the 20 pushes. Who had better form?
I'm 280 pounds of pure muscle. Of course it was harder for me.
You're 280?
Of pure muscle.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'4".
The fuck up out of here. You're 226 feet. 6'1".
No, I'm actually 5'7".
Shut up.
No, I'm dead as 5'7".
But why are you capping? We've all seen your videos running around it. Bro, the reason that you intimidated the Tommy in it Minecraft people is because you were like, oh, Tommy in it. Like, we know you're not 5'7", man. Come on, bro.
Oh, shit.
That was pretty even. I would say it's 50-50 of the form.
50-50.
Okay,
W chat.
So you need more girls for the E-Date? Bro, I'm trying to get ready. I got my suit on. Yo, he roasted my suit. I told you he would do that shit.
Bro, it's not 10,000, bro.
Bro,
gotta get your money up,
Chad,
bro.
do you want to get Abba on right now? I want to get... He's saying he has nothing to say. I want to get Abba on.
I would love to talk to Abba.
Yeah, yo, you hear? JIDION wants to talk to Abba. He's online right now. Out here disrupting my stream.
So I think I got 4 girls right now, and they all want you like bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like they love a nice, big, strong Asian alpha male.
Yeah. Bro,
wait, what type of Asian are you? You're like
half Filipino.
Vietnamese?
Half Filipino.
Okay.
Shout out to my Pino bros.
Do you know any Filipino? What's it called?
Tagalog. You said Filipinian?
I don't know, man. Do you speak any?
¿Cómo está acá? ¿Cómo está Yoda?
What the fuck? That's Spanish, nigga.
It's very similar to Spanish.
That's so funny.
What kind of black are you? Do you have any Caribbean or anything? Or are you just like American, like slave black?
That's the thing, bro. You know what's crazy? No, this is actually really serious, and I want to do something about it. Like being black in America, you know, people you're just black. But when I went over to Europe, all the black people over there, especially like they were just like, "Oh, what are you?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm from Texas." And they're like, "No, like, what are you? Like, I'm Nigerian, or I'm Ghana, or I'm from Jamaica." Like, you know. And then it's just like, I'm just fuck. Because obviously my people aren't from America, so like I feel like that's something like the black community really is like bad about. So I wanna take a journey and literally do some roots type shit and find my lineage.
Hey,
and like
what country
trace that shit back. Huh?
And what country?
No, I'm saying I don't know, but that's the fact. I want to find my lineage.
It's almost impossible to find out. It's pretty hard to.
I feel like, especially with me, I have the resources. I have the will to do it. I'm gonna get it done. I'm gonna figure out what I am. Because imagine I figure out what I am and I know my history, now that I know, when I have my kids, I could tell them, okay, you're blah 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 blah, and your lineages and your family is this.
Bro, it's
and
really
then they
hard
could tell
to
their
find out.
family.
A lot of black families in America have tried to do that, but just most of the documents are thrown away because of slavery. Like it's almost, for most black Americans, it's really hard to trace it back. I got lucky because my black side is from Haiti, so I could trace it back a couple generations, but then it even gets lost because Haiti was a slave nation.
Man, I'm gonna figure it out. I know that.
How you gonna do it? What's the way to chat? How do you look it up? Like fucking 23andMe, you send your saliva into the government?
Bro, but not even like just get the paper. Like I'm gonna go and I'm gonna find out. Like I'm gonna like I have the means and I have the resources to do so. So I'm gonna take full advantage because I feel like, you know, history is my favorite subject in the world, and I feel like, you know, you're bound to repeat history if you don't know your history. So
bro, but
I want my family.
I'm saying that's a good thing to do, but I'm saying that I don't understand how you're gonna find it.
You see, like that's the point. Like, you know, you just say, "Oh, I don't know how you're gonna find it." You know, I'm gonna sit down and I can research it. Like how you fucking watched the 4-hour documentary about 9/11 last night. I could sit down for 4 hours trying to find my family fucking history.
Right, but you realize that as soon as they brought the slaves on the boats, they just erased their identity. Nobody had names anymore. They took all the names of their slave masters. And
you actually, a lot of, I don't know if you know this, but there was actually a lot of our last names we had already in England because there was black nobility in England before the slave trade.
Yeah, but most of the black names in America are like Smith or White.
That's what I'm saying. Like there was black nobility in England. That's what I'm trying to say.
Really?
Yeah. You see, you're here fucking worried about 9/11. We should be figuring out about your history, but that's besides the point.
Black nobility in England, like how prominent was that?
It's heavily rumored that even what's his name? The dude that made Romeo and Juliet.
Shakespeare was black?
Yeah. It's heavily rumored that Shakespeare is black.
Okay, come on, man.
Bro, look it up.
Bro, also, I just found an article. Are there black nobles in England? Generally speaking, black nobility in Britain as a whole never existed. I just saw an article that's at historyofyesterday.com.
Say, man, you know more than anybody. You can't look at the first article.
Bro, I looked at a couple articles, but you're saying like, yo, you don't know about black nobility? Why are you watching 9/11 documentaries? Okay, I just did some research and it's just debunked exactly what you said.
Okay, good shit, bro. Congrats.
But you just tried to lowball me with info, and then that's what I'm saying. Like,
you got it, bro.
You would have brought it up. Don't try to all right, man. Black nobility.
You got it. All right. You figured it out, man.
Where did you get that info?
Just one Google search. Oh, boop, 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 boop. Okay. Oh, so by your logic, you watching that whole documentary was bullshit because if you look up if 9/11 is real, it says it's real.
I've seen like 6 9/11 documentaries. That one really is good because it debunks all the debunkers of the conspiracy theories.
What? You didn't watch anything. That's what I'm trying to say. You didn't watch anything.
What are you talking about?
You just Googled. What? One Google search.
Okay. So you find it then. You're the one who brought up black nobility in
England. Bro, this isn't for you. Bro, I'm not fucking gonna give you niggas a history lesson. All I'm saying is I'm trying to figure out what my family is. I want to figure out my family.
Bro, black nobility, that's the first time I've ever heard that. You're saying it's real. You're trying to lowbrow me with this information and you can't.
I'm not. Why am I trying to lowbrow you? Why can't I just be trying to spread some information to you? You see, that's the problem with black people. We try to tell each other stuff and we think we're lowbrowing each other.
Oh my god! So don't say that black nobility shit if you can't show any information that actually happened because that shit doesn't make any sense.
I don't want to get into it. I just told you that's for you to do your own research. But you looked it up.
Say some shit like that.
You looked it up. You looked it up. You found one article said it's not real. In the story, I guess.
There were black people in England before World War II, but there were no nobles.
Okay,
how does that make any sense? Another article says that too.
Okay, I guess the Moors didn't exist. It's all good.
The what didn't exist?
You don't even know what the Moors.
But why are you trying to lowbrow me? Just tell me what that is instead of like you don't even know what
that is.
No,
I'm not gonna tell you about the black Moors because nigga, you don't care. You don't care. Why would I tell you when you don't care?
I clearly care.
You don't care. You don't care. I'm telling you, history is my favorite subject. I'll tell you, like, I looked into this shit heavily, but you don't care.
So then, why do you think I don't care if I'm asking you what Black Moors is?
Because you're gonna just be like, well, no, there's no Black Moors. Oh, it says right here on the first one.
Tell me what it is. Tell me what it is. If this is your favorite subject, I am curious. I would like to know more. Tell me what that is.
Bro, this isn't a history lesson, bro. This isn't.
Why are you bringing
this
shit
isn't the
up?
History Channel.
Oh my god!
Because it was supposed to be a bypass comment.
Right. So you can do Bible study for 6 hours, but you can't tell me in one sentence what the Black Moors is.
I could definitely talk about the Bible for 6 hours.
I don't know what you chatting right now, bro. Let's get Abba on right now. Okay, now he wants to get on because now we're talking about Black Moors and Black nobility. Here we go. An educated black man. How do you add him to the call? Do you have his
nah, I don't. I never talked to him.
Here you go. I'm gonna add him right now.
Hey, Papa Gut just texted me. He said, just watched your convo with H3. Held yourself really well. Appreciate that. Shout out W Gut in the chat, y'all. W Gut in the chat.
Who, Papa John's?
That was kind of funny.
I hope this is the right one. Oh, what's up, Abba?
All right,
my man Abba, what's up, bro?
Yo,
nice
Abba.
to finally talk and meet you.
Yes, finally.
Abba, were there black nobility was there black nobility in England?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a stack. The only reason I called right now is I was on the phone with somebody else, so I didn't even know what the topic is.
Yeah, so I'm just asking you that. JIDION's saying he's a big history buff and that there was black nobility in England. I looked it up and I found a couple. I've never heard that before. Have you?
No, but I'm also not that well versed in the topic. So if he says so, he might actually have more information than me.
But he doesn't want to. He's like, it's not a history lesson, so he's just bringing up this stuff.
Because I don't want to is because I was telling him as a bypass comment. Right. And then he types it in. He said, "No, you fucking lied." Da, 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 da. So it's
I did not say that.
I don't even want to get into it anymore.
Well, do you feel like he's capping, Sneako?
I just want to learn more, and I just find it annoying that he's like, "No, I'm not going to say anything." Like, okay, why would you bring it up if you can't tell me?
Bro, I don't want to talk about it more because you're just going to interrupt me.
Shut up. You know what it is, Abba? He just doesn't know past level 2 of this. He knows like how to say that, but he doesn't know to go to level 2 or 3. So he just doesn't want to talk about it.
Okay, I talked about the Black Moors. Now you figure out about the Black Moors and figure out you can figure it out. You do your own research.
The Black Moors. Are we talking about the folks from North Africa who invaded Spain?
Yeah. And it was all the way to England.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Sneako, maybe he doesn't have an in-depth knowledge of it, but he just wants to like put.
There's even like you know, you guys can debate this or not, but I mean, me personally, it's heavily debated that even what's his name?
He said Shakespeare was black.
Shakespeare was black, and if you notice, a lot of sculptures of old timey things around that period, especially around the what was it called? The Dark Age. Like if you notice, a lot of their lips and their noses are broken off. The statue is still intact, but the lips and nose is broke off, and black people lips and nose are pretty indistinguishable from every other race in the world.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know anything about none of this. That's one topic I don't read up on.
Wait, but Abba, why are you saying you don't fuck with me?
Bro, you know I was trolling you. Hold up. Okay, first off, shout out to your chat because they trolled the fuck out of me. I saw them spamming that shit, and I really believed it. So I got nervous for you because I didn't want you to miss out on your big opportunity.
I know my chat's trolling me, bro. You fell for the fake news. You got to start streaming more, Alba. You got to know the.
Hey, got me. So listen, I got to give it to the chat. It doesn't happen too often, but they trolled the fuck out of me. I didn't want you to miss out, so I called you, bro. And this is out of caring. That's all. I wanted you to get that. So
you have so much empathy.
No, I want you to win, stupid.
You do?
Yeah,
but
listen, I don't care. I don't care if I disagree with you politically. As an individual, I want you to do well. Period.
Yo,
even the fact I went on Fresh and Fit 6 times last week, you don't seem like
I don't give a fuck.
You've been talking about
hold on. Just because I don't like a group of people doesn't mean the people I like have to dislike them too. I'm not some petty bitch who's like, hey, you on my side. You can't like. Yo, you a grown ass man. Go date. Friend, whoever you want. It's none of my business.
Right. Yo, Alba, would you ever go on Fresh and Fit?
He already
again? I would go back again. Yeah.
Oh shit.
JIDION, you're behind. They have a lot of. They got a big.
The reason I figured out about Fresh and Fit was when they started sending out those strikes, and I was like, what the fuck? I feel like even Keemstar and the H3H3, they've been beefing for so long, but they never sent strikes to each other. That's like the nuclear version of YouTube. If you send a strike on someone else, it's just like, bro, you lost all respect.
Yeah, but I think some people are not. Some people start doing stuff on YouTube, but they're not part of the YouTube environment. You get what I'm trying to say?
So you don't think they knew?
It's like Andrew Tate and his brothers. I don't think they're part of the YouTube community, but now they're ingratiated in it. But I don't think they were watching a bunch of YouTubers before or know YouTube etiquette like that. I know you guys were watching H3H3 before, so you guys know a lot of how things work online. A lot of people are not. So I'm not I'm not that mad at them.
Did you see me and Ethan talk earlier?
I didn't see you guys talk. I saw Ethan's video about you, and I briefly played a little bit of it. I didn't watch the actual conversation. How'd that go? Good?
I think it went good. I was just holding my ground about how he exhibited racial liberal racism. And he was like, how? And he was saying in his he was basically saying to me how I was ill prepared and not equipped to tackle a topic like that. And I was just like, how can you, you're Jewish and you're white. How could you tell me, a black man, that I'm not able to talk about this topic? And he was just talking about how I gave him a platform and I wasn't disputing anything and how I just let him talk. And I was just like, that's the reason why I went there, was to just talk, It wasn't me to try to change their mind. Like, obviously, I'm hoping people know in their right mind that what he's saying is nonsense, but I don't need to interrupt him or interject. And then I brought up the one guy, I forgot his name, the guy that went to I think it was like 20, 30 years ago, he went to KKK rallies, and he actually befriended a Grand Wizard. But before he even befriended him, the Grand Wizard would just let him come, but he would do all his things, like burn the cross and stuff. And eventually that Grand Wizard denounced his the Nazi people. And
Right.
he, you know the black guy I'm talking about?
Yeah, Daryl something.
Yeah. And I was like, why was he more prepared or equipped for what he did than I wasn't?
You know what the issue is, bro? It's like online people don't care about your age. They don't care about your background, how much experience you have. They just see something and they just judge it, right? So for me, I'd probably look at that video very differently if a 50-year-old man did it than versus someone your age. I think people got to give folks grace to learn about stuff, to do things quote unquote incorrectly. Like, don't be so hard on motherfuckers just because like they're young and they got a different opinion. I watch people judge folks. Like, Ethan's a grown ass man. How old is he? He's 40s?
48, 55.
Okay. Is he really?
I think he's 63.
He's close. He's got to be close to 40. It's like, bro, you're looking at a young man expecting him to do everything right. Even
Actually, no,
I
he's
myself
pushing
am guilty
72.
of that sometimes. So it's like, I don't think you meant anything wrong by it. I don't even think you executed it like poorly or anything. I just think you came at it from your perspective as like somebody who's your age as well, and you try to do right by the subject. And people should just appreciate it, because I guarantee you, if a 45-year-old man tried to do the same video, it would look so drastically different. It may not connect with people nearly as well. So I wouldn't stress the response too much.
Are you a lib?
Was that?
Are you a lib?
I think most of my like political stances would probably lean left. Yeah.
I told you, Dion.
Because I seen it kind of looked like they lean more right, but like, I don't think there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with being liberal. But Sneako was mad at me for having a cordial conversation with Ethan. I said just because I didn't go in there calling him L3 and cussing him out.
I'm saying
he
that
was like, you gotta stop being nice to these people. And it's just like,
JIDION keeps like having cordial conversations with Lasanabi, Pokemon, all these libs who just want him to fail, and he's always the one squashing the beef, and they would never do the same thing for him. But JIDION, look at him, bro. He's like,
well, obviously they are
got
doing
a
the same
big-ass
thing for me, because
smile
then it's
shirt.
like we don't have problems afterwards. So
JIDION
obviously they're reciprocating the same favor.
No, they're not. They're just doing it for views. JIDION's got a smile shirt on. He's all about empathy, just positivity and everything. These people would be happy if your channel was deleted, and he doesn't see past that. That really annoys me.
But guess what? My channel's not deleted, and I'm still happy.
Yeah. Sneako, you don't believe that there can be like different ways to get to the end point? Like yours is scorching earth. Him, it's more smooth talk. You can't imagine that both you guys can try to get to the same space without doing it the same way?
But it's the lack of awareness that I want JIDION to wake up to. Because he was on my stream a couple days ago. He was like, yo, be careful. They're going to delete your channel. And then he talks about God, wakes up with a copyright strike and a deleted TikTok. Like, there's a clear agenda that they have. And JIDION wants to see the good side of it. But I'm like, it's good versus evil. They literally, it was as soon as Young Don started talking about God, boom, banned on Twitch. Why? Is that a coincidence?
But I was telling him, like, I feel like what he's talking about is like just like the hot topic. Of course, it's popular to talk about the conspiracy theories. It's popular to talk about feminism and how men need to rise. But I feel like in my opinion, the most pressing issue is like spreading positivity, because that's what people don't want to preach. Negativity always sells. You never see a headline where it's something positive happening. It's always something negative. It's always something about drama, and it's just like like who is it gonna better in the world by showing negativity nonstop? That's why I don't watch the news, because they'll talk about something happy for 30 seconds and then talk about COVID for 70 days straight, or the George Floyd riots for like God, who I don't even remember how long they were talking about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think people want a mixture of both. Some people want to be able to escape shit. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when they go online, they want to not think about these stuff. So they put in Netflix, they put on whatever. They might watch your videos just to have some joy in their life. And then sometimes people want folks to speak to what they're enraged and angry about. And so they'll turn to folks like Sneako or whatever it might be, and then just feel like they can identify with that. I think both ends of that spectrum are important for me. Because like I like the positive stuff, but for me, it's like sometimes I just want somebody to like, yo, am I alone in this? Because I'm pissed about this shit too. So I think Sneako comes in and does something really good.
But Abba's kind of like middle ground, like, hey, it's okay to be mediocre. I'm going to talk real. This is my Abba impression. Hey, not everything is that black and white. You got to put one side in one thing, one side in the other side. It's not all that serious. You need to calm down. It's okay.
I don't know who that cadence is, but that cadence is crazy. Bro.
You'll be fine. It's not that serious. Think about it. Really? Nah. To me, that's kind of crazy. And the preacher's like, no, that way, It's a good back and forth.
I think that's why me and Preach work well together. It's like we're very different in terms of energy. And so he brings one thing, I bring something different. That's cool.
But what do you think the biggest problem going on in the world is?
I would probably tell you that right now it's probably inflation. Motherfuckers can't pay for nothing, bro. Bills are piling up for people. People can't buy their homes. It's like it's very bleak to feel like you have a future in this financial market when everything you're being priced out of. So right now, I think people are stressed about their bills because most people live paycheck to paycheck, and that's just tough.
You don't think it goes deeper than that? Who's causing the inflation?
Hey, bro, I couldn't tell you.
Do you know that the Federal Reserve has printed 80% of the money going around in circulation the last 2 years? Since 2020, there's 80% more money in circulation than there was before the pandemic.
Hey, bro, you saying all these numbers, I'm going to keep it a stack with you. All this stuff goes right over my head. I know my limits. When people start talking to me about economics and how this shit works and how the banking reserve, I'm like, bro, I don't know.
You don't care?
It's not that I don't care. It's just so big, I just couldn't imagine understanding it. And I don't pretend to.
So what's your goal with your channel? What's your overall message? What are you trying to talk about?
Anything I want. That's why some days I talk about Jubilee stuff and we just laughing about dumb shit. And then other days we talk about racial issues or we're talking about sex-related issues. It's like it's a mixture of stuff. Some days I want to laugh. Some days I want to just yell at some shit. It depends.
JIDION, why do you call the ghost?
You don't feel like some days you just don't want to be angry all the time?
I'm not angry all the time, but just trying to be a man now in this world is a state of constant anger.
Mm-hmm.
It just is what it is. I'm not angry all the time. I'm smiling all the time. Bro, look at me. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm not always yelling. I'm just a little energetic.
Hold on. Giga, don't he look like he always angry and mad about some shit all the time?
No, like literally. I'm like, bro, come. And bro, and the thing about Sneako is like sometimes I don't even like. It's not even that I disagree with what he says. Sometimes it's just the way he says it. It's just like what the fuck.
Bullshit.
And then, but no. But then I give you like, bro, do you want to re-say that the right way? And then you reiterate it the exact same way, and you go into detail. Like, bro, like
it's not what you say. It's the way you say it. Can you say it nicer for me because I'm a liberal? My feelings, you triggered me. It's just like, bro, you got to get the message across, bro. You want me to spoon feed it to you?
Everything you're talking about doesn't affect me at all. Like, it really doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
How?
Everything I'm talking about affects you. What do you mean?
How is it? What is what you? I like talking to you about it, but what you're talking about doesn't necessarily affect me.
Like what? What are you saying?
Like I'm saying, I don't have a race in the horse.
A race in the horse?
The horse in the race.
Horse in the race. Yeah. I don't have a horse in the race. Like
basically saying he's not competing. He's not competing this thing. He's just not like invested in it.
But I like, I'm not invested in it, but you just be saying like, damn, off the wall shit. And then I be reading, bro, every time you pop up on my For You page, I be reading the comments. It'd just be like, bro, they be like, what is Sneako on now?
Yeah, they're all bots. They don't know what they're talking about. Bunch of people in the Matrix. Like, what? Is he on drugs?
Like what I try to tell him is like, it's not that he has to say it like in a nice way or something. I just feel like, what if he says what he has to say in a way where people can't just discredit it because he said some outlandish shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you have to imagine, okay? This is what I was talking about earlier. When like if I was to give like an example, I'm not saying you guys are analogous to these people, but if you were MLK, he would be the Malcolm X in terms of like how you guys try to get there in terms of racial equality is just different. It's a different frequency or intensity. There's nothing wrong with either of those two. Sneako right now, he want to be up here yelling, screaming, calling people hoes and losers and whatever it is. That's his means. You want to be more cerebral.
Yo, shout out Malcolm X, man. Yeah. Did you finish it?
Yeah.
Nah. But I'm about to, bro. It's really good. But the thing about Malcolm X is like the way he would like get his point across. It would be so hard. The only thing, like literally, they had to lean on the fact that he was inciting violence when he really wasn't. He was just inciting about protecting, the community and themselves. So it's like he was debating in a way where no one could really argue what he was saying.
Yo, what's up? This is my new friend Nick Fuentes. He's streaming. I don't know if you're streaming right now. Abby, you know him?
Hi. Hey, this stream is getting wild. Let's go.
Wait, how do you know each other?
I don't know him. I just seen him on Destiny stream a few times, and so
yeah, we never met, but
yo, Brody, I don't know if this is true or not, but Sneako said you're like a borderline Nazi.
Well, that's what people say.
That's what people say. He's not actually.
Yo, low key. I'm not gonna lie. He's one of the funniest political commentators.
Let's go.
I want to give him that. He made me laugh properly during a few streams. So I'm gonna give him credit. Like he doesn't take himself too seriously.
This is my first time hearing about you, man. But I'm ready to hear what you got to say, bro.
Hey,
I'm open-minded.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, JIDION, don't worry. One day you're gonna end up in an article, JIDION, they'll be like, he was on a podcast with Nick Fuentes.
You'll get canceled for this in the future. I'm sorry. You'll get canceled for this in the future. It's my bad. You could give me, article writers, BuzzFeed, and Lasanabi, give me the smoke for that, bro. It's my fault that I brought Nick on.
I'm just figuring it out, man. I was hey, I'm here for it, bro.
Yeah, it's going to be controversial.
Nick, what do you think? We were talking about, I just asked Abel, what do you think the biggest problem in the world is? And he said inflation. Nick, what do you think the biggest problem in the world is?
Biggest problem in the world right now is probably the media. I would say the media and the U.S. national security apparatus. That's got to be number one.
How do we fix that?
How do we fix that? We gotta change the people that are running the media and change the people running the national security state. Inflation's a big problem, but inflation's obviously it's a symptom of a problem. Inflation is a product of the Federal Reserve. I'm sure, as you know, if you've looked into that.
I did last night.
Right. Yeah, I saw you, Sneako, actually watching a documentary about that. And the Federal Reserve is part of the regime. The regime is not just the government. The regime it's like probably 1,000 to 10,000 people that run all the institutions that control America. And America is the empire that runs the world. So it's not just like the president and the government. It's big tech. It's the media. It's the Federal Reserve. It's the banks. It's Wall Street. It's the whole deal.
It was something about the banks. I don't know. This might be a little controversial, but I'm gonna say it. I don't watch the debates or nothing, but I was watching the presidential debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, and I had always heard people talk about the worldwide banking system. It was like this big thing. They were like the worldwide banking system. That's how they control the world and everything. And I always heard about it, but I never really saw any evidence to support it. But and you can look this up for yourself, guys. I was watching the debate live, chilling, sitting down, and during the debate, Joe Biden was talking about something, and then Donald Trump interrupted him. Like, you guys remember how Donald Trump kept on interrupting him, right? And then Joe snapped. He got pissed. He said, that's why you're gonna lose. And Donald Trump was like, why, Joe? Why am I gonna lose? Because I'm against you. The Democratic Party's against you. The media's against you. Then he said, the worldwide banking system. And then he said that, and he put his head down. And it was quiet for a good 10 seconds. And it was so weird because the whole time they were just yelling over each other, and it was just quiet. It was just quiet, nothing. And then they just went into another topic. So I don't know what the worldwide banking system is, but I had when he said it and the way they got quiet, I was just like, what the fuck just happened? And then I saw no one talk about it, but yeah.
Bro, yeah, no, if you look into the IMF and the World Bank and their practices all over the world, that's a big part of how they're able to control world government. And the shadow banking system, too, that's something I've been looking into a lot lately. If you look at the former British colonies in the Caribbean, They run the shadow banking system, which is the nexus between the intelligence agencies in the United States and organized crime around the world. That's how they're able to funnel money from the U.S. government to like organized crime, to the cartels, to all kinds of shady things, terrorism that goes on in the world. That's a huge part of the problem globally is shadow banking.
And who's behind it?
Well, we talked about it, Sneako. A lot of Jews. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but it's true.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm so out of my depths. I don't even know any Jewish people, so this is a tough one for me.
Yeah.
But you haven't done a deep dive into conspiracy theories?
I saw my first Jewish person in the UK.
Nah.
That's the first time you met a Jew?
A Jewish person that like had like the black coats and everything. Like I was in London and I ran into one at the airport and I said shalom and he said shalom back.
Mazel.
I said Shabbat shalom. He said Shabbat shalom.
Hold up. Because I'm out of my depth and I got to ask you this, Nick, because I don't know much about you as an individual. Since you've been doing all this online shit, how's that worked out well for your dating life?
Well, I don't really have a dating life. I'm a bit of an incel. I identify as sort of like an incel.
No! Okay. Let's get it. This is where the content's at. Let's get some money. All right. So how is it that you're so well versed in all this stuff? You're charismatic. You got some good jokes. No homo. But you ain't getting no bitches. Sneako wants to know.
Well, you see, I'm married to this life because unlike you guys, here's the thing. If I was going out there and I was, maybe not you guys necessarily, but if I was going out there and I was doing the usual thing, if I was like, hey, everybody, like low taxes and, and Trump is great and Biden sucks and this and that, I would probably be like a mainstream person. But the thing is, I'm like totally ostracized from the system. I'm banned from the banks. I'm banned from airlines. I'm banned from social media.
He's banned from
Delta.
You're banned
from, how you banned from an airline?
Yeah.
Who are you? Wait. What the fuck did you do to get banned from an airline?
The shit he talks about.
Yeah, I was put on the federal no-fly list for a year by the government. And then I got off the no-fly list, and then I got banned from Delta and American Airlines. And so now I can only fly United. That's the only one I fly.
Are you a terrorist? A terrorist on a no-fly list? What the fuck are you doing?
I don't know. I just tell the truth. I talk about what's going on. I get a lot of trouble. So I'm banned from all that. I'm banned from Bank of America. I'm banned from U.S. Bank, Chase Bank.
It's a bank.
They send you a letter, and they say, hey, we closed your personal checking account. You can't bank with us anymore. No,
you're a walking supervillain.
I know. I think I'm a superhero, actually. You don't want to know the truth.
All right, so you got to tell us. So you're ostracized from so many things. Come on, there's got to be some women out here just like, man, I fucking hate the world banking system too. Like, yo, Nick, let's talk about this. There's got to be women hitting you up. Don't lie.
There are.
It's true, but they're all crazy. They're all the women that watch my show have just got to be insane.
Hey, Nick, let me put you on a game. Crazy pussy hits different. I know they're gonna ruin your clothes. They're gonna burn stuff, but crazy pussy. Come on, Abba, tell them.
Yeah, man. There's no reason for you to be alone in this world. You got this, bro. And I think you make some good content. You know what I mean? You make some content that people can really enjoy and really connect with. So there's no reason that some of your female fans shouldn't be dateable and sensible in the head, man.
Yo, JIDION's so confused right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna find one of these days.
I'm still trying to figure out about this Bank of America situation.
Yeah,
that's great.
But you go ahead.
My bad. What's your name, bro?
Me?
Yeah,
I'm Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes. So what are your ideals? Like I guess you have to have some pretty out there ideals to be so ostracized, as you said.
Yeah,
for the people in me that don't know.
I suppose. I mean, I identify as a paleo conservative, which is that's like the lamest thing I guess you could call it. I'm a reactionary. Basically, I believe that everything that has happened in the past 300 years is a mistake. is to summarize it nicely. I think that feminism is the worst thing that ever happened to Western civilization. I'm against that. I'm against mass immigration. I'm against modernism, liberalism. I'm Catholic, and that sort of forms a foundation of my view. I think we should have like a Catholic like theocracy or like a Catholic monarchy or something like that. That's sort of my disposition to summarize it.
How do you feel about interracial marriages?
I'm against it.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah.
What about you, JIDION? Do you believe in mixed love?
Mixed love, man. Love is love, bro. I love my snow bunnies. I
Hey,
love my
you
Latino.
JIDION.
Love my Asian girls. Nick Flores, man.
I gotta ask, Nick. How do you feel when you see a black guy just getting with the snow bunnies? Like, is that something that like rustles your jimmies?
She's
Is
gonna
that
get
something
BBC'd, Nick. Your
not
white
with?
girl's gonna get BBC'd.
Well, the problem is all these white girls always end up getting their ass kicked and left behind. That's what typically happens.
What are you talking about?
Wait, get ass kicked by who?
What?
Are you ass kicked by who?
My black boyfriend.
Oh, okay. So you trying to say we out here beating these white women? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I mean, that is something that happens. Maybe not you guys. You guys.
Nigga, this is your friend.
I just met him on stream. But JIDION, one thing I'm gonna say, you're reading the Malcolm X book right now. You know who else was against interracial marriages?
Malcolm X.
Yeah.
So he's saying the same thing on the other side.
That's not the point that I'm worried. The fact is that he's blaming all black guys for beating white girls.
No, he's saying they very likely to. You know what I mean? They might just be like, "Yo, what the fuck is this chicken? You didn't season it properly," and they whoop their ass. That's what he's trying to say. He's not saying all of us do. He's saying a lot of us.
And JIDION, I don't agree with what he's saying, but at the same time, I think it's the equivalent of when black people say that white people shoot up schools. It's the same type of stereotype. So I like Nick's racism. I like that he could be honest and as racist as black people can be racist.
This is the first time I've ever heard someone say that black people beat white girlfriends. Like, I've never heard this before ever.
That's the traditional. That's what white people. That's what white people.
His girl was black. His girl's not even white.
What they do? Well, I guess black, white. That's it's something that happens. I covered a story about this on my show a couple weeks ago, but that's not the only thing. Here's the thing. I'm halfway kidding about that. The thing is, and I was explaining this to Sneako.
Halfway.
Is what?
Halfway.
Halfway. Here you go. The thing is I value my identity, and I also have a view of sexuality that I'm Catholic. So I think that people should get married before they have sex, and they should have sex to have kids. And so I want to meet a wife, and I want to marry her and have kids. And I want my wife and I want my kids to reflect my identity. And that's something that's important to me. My heritage is important to me. My identity is important to me.
Wait, what's your heritage? What's your identity?
I'm half Italian, I'm a quarter Irish, and I'm a quarter Mexican.
So which quarter are you going to meet somebody who's like identically that, or just like a half Italian is good enough?
No, not necessarily, but preferably someone who's Italian, preferably someone who's just white and Catholic, someone who's going to look like me, and generally, I don't think it needs to get too precise, but obviously, if I married a black girl and I had like a black kid, it's like I'm not black, so and I would look at my son and not really be able to identify in that way.
Okay,
and,
I want to ask you a question. Do you identify more with your religious side or your racial side?
Probably. Well, I think the thing is about people's identities is that people's identities are complex. So it's not so much to say, oh, well, I'm more Catholic than I am white. I mean, I'm both. I'm Catholic and I'm white. But to me, Catholicism, that's a foundation of my worldview.
Okay, so if you met a black woman who was a Catholic, or an Irish or an Italian woman who was like Buddhist, which one, if you had to pick between the two, which one would you marry?
Well, I would marry neither, but if I had to marry one, that's a tricky question. I don't know.
Come on! You just said your religion is more foundational. Come on, bro.
Well, but here's the thing. I mean, that's true. And as a Catholic, I should say the Catholic, but I want to have a kid with green eyes like me. I want to have a kid with my white face. I don't want to have a kid.
Well, you're Mexican. You have Mexican in you.
Okay, but I have brown hair. I have white skin.
You know what I realize about white people?
Bro, you know how many light-skinned Mexican people I know?
Yeah, okay. Well, point being is I want to marry someone that looks like me. That's a very human thing.
But is it that you want someone you married that looks like you, or is the ideal person you want to be with is white because you're not fully white?
White people want to be with somebody that looks like their sister, low key. They always get together. Like if you look at most white couples, they kind of look like siblings.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy.
Well, and the thing is, you can think of a lot. Chad, am I right? WL, I know a lot of white couples that low-key, like, are you guys related?
But hold on, I gotta ask. So this is my thing, right? You say that your religious side is foundational to you. You're a soldier of Jesus. You're ready to bang for the cross, whatever. But then you telling me you gonna choose somebody over the skin color over religion. I start to question your priorities because it don't sound like what you were saying before.
Well, like I said, I wouldn't marry either. If forced to pick, it would be a difficult question because you're right. Like as a Catholic, I should say probably, I would marry the Catholic black woman.
Just say it. Come on, bro. Just say it. Say you get with the black woman who shares your cultural and religious values.
Bro, come on, get that black juice.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I just want you to raise children that are also soldiers of God. That's the most important thing in this.
She's a God-fearing black bro. No one loves God more than the black woman. My grandma loved God. My mama loved God. The black queen in the future is gonna love God. Get you a black queen, bro.
Hey, here's
BLM in the chat.
Here's the thing. I cut a lot of black. I said this on my show. I'm attracted to Asian girls or black girls or things like that, but it's about my priority is trying to create a family. And the thing is, like, it's true that I have ideals and I have religion, but also I have an identity as a flesh and blood person. And this is the problem, in my opinion, with society, that we want to make everything about ideas and everything is about our constructed identities. And like when we talk about America, we say America is an idea and it's about, what are your cultural beliefs? What's your culture? And all of that matters. But we also are at the same time human beings and we're real physical people in the world with like a definite physical characteristics and definite genetic characteristics. And those things actually matter too, as we're finding out. And so, does my religion matter to me? Yeah, more than anything. But also, I am a man and I am a white man, or I'm an Italian, Mexican, Irish man as well. And those things matter too. I'm what?
You're more white than Catholic.
Well, I'm both. That's the thing. Both of those things are part of it.
Can you educate JIDION on... JIDION keeps saying WBLM. He doesn't know that BLM is a scam. Can you tell him about that? Because I'm getting sick of him yelling WBLM. Yo, JIDION, that's some bot shit that you got to stop saying. BLM is a fucking scam,
I don't think, you see, you're so surface level. Like, I didn't even agree with the protest, bro. Me personally, I feel like...
WBLM?
Bro, wait, shut the... Bro, I'm just saying that. But me personally, I feel like the Black Lives Matter protests were the biggest wasted opportunity in Black American history, because out of any time in American history, when you galvanize that many people, you can make the biggest change.
So why are you saying WBLM?
Oh, shut up. Let me finish. What I'm saying is, I feel like throughout those protests, I think the only bill that was ratified was like a George Floyd bill that to this day, Joe Biden has yet to sign. But there's been an Asian Lives Matter bill after the fact that has been signed. And I feel like there's been an LGBTQ bill that has been signed after the fact. So I feel like the George Floyd protest was the most wasted opportunity in Black American history.
Okay, so why
we could have changed so much.
So why are you saying WBLM?
The way, like you say, oh man, you gotta keep the chat lit, man. You know how to galvanize the people, man. Like,
okay,
bro.
so you're just hyping it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's being provocative.
Don't hype up my chat with that fucking scam. Do you know where all the money for BLM went?
Bro, my nigga, I'm not stupid, bro. No, I feel like if you think I'm just some like liberal, like
yeah, sometimes. After Pokemon, I can't even lie to you. Yo, Nick, can you tell them about the bell curve? Can you tell them what you said to me? That was the first time I ever heard a white dude say that. What do you think about the IQ thing? This is gonna fucking shake it up.
Yeah, you guys aren't gonna like this, but I just want to preface this by saying this, okay? I love all people, okay? I'm a friend to all people. Okay?
Oh, you know some crazy shit.
I love black people, okay? I love Hispanics, I love Asians, but here's the thing.
Where this is going. Whenever this starts off like that, you know where it's going.
You know where it's going, okay? And I told Sneako this, we call this race realism, okay, which is to say that race is real. Like it's not fake, it's not skin deep, race is real. There are different races and there's meaningful differences. And one of the things is that on average, the races have different IQs. And so on average, Asians have the highest IQ, and on average, blacks have the lowest IQ. And that's why I told Sneako, And no, that's average. Okay, it's not. I'm not saying black people are dumb. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that when you average it out,
you're kind of saying that.
I'm not. I'm saying on average. Well, I'm saying on average. On average, there's differences between the IQs. So I believe there are black geniuses like Kanye West. I think he's a black genius. But there's fewer black geniuses than there are Asian geniuses, as an example.
Okay.
That's. I don't think that's too bad.
So I would just ask, why do you think that information is important?
Well, here's why. That's actually a really good question. Because I don't say that like proudly, because I think that actually it's a fact of nature, which is kind of sad in a way. I think human inequality is sort of tragic in some sense. Like you look on TikTok in this example, and TikTok is like the worst. It's like the worst window into human inequality there is, because you could scroll through TikTok and see the most beautiful person ever, rich and objectively beautiful, and they're getting all this fame and all these likes, and then you scroll up and then you see like a deformed person who's like, they have roaches on their wall and they're like, you know, and it's like, that's actually kind of a tragic and sad thing. And anyway, so I think human inequality as a whole is unfortunate, but here's why it matters. When you look at all of the disparities in the United States as an example, you look at income inequality between the races, wealth inequality between the races, and all these other inequalities, people will say, well, if we're all starting from the same place but ending up in a different place, what happened in the middle? Racism, probably, or something. If whites and blacks and Asians and Hispanics are all the same and they all start out from the same, you know, starting point, but they all end up wildly unequal, well, something must happen along the way. Discrimination, racist policies, etc. Well, if people are not starting from the same place, then that would explain how a system which may even have affirmative action or maybe, you know, the opposite of racist would still be producing unequal results. We have to understand this if we want to create policies where the country can be coherent and harmonious and where everybody is treated fairly. So that's my belief. If we want to understand the world, can't understand without understanding the reality of race and what that means.
Got it.
So do you think there's a superior race?
No, I don't. I don't think they're superior people. I think that people are unequal.
Well, hold on. But he thinks some people intrinsically have higher IQ than other people, to be honest. So he would say that, on average, all else equal, a white person will be smarter than a black person.
Yes.
Destiny, this is
wait, I need to hear Nick say it, because he believes that.
Destiny,
just so we're all on the
have
same
you
page.
mentioned Dion before? Dion, Destiny?
Hi,
what's up, Destiny?
Okay.
Yeah.
I love stealing your content on stream.
We're just letting you know, on behalf of the black delegation, we've elected Destiny to speak on this matter.
Yeah, thanks, you know. Okay, well, before
Don't do any liberal racism, though. You got this.
I'm a huge liberal racist, okay? But I'm racist towards all people, so we're good. Okay, just before we jump into this, okay? I just be clear about who you're talking to and what the goal of the conversation is, okay? Nick has a political movement, a political ideology. His goal is not to sell you truth or to sell you a critical thought process. His goal is to sell you his political ideology. So if he comes across some idea that's contrary to what he believes, or some thought or fact that is contrary to his belief system, he's not going to tell you that, and he's not going to incorporate it into his world. He's only going to give you the pieces of information that he uses to sell his ideology. I think sometimes we're so hungry to talk to people that disagree with us, we think that everybody has valid things to say. Everybody's got valid points to consider, but you have to keep in mind what they're selling you at the end of the day. If I was to have a conversation with Nick about the value of, like, what do you think about, like, the soft sciences? What do you think about, like, psychologists and political scientists, Nick, in general?
Me?
Yeah.
I think there's some validity to them, but I don't put a lot of stock in empiricism.
Sure, so he doesn't put a lot of stock in those things, okay? The bell curve was written by a psychologist and a political scientist. These aren't genetics researchers. These aren't intelligence researchers. These aren't people that did huge dives into meta. It absolutely is true. Charles Murray is a political scientist, and Richard Bernstein is a psychologist. That's fine, we're not talking about, but I'm just saying that the book, The Bell Curve, if that book was about any other topic, you would dismiss it so quickly because of the scientific disciplines that those authors come from, you wouldn't even consider for a second.
That's not true.
It absolutely is true, and you know it. But because you just told me that you didn't put much stock in those disciplines.
I said I didn't put stock in empiricism. I said I don't put as much stock in empiricism as you do, because you believe that everything is attributable to empirical knowledge, and everything should be derived from studies. I don't believe that all truth is derived from studies. I think we could derive truth from experience, and I think we could derive truth from logic, and we could recognize patterns. I don't think that we necessarily need to go and and this is what you and Vosh and Hunter Avalon do, is study, study, show me a source, show me a study. And I think that studies can aid understanding, but I don't think that's the end-all be-all of knowledge. That's what I'm saying. And you're wrong about, if I thought that race and IQ was a wrong argument, I wouldn't push it. I wish it was wrong. I've had my entire life destroyed because I say these things. You think I'm saying these things because it's like doing me a big favor? I'm banned from airlines and banks. I'm under investigation by the FBI, subpoenaed by Congress, in part because I say these kinds of things. So no, I go where the truth leads me. I'm a critical person. If you were to present to me an answer for why, when the Europeans colonized Africa in the late 19th century, they didn't have written language and they didn't have the wheel, and like why that is consistent with everybody evolving exactly the same way and everyone being exactly the same, I would probably be an egalitarian like you. But
no, it's just the idea is that, like, if there's differences between large groups of people throughout all of human history, the default position is to not know. You're the one that's asserting the positive claim of, oh, well, it must be because of biology. But we don't know that. Nobody knows that. There are different, like, indicators that, like, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. But to pretend that we have one grand narrative that can explain the differences between all the groups in all of human history, you're not going to find any academic discipline that's going to come together and agree on that. These are all hotly contested topics. That's all I'm saying.
Nick,
and also, when you say, I notice that people like you, sorry, and I'll shut the fuck up. People like you will always say things like, oh, like, you just want to see study. But I'm a man of truth and experience and logic, and I recognize patterns. Bro, a pattern for a human is you have like 2 bad experiences with somebody, you write them off completely. That's not going to get you towards truth with a capital T. That's just going to tell us your subjective frame of reference, right? Like, you might eat like 2, rotten pieces of fish and tell everybody that fish is the worst food in the world. That's no more truthful than viewing a study on something, or it's even less truthful, right? I don't like this. I don't like this hand waving of like all of the empirical data or all of the studies we can do to just say like, oh, well, I have my own experience, because you can go down so many stupid roads with that. Like, obviously, everybody's seen somebody do it.
Nick, who do you think is going to win the race war? Blacks or whites?
Well, unfortunately for
Depends on
us,
who the Jews side with.
Well, there's some truth in that. But unfortunately for us, by 2100, the world is going to be full of Africans. I mean, by 2100, it's going to be 10 billion people, and 5 billion of them are going to be black Africans. So I don't think, and frankly, I don't think any of us are going to win in that scenario, because the biggest content is going to be sub-Saharan Africa, and it's going to be like World War Z. They're just going to, it's that scene in World War Z when the zombies are climbing on top of each other to get into Jerusalem? That's what it's going to be like in America and Europe, with this population explosion happening there.
So there's going to be a bunch of African people acting like ants climbing up over each other.
Yeah, trying to get into Western countries.
Yo, Destiny, who are you fighting for, blacks or whites?
Dude, I'm not going to fight for a fucking race, dog.
He's going to be off to the side streaming it in the corner while there's a war going
Bro,
on.
Destiny, we're going to draft you in to the black side, bro. You can be with us.
As long as I get an N-word pass, we're good. Okay, I'll fight for that. No, there's not even the idea even of race wars following on those exact lines. I thought there was a really funny question earlier. I don't know if JIDION or Sneako asked it. When you asked Nick, what kind of a woman are you looking for? Are you looking for like a 50% Italian, 25%?
That was Abba.
That was me, bro. You can't recognize who it is.
Let me give my credit. I had a 2 out of 3 chance. Okay, you did it. Okay, yeah. Abba asked a question earlier. Yeah, like, what do you even look for? What does it even mean to be black in the United States, right? You've got like African Americans, people that immigrate from fucking Kenya or Nigeria. They don't consider themselves black in the same way that like descendants of slaves are black. Nick doesn't consider himself white the same way that like somebody that's ethnically fucking Russian or German or Scandinavian considers themselves white. Like, these are like super subjective concepts.
You just obfuscate. All you do is obfuscate. We know what black people are, bro. We know. We can look at people and say,
that's not true, bro. Look at a picture of Obama when he visits Africa.
He's black, Barack Obama.
Dude, you can clearly see...
There's different white people, there's different Asian people,
you can clearly see a difference. There are clear differences in this. It's not, you say that I'm obfuscating, but the reality is that it's complicated. And even you acknowledge that when you're like, well, I'm 50% Irish and I'm 25% Italian and I'm 25% Hispanic, but it's the mestizo Hispanic, so it's more white than white. Like, of course it's complicated.
Do you think that me, okay, I have white skin, I have green eyes, I have curly brown hair. Do you think that if I walked into Little Village in Chicago, where they're all 5'5" and brown skin and black hair, and said, "Hola, amigos, can I have some tacos?" Do you think they would recognize me as one of their own and say, "Ah, yes, a Mexican. Welcome to the neighborhood"? No, they'd be like, "What's this gringo doing here?"
I mean, it depends. To quote the great philosopher Sneako, on that fucking intro video in your channel, I think you mentioned that like people when you were you in Peru? I don't remember where you were, but people would walk up to you and speak English because they'd instantly assume you were American because they could tell by looking at you, right?
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Even in Brazil.
Yeah,
even in
Brazil. Or when you go to fucking the UK, like you can tell like who's American or who's British. I'm not saying that you're gonna walk into a fucking project in Chicago and be welcomed with open arms. Obviously, you're hitting at like extremes there. But like, I mean, different people look different ways. It's not just like you can't fit everybody into black, brown, white, Asian. Like it's not that clean. It's never going to be that clean.
I don't think anybody's saying that you could say absolutely, because there are people that are mixed race, but the existence of mixed race people who are racially ambiguous does not negate the existence of the races. In fact, it almost confirms them because they're two races together. That's what makes them ambiguous.
You don't
there
even,
are
like,
Japanese
what race
people.
Like you couldn't point out like accurately like races or percentages even in this room. Like it's obviously it's more complicated than that.
You're telling me that I couldn't look at I could say Sneako is mixed race. I could say
what does that
JIDION
even? You're mixed race.
are black.
You're mixed race.
I could say that you're white and I'm white, and that's
you're
not
mixed
difficult.
race.
Destiny,
you got curly brown hair. Like your last name is Fuentes. Like, come on.
Every person in this call right now is easily recognizable by their race. We don't need to pull up their 23andMe to say that there are two black people.
Hey,
I'm
not gonna lie, man. If you would have told me you were mixed with like a bit of black or a bit of Asian, I would have believed you, Nick.
But bro, if I was
Nick, like you could definitely have a 25-50%. I could see it.
Nick, but it's like so like surface level. Just like what does being black mean? What does being white mean?
Oh, we go deeper.
It's like you're looking at it so surface level.
Well, here's the thing about race.
That's your favorite thing to say, man.
What?
Surface level. That's his best way to big bro somebody. Just that's surface level.
Is it not? Like, I'm black. What does that mean? I'm black. That's a fucking color. Black is a color. I'm not black. Like, black is this is black. I'm not fucking black. Like, but we just say black.
Point being is that you're descended from people that come from Africa. And you could say, well, what does white mean? Well, white means descended from people that come from Europe. And you're right.
Where do the Europeans come from? I mean, technically, aren't we all descended from Africans? If you want to get technical about it.
Hey, Destiny, you can say the N-word. Think about it. Destiny, say the N-word. Destiny, say the N-word right now.
Why? What the fuck? Chill.
Whoa. Let's bring it back.
What I mean?
No, I said Destiny say the N-word. He wants to so bad. Just
no,
one
I
time.
don't.
One
Chill,
time. One time.
Oh, I thought you.
I only do that when I have my cozy stream on. Okay, chill.
Wait, okay, so this is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I'm not gonna lie, Nick is saying some crazy stuff, but he's not saying anything to the fact that he's gonna be banned from banks or airlines. So I want to know, what are you really saying? Because you have to be saying something crazy. There's no way that the stuff you're saying is what got you banned from banks.
Nick, where's your book?
I don't have a book. Oh,
no,
the book I showed.
Yes, where's that book?
Which one? The one I showed the other day?
You know the book.
There has to be more to the story.
Which one? I don't have it on me. My books are over there.
The book that got you banned for the banks and the airlines. The book is the reason you're on Cozy TV. The end of every conspiracy theory. That book, like.
I don't have that book. I was telling you about it, but.
Okay.
No. Well, the thing is,
the reason is because if you really go into every conspiracy theory, and I'm not saying I believe in it in Minecraft, but the end of every conspiracy theory is that Jews control everything in Minecraft.
Well, that's a big part of it. But here's the thing.
We can just call them the villagers, okay?
Yeah, the villagers. When you say certain things, there's an activist class that exists in America. It's comprised of the ADL, the SPLC, groups like that, and they happen to form they're called the Trusted Flaggers on YouTube. They're designated the specialists in hatred and political narratives, and they are able to flag, like a user on YouTube can flag a video and say, oh, this is hate speech, this violates the TOS. The ADL is a group founded in defense of a Jewish guy 100 years ago who raped some girl. The ADL can go in.
To be clear, he didn't. That's not true. That's fake news.
Oh, okay, sure. The ADL can go in and they can flag a video, and as a trusted flagger, the video automatically gets taken down. That's one example of their power. There's a group of activist special interest groups. They're designated experts in hate. They're designated experts in political narrative. And if you say these kinds of things, if you say things that go against the consensus, which is promoted by the government and the media and education and university, they will flag you as a white supremacist, a hater, a Nazi, etc., etc. And they have the power to go in and they get you banned from social media and they flag your stuff to the government. And there are people that are paid to watch my show every night. People pay to watch my show every night, transcribe it, find all the nasty things I've said, write articles about it, and then whenever something good happens to me, if I go to an employer, they will send that dossier to the employer and say, this is someone who is saying the wrong things, has the wrong opinions, he can't have a job. And if I were to get hired by that organization, they would rally protests against that organization until I got fired. And this is something that's very real. And this is what's shaping corporate America's wokeness. This is what shakes the government's wokeness. When the Christchurch shooting happened, they formed an international consortium of telecom companies, social media companies, etc., to censor so-called white identitarian, nativist, white separatist, all kinds of ideas. And who did they bring in the congressional hearings? Who did they bring in at this consortium to inform them and give them the specialized knowledge of who to censor and who to ban? They brought in the activist class. They brought in these activist organizations. That's why you have that, that's the basis of political censorship. So that's a big part of it.
I have a question. I have a question that me and JIDION want to know. So we understand that there's all this kind of censorship going on. Our question to you is, what did you say specifically around that time that you got banned? Do you know or you not know? Or are you just saying this is all like a hit job or whatever?
You had to say something crazy.
That's what we want to know.
It's all kind. Well, I mean, the thing is, it's not about necessarily a specific thing. It's broadly that I am a race realist. It's because I criticize Jewish power. It's because I criticize certain things. In Minecraft, conspiracies. And so I've been banned from many things over the past 5 years. It's never one specific thing. I got banned from PayPal 4 years ago. I got banned from YouTube in 2020. I got put on the federal no-fly list last year. It's things that my first hit piece was written about me in 2017 because I said we shouldn't import ISIS to the United States. So it's many things over the course of 5 years.
I don't think people should wake
Was
up
that really all you said?
Well, I didn't say
you're bullshitting. I can tell you're
really
bullshitting.
the only thing you said?
What am I bullshitting?
You're bullshitting, bro. Just tell us, what did you say?
Destiny, to rat on him.
Yeah, right.
I feel like I remember there being a leaked phone call and some other stuff that came out too that got you kicked out of school too. No, was that?
Yeah, that is something.
Something
happened.
about like if a white girl dates a black person, it's the same as like fucking a dog, something like that. Maybe.
There we go.
Am I remembering it correctly?
Of course.
No, you're not.
Oh, there it is.
Correctly,
Thank you, Destiny. I appreciate that.
I might be mixing it up. Let him defend himself.
I know that confirms everybody's biases, but that's not what I said. And I'll tell you.
Wait, tell us what you said. Yeah.
I will. That's a very funny story because here I was at this job training for the Leadership Institute, which is this conservative thing, and I'm hanging out with a bunch of people late into the night, and at this point, I'm like a target, okay? Because I was supposed to be working at Daily Wire, which is Ben Shapiro's company, and they didn't want me working there because I kept saying, hey, why did we send all this foreign aid to Israel? Why did Israel blow up the USS Liberty? Why have the Jews been expelled from 109 countries? Jokingly, what's going on with that? And they
jokingly,
told me,
but okay.
Well, jokingly, but also an inquiry. And they said, well, you can't work for us because those are hateful questions. Those are hateful questions. You can't talk about that. We're never going to hire you. So there was this girl, Cassie Dillon, who had it out for me because I went against the Jews, okay? So then I go to this job training.
When he says that, what he means is because he was anti-Semitic. There's a lot of coded language in here, but okay.
Villagers in Minecraft. God damn it, bro. Don't get...
Yeah, right.
So that Minecraft bullshit's not going to work. It's
going to work, yeah.
It's not going to work.
It's going to work.
This is real life.
So now months later, I go to this job training, and I'm friends with all these people. I'm there for a couple weeks, and we're just shooting the shit. It's like 3 a.m. We're all hanging out, and it's like we stayed overnight. It's our last night there. Long story. And so anyway, to make the long story short, we're all just talking, and I'm playing devil's advocate. We're talking about things, and I said, you could laugh, but this is bullshit that this happens. I think that we're all friends. And so I said, yeah, I'm against race mixing. Like I said to you guys right now, I said, yeah, I don't approve of that. That's against my values. I value my identity, blah, blah, blah. And there's this girl in there who's a total whore, by the way. And she's friends
totally
with...
unnecessary, but okay.
Well, she was. She
it's the name of a back, Destiny. I know you love women, but I mean,
it's no, she gave it up to you, but I highly doubt she gave it up to you.
Hold on.
There's no way she gave it up to you.
Hold on. When I say calling her whore is unnecessary, I'm not trying to respect women. Fuck women. I'm just saying you're adding extraneous details to try to damage her credibility to make your side of the story seem better.
He's just mad she didn't give it up. You're mad she didn't give it up.
She's not a credible person because she fucked 3 of the guys at the
Well, that's a good thing she had an audio recording, so we don't have to worry about her credibility. But
here's why I'm giving the backstory. So she was a friend of Cassie Dillon's, and Cassie Dillon is up with Daily Wire working for Ben Shapiro. And so we're talking. I said, yeah, I'm against race mixing, and these people are shocked, and they're saying, oh my gosh, don't you know that's not politically correct? Don't you know that's not the liberal consensus? And this girl starts recording me and says, so Nick, do you think that having sex with a black guy is the same as having sex with a dog? And I said, no. I said, no, it's not the same. I said, but both to me are wrong. I said, I wouldn't do that with a dog.
Wait, hold on. And I'm trying to remember because I legit don't remember. We can bring up the recording. Did you say no, it's not the same, it's worse?
No, I did not say that.
Somebody link me that. Hold on, let me link the call. I want to hear it. I need to hear it in chat.
Oh, yeah. I got to hear it.
You're completely misrepresenting it. I said, no, but they both be degenerate. That was what I said.
Oh, he said, but both would be degenerate. That's what I remember. Okay.
And here's the thing. But here's why that matters. Here's why I'm making a big deal. Because people could roll their eyes and say, oh, it's the same thing. Here's why that matters. It's fucking bullshit that in America, we have like this Stasi political correctness where what I'm saying is I don't like race mixing. And I think I'm among friends. But then I get a little girl filming me covertly saying, so what you're saying is this? No. Boom. Sent to Cassie Dillon, sent to Media Matters, published, Nick says this. Nick said this thing. Fire him, ban him. That's fucked up. That is... We can't have free speech if we have that going on.
If you're recording free speech, that's how you think. So you should say it out in the open. Why are you mad that she recorded it and put it out in the open?
Because they take it
hold on. In his defense, if I'm having a private conversation with you three
should not be recorded
on a Discord and you record it, even if I'm fine with what you said, I still feel very offended by the fact that you put it out.
I can understand that, but if you're like at a political leadership conference, like, bro, there are certain people who, like, if you're in the political world, if I'm talking to you, I'm assuming every DM is getting leaked. That's pretty wild. Like, if I was hanging out with fucking Ben Shapiro and Elijah Schaefer and other Daily Wire people, I was like, man, black people, they fucking stink, don't they? I would imagine I'm going to get fucking fried at some point.
Destiny, never have to worry about that, Destiny, because you're a liberal and you always say the right things. You know that you're on the side of the
that's nothing. Hold on, stop. Grow up. No, grow up. Hold on. Wait.
Let him finish. Sneako, go ahead, say what you want to say.
They're saying in the donos, too, that Destiny knows full well Nick did not say that. He always jumps on these as a white savior to derail the conversations. Did you really think that that's what the phone call was about, or are you just trying to paint him as a white supremacist even more?
Okay, first of all, I don't have to paint him as a white supremacist. He already says he's a white supremacist. Number one. Okay. Number two, the phone call did happen that he didn't admit until I brought up, which was true. And number three, I wasn't 100% sure what he said, which is why I keep asking, what did you say? Did you say that? Did you say that? Did you say that? And he did mention that they were both degenerate. So I was correct on every point.
No. No. Goalpost shifted. You said that I said that having sex with blacks is the same as having sex with a dog.
No, I asked you.
Did you say it was worse?
I asked you, and then you clarified, and then we're there. So that's it.
Roll the tape.
You can roll the tape. You can roll the tape. I said, didn't you say? Did you say this? And then you said no, and then you corrected. I was like, okay, correct. He said they're both degenerate.
Yeah, well, you misrepresented it to begin with. Chat.
I asked you a question.
Because that's
the only reason we're even talking about the phone call right now is because I brought it up because you tried to obfuscate by not bringing up that phone call, which was, I think, a big part of why people got really mad at you in 2017.
Listen, you could play everything back, but this is what they do. I am a political activist to which if people want to know my views, I could tell them very precisely and in a very straight way, these are my political views. But this is what happens. I will say a joke, and people that are paid to watch my show will clip a 5-second joke, post it on the internet and say, oh, Nick said this. So that means he's X, Y, and Z. I'll be in a private conversation, not with Elijah and Ben Shapiro. I'll be in a private conversation as an 18-year-old kid at a job training at 3 a.m. and be secretly, and you know how it goes. Everybody, I don't drink, but everybody there's drunk. You know that kind of environment. You know that environment when, people are drinking, you're hanging out, it's late at night. I'm not going to say things in a private setting like that the same way that I'd say them in front of an official audience publicly.
No, hold on. You don't get to hang your head.
But this is what happens. Hang on. No. But this is the problem. And so things like that are going to be selected, taken, blown up, misconstrued. Like you just said, didn't you say it's this?
No.
You mischaracterized the meaning of it.
No, you don't get to hang your hat.
No, hold on. You're trying a free society.
No. You're trying to throw your lot in with people that are unfairly canceled. For people that have something taken out of context or misconstrued or something that misrepresents what a person actually believes. So say like I'm hanging out with ABBA and we're making racist jokes at each other and whatever, and that gets leaked and the people are like, oh, they're both racist. That would be wrong because neither of us are racist. However, nothing that got leaked from that call misrepresents your point of view. All of that is true. You do think black and white people being together is degenerate. You do think that Jews secretly run the world. You do think that they're like race realism is like a foundational belief of your structure. None of the things that got put out there are misrepresenting your points of view. They're all true. People that are getting scared of being canceled and stuff are being scared of being misrepresented, not of having their accurate viewpoints shown to the public.
But that's the thing. I'm not talking about cancellation. I'm not talking about necessarily misrepresenting. What I said was there's an activist class of people that it is their job to say, if you have, because you're right, I am a race realist and I do believe these kinds of things, but it is their job to hunt down anybody with those viewpoints, even people like me that don't say these things in a way that is as abrasive or say these things in a way that's as provocative. There is an activist class that it's their job. Again, I'm not talking about cancel culture. I'm talking about an activist class that it's their job to misrepresent, misconstrue, and bury anybody with a different opinion.
You're not being misrepresented or misconstrued.
Why do you gotta keep interrupting me? Why
Because
do
you
you
keep
interrupting
obfuscating.
me?
You're talking. You're lying so much.
You
Yeah.
did misrepresent
all.
the
You're
phone
completely
call.
missing-
You did misrepresent the phone call as soon as you brought it up, Destiny.
I was the only one that brought up the phone call. He denied the phone call even existed. I was just asking what he said on it.
Okay, just to bridge the gap, Destiny may have misconstrued at the beginning, but he did afterwards ask the question to clarify. Okay, so he did off the top, but he didn't ask the question, what did you actually say? So I think we can all move past this fucking point because there's no sense going back and forth about it.
Yo, Nick, how old are you?
He's 23.
Nick, how old are you?
Yo,
23.
That's crazy.
You're 23.
JIDION, some white dude in his boxers just came out right behind
That's
you, like he
crazy,
came
bro.
out the bedroom.
Yo,
Yo, bro.
The
Yo,
sound-
JIDION.
That's my editor. That's my editor.
Listen, I don't know who it is. I'm just saying this, JIDION. I got a lot of love for you. You got your shit together. YouTube's popping, but your place looks like it's a crack house. Half the time I see it, it looks like a hot mess.
Yeah,
yeah. You got dudes walking around in underwear. I see pipes in the corner. Like, what's popping?
I'm living up to the stereotypes of Nick, man. You know, we're all degenerates in his eyes.
Well, JIDION, you're on Nick's ass right now, but did you know that Destiny doesn't believe in God?
Shorts. These are shorts.
Yeah. Listen, bro, I can see above your knees, bro. Get this man off the street. Get him some pants, bro.
Nick, this is what I'm trying to figure out. So I feel like I guess your viewpoint is we need to rise against the system, right?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so if your viewpoint is we need to rise against the system,
Destiny trusts it.
Why are you alienating all these other races
He's
and
not
just keeping
alienating
it? How is he not? How is he not alienating other races?
He's not saying other races. He's not saying other races are degenerate. He's saying that race mixing is.
Okay. What I'm saying is he's making it like white people need to fix this problem. Why can't all other races, like, why are you so okay? No mixed breeding, no none of this, none of that. But you're so let's go against the system. Isn't it impossible to go against the system unless we all unite?
Yeah, I believe we should all unite. I'm for the other races. And the thing is, when I do a conference every year called AFPAC, and when I do my conference, there's lots of black people that go to my conference. There's a lot of Hispanic people that go to my conference. There's a lot of Asian people that go to my conference.
You don't put me on
I
to
have
Nick.
Jewish friends.
You don't put me on to Nick. When I got banned, 2 kids came up to me in the street and said, go on Cozy TV. It was a black dude and a Spanish dude. I had no idea who Nick Fuentes was. And then I started hearing about it. I'm like, what? How are a black and a Spanish dude putting me on to this guy? And supposedly guys like Destiny are calling him a racist every day.
Keep in mind that when he says he's for the other races, he means he's for them going back to their countries and living there in harmony. Okay, that's what he means when he says that.
You've been writing for him, Sneako. I want to hear what your opinion on Nick. What's your opinion on Nick? Like, I'm not gonna interrupt or nothing. What is your opinion?
Nick and I have a very similar worldview. Nick believes a lot of what's going on behind the scenes. Nick also believes in God. We have but I'm not a white dude, so I can't agree with him on most of the stuff. But what he thinks about the system, I also think. But Destiny, on the other hand, like, I think that the system provides like this moral high ground for people like Destiny to be to not believe in God, to be LGBT plus Q, to say the right opinions, to be cancel culture. And that's the shit that kind of annoys me, because you get to feel right all the time and you get to feel smarter because they give you these ideas to push. And it pisses me off that people like Nick get silenced when ultimately, like, he has the same objective. He knows that people are on islands touching kids and the Federal Reserve is all fucked up, and that's who's really pulling the strings behind the scenes.
So you don't care about the other evils that Nick does, but since he has somewhat of the same view as you, you're gonna go with him to the promised land, basically.
What evil?
That's not what I said.
That's what I'm getting at. Is I don't know what's evil necessarily. That's the thing. And here's why I say that. Destiny is platformed on YouTube. Destiny is platformed by Visa and MasterCard. He's platformed by the banks. I'm not. Now, do you think that I'm deplatformed from everything because all of the fucking corporations and Visa and MasterCard and the federal government and Congress decided he's a really rude guy, he's a really mean guy that hurts the feelings of minorities? Or do you think that they get together against people like me or Jared Taylor or Alex Jones or Sam Francis or whoever because we're saying something that goes against their consensus ideology about the world and going against their power? Because that's fundamentally fundamentally the left-wing conceit is that all like these activist organizations really just care about meanness and it's about hate. That's the most asinine thing that, you know, reactionary dissident politics is about primitive hate. I think that hating people on the basis of their skin color is primitive. I think that prejudice is primitive and sad. Now, that's a far cry from saying that human beings are unequal. Individuals are unequal, and groups of people are unequal. Now, do you think the government says, oh, that's such a mean thing to say, you can't use a bank account? Or do you think I can't use a bank account because I'm saying that Israel blew up the USS Liberty deliberately because Israel did 9/11 and brought us into the Iraq War and Afghanistan War in Minecraft and Grand Theft Auto? That's why, and Destiny agrees with all of the Fortune 500 companies in the world.
Yes.
All right, just before, JIDION, can you add Don to the call if you have him on Discord? And the second thing, I want to ask you.
I don't think I can add him because this is Sneako's Discord.
Okay, I'm adding it right now.
All right, cool. All right, Nick, I gotta ask, are you down with multicultural countries, people that import folks from all over?
Well, as far as hang on, is someone talking?
Yo, Don, mute yourself.
Okay. So yes, I asked you, are you fine with multicultural countries?
I think that I think that ideally countries would not be multicultural.
Okay.
Or multi-ethnic, really. He doesn't want a multi-ethnic country, right?
Well, it depends on what you mean by that, because
if you think that a person's biology is going to determine their culture, then you think that any multi-ethnic country necessarily is going to be multicultural. So you want like singularly ethnic countries with however you arbitrarily define ethnicity.
Here's the thing: you're talking about two different things. We could say that people are different. We could also say that we live in the world, and the world is a complex place. And so, really, all countries are, in some sense, they have different ethnicities or different cultures within them. You could say that France, prior to mass immigration, was a multicultural country. They had all kinds of regional dialects. That's why I say, what do you mean by that?
Okay. Just to simplify my question. Do you think that countries that work with like having black folks, Arabs, Muslims, Christians, do you think those countries are good, or would you rather those countries stay monocultural, like one religion, one race?
I think that a country should have an ethnic and cultural core. You know, like America always had blacks and Hispanics and Asians in it, but what's happening right now is it's becoming a majority-minority country where there's no clear majority. You're going to have whites in the minority. Everybody's going to be a minority. I think that's a recipe for conflict. I think that's a recipe
Why is it a recipe for conflict if there's more minorities than like white people? Do you want? Does it mean like white people need to be in power for there to be like structure? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I'm saying that there has to be some kind of agreement on, you know, what constitutes national identity for there to be any kind of cohesion. I think that if you have all these different groups, what you really wind up with is like a jurisdiction with many different nations within it. Like, and I'll give you an example. You look at like the city of Chicago. It's one of the most violent cities in the country, and it's one of the most multicultural, multiracial cities in the country. And you have gang wars, and you have racial conflict. You have blacks agitating against whites. You've got Hispanics and blacks fighting. You've got blacks fighting each other. And the thing is that, you know, whatever you think about this, when different groups of people get together, like, they tend to fight. People form a collective consciousness.
Okay, this is good. So this is between black Americans and white Americans, according to you in Chicago, right? You're saying they're fighting each other, yada, yada.
And Hispanics too. And I think everybody's in conflict. Look at New York.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So I want to ask you, considering you are acknowledging that this is a conflict between people who've always been in America, right? Black Americans for the most part and white Americans. Do you feel like these people should separate countries to some degree?
I think that people should be free to associate. I think that because the way it was for a long time, and is, you know, a product of the law, you had sort of like people being segregated by law, by government. I think that people should be able to choose who they want to get along with. The problem is we've got this society where everybody's being smashed into each other. People are being forced together. And if people want to live in a multicultural city, then they can. And if people don't, then they shouldn't be forced to. But when people tend to mix and live together, it tends to create conflict. And then this is true. This is backed up by the data, by the way. The more diverse countries are, the more violent they are, the more conflict that they have within them.
That's true.
So.
Okay, so wait, Sneako, you feel the same way? Do you feel like we should be separating the communities?
No, it's too late. I think we're all too integrated of a country to go back, and there's no point in putting a stop to immigration. But what he's saying, like Japan and Sweden, the countries with the least amount of immigration have the most amount of harmony.
Huh.
That's true.
In America, and I agree with Sneako. I agree that America is the way it is, and we've got to figure out a way to make it work. I believe that.
So Sneako, if you had a magic wand, you'd want to separate the races and the cultures in America?
I think that's an arbitrary question because, like, look at me. Like, I'm the result of America. Like, saying that would just evaporate me. I'm the result of how diverse America is.
Well, let's say we took all the mixed people and we put them with the black folks. Would you be down if I gave you a wand tomorrow? Would you want to separate all the ethnicities?
No, because then I wouldn't be able to exist.
Bro,
Okay, take yourself out of it. Let's say you didn't exist and you had to make a good world, okay? I gave you a wand. Would you want to separate the ethnicities because you say it creates more harmonies?
And does slavery still exist?
Well, in your ideal world, there's more harmony, so no, there wouldn't be slavery, right?
Yeah, there's no slavery.
So slavery never happened.
Okay, I don't even know what the fuck that means, but let's move past that. Slavery didn't happen. No, okay? If you had the choice today, would you take a wand and separate all the ethnicities?
Yeah, I think the world would have been better if white people didn't colonize the whole world. If they just stayed in their own countries and they let the natives do their thing and they let Africans do their thing and the Indians do their thing, the world would be a better place. Yeah. I think the Crusades and everything started a lot of violence and war that was unnecessary, and things are going on.
Well, that's the same mindset as like neo-Nazis. That's the exact same thing that they think. They think everybody needs to be separate and to themselves.
Well, yeah, I guess so. But there's just that's not a realistic thing to say now. So I don't think that that's possible to advocate for. But
that's your ideal world, though.
No,
like obviously there's a lot of things that aren't realistic, but that's you and Nick's ideal world.
I would not exist. You're asking me to speak from like a white perspective, and I can't do that.
But it's not a white and black thing, you know. It's just not white people, and there's not just black people. There's black people, there's white people, there's Asians, there's Mexican people.
Destiny, you don't think colonialism and the Crusades and that's what's ruined a lot of? That's what started.
I think that there are problems, but I think we can aspire to a more than like a mono-ethnic fucking world where we have to say that like there's no possibility for all of us to be able to get along with each other. Like when we look at the divides in the United States right now, we look at our huge divides, they're not even really racial. They might seem like it, but that's not true. Like the biggest divide in the United States is between city people and country people. Yeah, we hear you now. Or you might find like huge divides between like classes sometimes. You might find huge divides between like different geographic areas, but it's not just like all black people versus all white people, right? Like what like a white person and a black person living in some deep south fucking Louisiana, Alabama or someplace is going to have more in common than a white person living in Louisiana and a white person in New York or San Francisco. That's just true.
Yeah, that's true.
So I mean like the idea that like we can divide so cleanly ideologically along racial lines in any country is almost never going to be true.
No,
wait, I mean, look at like Ireland and Northern Ireland. How long were these people fighting and bombing each other? And these are like the whitest fucking people in the world.
If you guys,
but that's
hold on. Go ahead, Don. Go ahead, Don.
I was just trying to point out though, like I just pulled up a list of the most violent countries. It's not like these are all cultural mixing pots. It's not like, you know, we have Afghanistan, Syria, South Sudan, Yemen, Iraq. If you look at the ethnic background of these countries, you'll find that they're all pretty much the same. There's a great degree of homogeny in these nations. So what do you say to that? America is ranked all the way at number 36 while possibly being the most racially diverse country in the world. So the idea that racial diversity is what is yielding this violence in society is just completely unsupported by the information.
And to add on to what Don just said, a lot of those countries, when you really look into it, is more religious based than it is racial based.
Well, here's what I would have to say about that. I would say, number one, if you look at the most violent countries, it is a lot of ethnic diversity. America is actually not one of the most diverse countries in the world. If you look at African countries and Asian countries, you might look at an African country and say, oh, it's all African people. But there is a lot of ethnic diversity in Africa. There's more ethnic diversity in Africa, arguably, than in any other continent. So I would say the looks can be deceiving if you look at it. And if you plotted all the countries in the world on a map, the least diverse are the least violent, and the most diverse are the most violent and the most civil disorder.
But look at how. Wait. Just one quick question. Because earlier you were saying
you just finished. I didn't interrupt you, pal.
Okay, he's just gonna ramble for 20 minutes.
I'm not gonna ramble.
It's unbeatable. You ramble so much.
You can ramble for 30 minutes.
I'll put a timer on. Go ahead.
I got a quick point, which is, yeah, there are religious conflicts. There are ideological conflicts. That does not negate the existence of racial conflicts. And what does that say, though? People with different strongly held views, people with different identities, people with different cultures fight. Religious conflicts are a conflict of diverse religious thought. Ideological conflicts are a result of diverse ideological thought. Racial conflicts are the result of diverse races living in the same polity. That's all I'm saying. And to an extent, we have to live with that.
Okay, Destiny, go ahead. I counted. Just 30 seconds.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I just want to be clear. Like, notice how slippery he is between how he defines positions. Earlier, we were talking about how, like, you can't, like, his point earlier was that black people are black, brown people are brown, white people are white. Looking at, like, difference between black and brown people is really dumb. But now when we're talking about Africa, all of a sudden, that place where everybody's just black, well, now it's the most ethnically diverse nation on earth.
Yeah,
how the fuck did we go from one day there? And then secondly, earlier he's talking about, like, really diverse places, you know, cause crime. The more diversity, the more crime. But what do you hear white nationalists always say over and over again? What's the number one killer of black men? Other black people. It's not like we've got like race wars going on in the United States where a lot of ethnic diversity exists. It's usually people that are victimizing themselves. It's not black people running out killing white people running out killing black people. It's just crime within communities.
We're talking about
No.
I don't get to respond.
No. Let Don.
30 seconds.
Let Don.
I don't get to respond.
No. You got more than him. You got more than this. I'm timing everything. Don, go ahead, and then we'll go back to you.
Nah, I was just saying that Destiny spin bars. I ain't got nothing to add to that. That was all bars right there.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nick.
That is, first of all, earlier Destiny was saying that we couldn't tell what races the people on this call were. And it was in the context of that I said, are you fucking kidding me? Of course, we can identify the races of the people on this call. I said, though, earlier, if you remember, I said that it is complex. I said identity is complex, and people have different levels of identity, and different identities have different levels of salience. You have an ethnic identity, you have a racial identity, a national identity, your religion is part of your identity. People are complex. A black person is not just black. A black person could live in a particular region and have a regional identity, and they come from a certain country in Africa and have a certain tribal thing. It's complex. And the point is, it's not to say, we're talking about concepts here. The more diverse a society is, the more the potential for conflict there is. If you have a group of 10 people and they all look the same and they all are the same, the possibility for conflict will be reduced dramatically. If you've got 10 people and one of them believes in God and one of them doesn't, and one of them's a Muslim and one of them's an Indian, and they're all different races and they're all different genders, the possibility for conflict is greater. Now, that's a hypothetical and that's abstract, but that's to demonstrate the principle, which is that diversity, as a rule, leads to conflict. Difference leads to conflict. Now, if we understand that rule, then we can understand society, which is that not necessarily we should have no difference, because that would be boring and that then you don't have progress and things like that. But it is to say, is it a good idea to import 30 million immigrants in 30 years?
No.
Probably not.
So 2 points on that. So number one, this is just a quick question. Do you know what race Sneako is?
I do actually. Yeah, he's Haitian, Asian, and white. So
and would you have known that just looking at him without knowing his background?
Would I know that he's mixed race? Yes.
Would you know what his races are? Because you said you could tell everybody's race on the panel.
Like I said, I could tell he's a mix between black and white, which he is. Would I guess the Asian? Maybe not.
Yeah,
Again,
sure. Okay,
so
you can't wait. Hold on, wait. So you can't tell the race of people immediately in this very diverse sense you talk about when Africa's the most diverse place in the world. So number one, you did. That's not an answer. Mixed race is not an answer. So number one.
Yes, it is.
Number
He's a mix
two,
between
you
black
said
and
something
white.
earlier
Hang
that
on,
was really
that's an
important.
answer.
You said that's not an answer. So something you
But
said
keep moving
earlier.
on. Keep moving on. Keep
something that you said.
like you
Yeah.
do.
So it's not an answer because you said that Africa was the most diverse continent on Earth, which means they can't all be black. They're different types of races. So you've defeated your own
Because we're talking
argument.
about ethnic
Okay?
diversity.
So-
Diversity is diversity. We're not
So-
strictly talking about
I
race.
know, and I get to finish. Yeah, it's the ramble, dude. It's unbeatable. Okay, so something you said earlier is very true and very astute. You said that diversity leads to conflict, and that's a really good point. However, I don't know.
Wait, do you agree with that, though?
Don over here brought up that there are all sorts of racially homogenous countries, and there are countries around the world right now in current genocides that are very homogenous when it comes to race. And you very correctly and very intelligently pointed out, well, hold on, people can have a diversity of religious thought, of cultural opinion, of different types of backgrounds, of different forms of government. These people can all fight. That is true. But what you fail to realize is that if you were to eliminate the diversity of race in some country, well, there would be other diverse aspects you'd have to fight on. So what is your goal at the end of the day? Are you going to try to eliminate the 1 million different ways that a country can be diverse, or are you only fixated on eliminating one of those diversities where other types of diversities can still lead to things like genocide? And if you are going to eliminate just one, why? If there are still people that are genociding them,
what are you talking about? Here's what doesn't make sense. Here's what doesn't make sense.
Hold on. I think Destiny's making perfect sense, but he's building it on a valid point that you made. That when people have different beliefs, I believe that is what is at the heart of the matter. It's different beliefs, different ideologies, different moral codes, right? I think that is what is at the heart of all of the conflict, in conjunction with what are those moral codes? What is your morality based upon? If it isn't based upon something solid, then, even in a society where there might be a degree of homogeny in terms of ideologies and religions, you might still see a lot of violence happening in that area. You look at a place like Afghanistan, right, which has a lot of homogeneity in both the ethnicity of the people and the religious beliefs, but still one of the most violent countries in the world, far more violent than what we can say, far more violent than America, far less diverse than America. At least we can look at that, and we can still identify that it's far more violent. Why is that? It's because the moral codes that their culture is built upon allows for that, or at least the people in charge, what the people in charge believe. You know what I mean? So the people with all the guns.
Okay.
So
I want to move on from this race discussion because I think it's mostly I want to move on because I think it's like Destiny and Nick going back and forth trying to
No, because I want to say one thing on the matter because I know they've all had their chance. So I want to say one thing on the matter. So you said oftentimes diversity leads to conflict, and as a result of so much tribal matters going on in Africa, that leads to a lot of the interpersonal conflict between a lot of the communities. But I would say like the main differences that exist between different tribes within Ethiopia, for example, aren't that drastically different than the differences that exist in America between someone from Texas and New York, someone from Sicily and Milan, someone from Paris and Toulouse. Those people feel so drastically different about their identity and their community, and that is a difference. And it's pretty much the same thing as tribalism, just by based off where you live geographically. So my question is, if you feel like diversity leads to so much conflict, how come you're not seeing that replicate in a lot of these countries, which I would argue are just as diverse in regards to how they think about things and how they view things politically?
Well, I would say, I want to say I'll answer that, but about Destiny. And here's the issue always with the debate. Here's how it always goes. There's always this string where it goes, okay, there are races. You know, races are real. If there's difference, then there's a possibility for conflict. All of that has sort of been conceded, but Destiny goes, okay, well, that's great. So why do you want to eliminate race? And it's like, I never said that, okay? And I came on the stream saying, this is my understanding. My understanding is that I don't like necessarily making a country more multicultural, more multiracial, because you know, while you may bring in diversity, which is good in some regards, it also tends to create destabilization and chaos and problems. And so we need to understand the problem. I never came on here and said, we need to eliminate diversity. I never said that. I never said we need to eradicate diversity or eradicate difference. What I said, in fact, was that, like Sneako said, America is a multiracial country. We're going to have to figure out how to get along together. But to understand that, we need to understand difference. We need to understand how people are in their human nature. Tribalism is an unfortunate fact of human nature. People like people that are similar to them. That's just a fact of human nature. We unfortunately can't eradicate that. Wish we could, then we could create heaven on earth. We can't create heaven on earth. But we need to understand each other to make a harmonious, prosperous society. Now, as far as what was your question again? It was about...
But I think the issue that everyone here is having is that you're trying to say there's this huge separation along racial lines. But what most of us here would argue is that somebody who's black and lives in Texas would have more in common with the white person living in Texas than they would with someone from New York. So I don't understand why there's such a fixation on race when really it's a matter of geography and localized culture more than it is about race. I don't know why you and Sneako are like, yeah, I think things would be better if black stayed there or whatever stayed there. I think they would still have equal amount of conflict. But
I mean, that's a good question. But
all we have to do, and you go by Cozy?
Yes, Cozy TV.
Okay, Cozy.
Oh no, that's not my name. My name's Nick. That's my website.
Okay. Yes, pleasure to meet. I'll meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Yeah, my question is though, but does the race get in the way of your ability to, interact peacefully and happily with other people from other races and other ideologies?
Not for me, and it shouldn't for a person. But when we're talking about a country, we're talking about a country of 300 million people. And so when you're forcing a large...
people, right?
What's that?
If there were 300 million individual... All right, let's put it like this. If there were 300 million people like you, then there would be at least no violence as a result of raciil differences. Are we?
No, because I'm a nice guy. I'm a sweetie, and I'm a peaceful person.
So the point
probably
is
not
really about... It's not about you. It's not about the color of your skin or your race. It's about your morality. It's about your decision making. What's right? What's wrong? How do you treat other people? Isn't that what it all comes down to?
Well, I mean, you could say that, but the thing is that human beings have a tendency to fight with each other, and you can say that. We could say that sitting down here, but what happens when? What would happen if you and I were living in the same house? That's the kind of concept. When you and I are on a Discord call and we're sort of strangers and we're talking about ideas, that's great. But what if we're living in the same house and there's a fight over, who gets to shower when and who gets this seat on the couch and who? These are the kinds of things that happen in a dense.
Wait, do you think you'd fight with him
population.
because he's black over that?
I wouldn't fight about stuff like that. And
hold. I want to hear the answer to Destiny's question.
Well, yeah. Would you fight more with a black person over who gets to use the shower?
Yes. And here's why. Because
Let him answer. Let him answer.
Hey, look, listen. Hey, here's the thing.
Let him answer. I want to hear this.
If you believe in the same ideology as Visa, MasterCard, and Disney and the Federal Reserve, that everybody is exactly the same and racial conflict isn't real and race isn't real, then yeah, that's fucking hilarious. And we could all laugh about it and we can wonder why America's going down the tubes right now.
But here's the thing. Side with in prison? White people stick with the white people, black people stick with black people, and they're obviously going to fight a white person. A black person going to fight with a white person, and a white person going to fight with a black person over the shower.
Hold on. Why are we talking about prison?
Because prison is where people gang up. That's when we don't have like Discord, and that's where people act in their natural state. People are very likely to.
Prison is literally the least natural place you can be. You're literally locked in there with more rules than any other part of society.
Fighting for your survival.
Prison is literally the least natural environment for a human being.
Why is that we gang up by race in jail?
The reason they do that is just because of tribalism in a survival-like environment. If I threw people in the jungle and then they only had a few morsels to feed off, I'd imagine they find some ways, either men with the men or tall people and big strong people with the big strong people.
No, but they find ways. They pick race. So doesn't that apply to Nick's logic?
Well, here, let me explain what I was trying to say by the house example. The point is, proximity and competition over resources creates racial conflict. That's my point. And this is what goes on in a city. In a city, you've got large groups of different kinds of people living together, and then you get things like racial inequality. Then you get things like income inequality. And then guess what happens? The black people start to say, well, hang on. Why is it that our income is low compared to the white people? Why is it that our unemployment is high compared to the white people? This is where resentment and animus begins, because of the natural difference between people. Difference in cultures, behaviors, habits, customs.
Difference in genes.
These kinds of
That's
things.
what you mean. Difference in genetics.
Because they're different, Destiny. They're different on many levels.
Well, just say what you mean. You mean difference in genetics.
Destiny, you're such a rat the way you debate.
I just want you to be clear. You mean
we have Sneako,
black?
we have
I'm not being
Sneako,
sneaky.
we have Sneaky. You're sneaky. Because
I'm just trying to be. When you say, I just want to be clear what we're talking about. We don't. Hold on.
Hey, shout out, white on white violence. W in the chat. Let's go. Keep it going.
Get out of here.
Hang on, because we could argue.
Destiny.
I'm just saying. Let's just be clear. When we say black people are different, we mean culturally. We mean biologically different. You mean biologically different.
That's a completely different conversation. We could argue if the differences come from history or whether they come from genetics. That's a separate conversation.
You're a race realist, so they come from genetics.
The point is there's difference, and you're derailing this because you don't like what I'm saying.
No, it's the point.
The point is people are different. People are different. People living in Chicago are different. Little Village is different than Inglewood. Inglewood is different than Lincoln Park. Now, we could debate about why they're different, but the point is they're different. And over time, because they're forced to be in proximity, there will be conflict between them. And that is borne out by the history of the United States of America, which is a history, in some sense, of racial conflict. And that started when the Europeans settled in the North American continent and fought with the Indians. That's true when they fought with the Mexicans. That's true when they fought. It's a constant history of tribal fighting. And the question is not, do we eliminate difference? Do we eliminate, because you can't do that. The point is, do we eliminate diversity? Because we can't do that. The question is, what kinds of policies do we want in a country? Do we want policies in a country that are going to destabilize America with too much diversity? Or do we want a more sensible policy where we can try to get a grip on the kinds of conflicts that we already have?
Okay.
So
to deal with the heart of the matter. I think that's what it all comes down to. Because you're talking about proximity, right? And like I've lived with like two different white families just as a result of me. I'm an immigrant, wasn't living with my family, going to college, live with white people. We got along just fine. They're like family to me. And so the point I'm making is, what mattered, though, wasn't the color of their skin and the color of my skin. What mattered, and it wasn't even cultural because they Californians, Jamaican, completely different lifestyle ideologies. What mattered at the end of the day was that their morals were founded on good values, good solid values, and so are mine. And I'm not a thief, I'm not a liar, I'm not a hateful person. Same goes for them. So it was easy to get along. So the difference is that all it really comes down are to the matters of the heart. And it's not as if like you just take anybody from Chicago, like what you're saying, and you take anybody from, I don't know, East Village or wherever you mentioned, and put them together, that automatically means they're going to have conflict. Not if their values, their morality is aligned, and those morals are based on good, solid morals. And so that's really what it is. So I agree with you. Yes, the solution is not to try and,
Well, Don, I'm not sure how much you agreed. Did you know that Nick is a Catholic?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. He's literally Catholic.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's not surprising.
So we're supposed to fight now? See? So now he has a problem with that.
No. I got to bring it back. Don, you want to hear something crazy? This man identifies with being Catholic more than he does white, but he wouldn't marry a black Catholic woman over a Russian Buddhist.
Yeah, well, that's because, Catholicism is, what I'm saying?
Oh, yo, tell him, Don. Tell him that, put him on that soldier of God shit.
So, well, wait a second. You're telling me all this stuff about the heart and the heart, Don, the heart, and we're all supposed to hold hands and sing together. But you don't care for Catholicism.
There's obviously a problem going on in your heart if you feel those ways. That is not
okay. There you go. There it is. There it is.
No, yes, and that's that. I'm confirming what I said, and what you're saying right now. It's all about the heart. It's all about.
Nick, do you not think you're contradicting the Bible by everything you're saying?
Which part?
Love your enemy like your neighbor, or love your neighbor.
He says he loves everybody.
There's multiple instances in the Bible where, because Jesus is literally Hebrew. He messes with Roman soldiers, all these different races. Israel was just a melting pot of so many different people and so many different cultures, and we're supposed to live like Jesus. Does it not say in Catholic? Isn't it Catholic people you have to live like Jesus? Yes or no?
Yeah.
I mean,
but you're talking about separating when Jesus lived with all these different races. So how you like?
Okay, but all I'm saying is that people are different. Okay, races are real. And people are different, and difference leads to conflict, and so as a country, we need to manage that. I'm not saying I treat like I've been kind to you
but
guys,
who needs
and
to
I would
manage that?
treat people differently based on the race.
But he needs to manage that. Like who? Because you said there has to be a culture in power for everything to run. So there has to be more people. There have to be more people in higher positions of that culture or of that race. So what race do you think needs to be in power here in America?
I didn't say that. I said there needs to be.
You literally said that earlier.
I said there needs to be a cultural and a demographic core. I said,
what should the cultural and demographic core of America be? What race?
It should be white. It should be white.
Okay,
the cultural and demographic. Well, hang on. But you're talking about something completely different.
You're doing so good, man.
Let's go. Hey, boys, we got. I'll just play that.
See, the thing is, what Destiny is doing is trying to derail it by lobbing bombs in here because it's actually.
Let me go after him
complex.
real quick, okay? Let me go after him.
And here's why. Because it's actually a complex conversation, but he's going to appeal to a lot of people's preconceived notions, which is based on liberal propaganda, so that people go for the ready-made. He said. It's like, but it's complex. He's
okay, so let me
can I just say one thing? Nick, would you admit now this call's gone long that you actually identify more with your whiteness than you do your religious identity?
Not at all. Not even a little bit.
I mean, but it says right here in Matthew 22, right? Teacher, which is the greatest commandment in the law? And he said to them, you shall love the Lord God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the great and foremost commandment. The second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah, but he wants to make all of his neighbors.
Obama,
he wants to make all of his neighbors white. So that's
Nick. How did you feel when Obama was in power and the first lady was Michelle? How did you feel when in 8 years of blackness, the White House was the Black House?
If you identify with your Christian faith, right, or with your Catholic faith, and in Catholicism, you identify Jesus Christ as God, right, as Lord and Savior, as okay, right? And so if your God, he who created you and the entire world that you live in, commands you, right? It says, transgression of the law is sin. And he says, if you love me, you will obey my commandments. And so if God says he commands you to love your neighbor to the exact same extent that you love yourself, you don't believe that the way you're talking right now is contradicting that? You think Jesus would be in agreement with you?
In what way is what I'm saying contradicting that?
Do you think
Please, tell
that
me.
the views you are?
No, please don't ask me. Don't answer a question with the question. What have I said that contradicts what you just read from the Bible?
You literally said that you don't agree with race mixing. You feel like everybody should be separate. You feel like one race should be in power.
Okay, you know, you said all those things, and I've said that I don't believe all those things, but yet you keep saying them for some reason.
You literally just reiterated that. You said white people should be. You literally said that.
Nick, I got to say.
Well, I just want to be real clear, just because you come in for early, Brent mentioned it, okay? Just real quick, and then you guys go. It's not even a question. So this is something you should keep in mind, okay? Whenever I'm asking you questions, Nick, I'm just asking you to clarify your positions. I'm not accusing you of anything. Even the phone call, I'm just saying, did you say this? Did you do this? Do you believe this? That's all I'm asking.
You just misrepresented the question.
If it makes you uncomfortable,
misrepresented it on accident.
See how you won't let me finish talking? It's because it's making you uncomfortable.
Because you're lying. Because
it's making you uncomfortable.
You're always just asking questions, but what you do is you misrepresent it, and everybody.
Now you have to go on another ramble because you're uncomfortable. That's what you're doing right now. You're rambling because you're uncomfortable.
You tell lies, but you can finish your lies.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's not. I haven't lied. I'm not even making a statement.
You did.
All I'm saying. See how you're uncomfortable? So all I'm doing is I'm asking you a question to clarify your position. If it makes you uncomfortable to clarify your positions, that's your problem, not mine. If you ever feel like, for the rest of this call, whenever we talk, that I'm asking you an unfair question, feel free to turn around and ask me the exact same question, and I will give you a real answer, like a real person. And I won't sit here and go on a 17-minute tangent where I redefine 50 words and talk about, well, in 1776, blah, 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 blah. That's all I'm saying. Because earlier, Nick is accusing me of obfuscating. I'm not obfuscating. I'm just asking for clarification. You're the one that has to obfuscate every time you start to dance around an uncomfortable topic, like trying to say that black people are intrinsically, biologically different than white people on a call with 4 other black people. So I'm just trying to make sure that you're being honest with what you believe.
I'm not dancing around that. I said that.
Nick, do you think that white people should control America?
How are we different? How are we different?
Well, hang on.
Oh, no,
What does that mean? What does that mean? White people should control?
I'm asking you, should white people be in charge of America?
What does that mean? In what way?
Oh my God.
Should they be the should they be the race that's in charge? Should they be the dominant race? Should they be the majority? Should every other race be the minority? Should they be the people in power? Should there be a white president? Should there be a white people in Congress, the majority? Should the police officers be white? Should judges be white? Should the people teaching be white? Is that your ideal America? Yes or no?
No. What I'm saying is, hang on, because here.
But wait,
and Destiny says, I go on a 17-minute tangent. Here's why I have to go on a 17-minute tangent, because the question, should white people control America, doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. So what I've said is there should be a cultural and demographic white core, which means I don't think that we should have a country that's majority minority. Does that mean that there can be no black police officers? Like, how does that doesn't even make any sense.
Okay? That's fair. That's fair.
When I go through and explain that, I'm being accused of, well, you're just dancing around.
Okay, we can have a couple black cops. That's cool. But the people that can make laws, that can make changes, what should they be?
They could be other people. They could be people. Well, honestly, I don't.
Who should the majority be? Look at how he's running from the question. Who should the majority be?
The majority of Americans. I think that we should have a white majority. I think that we should not transform our white majority country with immigration.
Okay, but we're talking about power now. The power structure.
Hold on.
And there's a difference.
Let Don ask his question.
I'm just saying. We already have the system you're describing. A white majority, right? A white cultural core. I don't get we got a few black people in a few places, a few, diversity in a few places. That's exactly what you're describing. The way how is America different now than how you're describing it?
Well, we have a few problems. The problem is that America is rapidly being transformed by immigration. And what you need to understand is that historically, America was a white country. And in the past 30 years, that America is becoming less so because of mass immigration. And by the way, this is not just bad for white people. It's also bad for black people. It's bad for it's true. It's bad for every Native American that's living in America. And here's why.
I was just saying the reason why white people are getting replaced or getting
Wait, Don, let him finish what he was saying. That's Nick, what were you saying? Finish what you were saying.
I'm saying that, what we could talk about things in the abstract, or we could talk about things as they are. And what's happening right now is that the country is being completely transformed with immigration. People that don't speak the language, people that have no roots here, people that don't share our religion, et cetera, et cetera. That's the gist of what I'm saying. We're talking about the diversity problem. The diversity problem is not that the country's 13% black. The diversity problem is that you've got millions and millions and millions of people coming here every year for 30 years with no sign of stopping, and we're going to have a country that's alien to us. We're Americans.
Can you give me one example in your life experience how some Mexican immigrant has changed your quality of life in any way?
I'll give you a perfect example. The city of Chicago used to be a city that was built by Italians and Irish and Polish and Czech and that kind of thing. And neighborhoods that my parents grew up in are now completely different because of immigration, completely transformed. And in Little Italy, in an Italian suburb where my mom grew up,
a house to immigrants, or
Wait, do you even live in Chicago?
I live in the suburbs of Chicago.
Okay, so you live in okay.
I'm saying if white people aren't there anymore, it's because those white people sold those houses, right? They don't just take them from the good white people and give them to the.
But the same thing happened. What you were just talking about. Same things happen with gentrification. There'll be black neighborhoods, and they raise the tax, the property taxes.
I was just saying that the reason why those neighborhoods look different is because those white people have sold those houses, and people of color bought those houses.
Hold on, Nick's about to explain why they sold those houses. Go ahead, Nick.
Well, not even necessarily that, but it's to say, like, how would you feel if, like, your childhood home was bought and your childhood neighbor was bought up and it just changed completely? I mean, you could say, like, well, it happened because those people sold those houses, but it's still something that would be disconcerting, and that's happening on the national level.
Why is it disconcerting?
Because there's a word for this. It's called oikophilia, which is your love of home. Your love of home is something that is intrinsic to all people. We love ourselves, we love our families, we love our God, and we love our home. And what's happening to America is our home. America is not just a place where you go to the mall and hang out. America is our home. And America is being fundamentally changed. And it's not even just quality of life. It's not just quantitative. It's qualitatively. America is being fundamentally transformed, and it's becoming unrecognizable to the people that made it, to us, the people that inhabit it now and grew up in it. And that's something is being lost there. And, we could describe why that's happening or whatever in very mechanical terms, but I want to preserve the America, not necessarily because nations have to change. Things have to change. But we want to preserve the fundamentals of what our home is like. And
Can I ask you one quick question?
Go ahead, Jidion.
So you hate when other nations, like there's an established race, there's established culture. You hate when another race and culture change the establishment that was already made to something new, right?
I think something is lost. I think there's.
No, you hate when that happens, right?
You don't like it. It's actually what we say.
We don't need to. I don't think it matters. We say hate or dislike. It's just something is being lost. Someone is losing.
So you said this is our home, right, America? Mm-hmm. So the same thing happened to the Native Americans here. They were here first. This was their home. This was their culture. Then Europeans came over. So by your same logic, Europeans are wrong for what they did.
Well, it's interesting that you bring that up because typically people wouldn't bring up the example of the Indians as somebody. I mean, you're essentially saying like, oh, America's being destroyed, but America destroyed the Indians. It's like, yeah, and that was a different time, and conquest was still happening and the world was being settled.
Can't you say today's a different time?
Yeah, I think today we realize that that's wrong. I think
is it inevitable? Is it just change? Is it just a natural change of the world?
Yeah, in some sense, these are the forces of history. But as an American, I want to fight against that. America rewrote the history books and said, okay, we took over the continent and that's a great thing. But yeah, the Indians lost. Something was lost. Indian civilization, American Indian civilization was lost. It was wiped out. The people were wiped out. The culture was wiped out. I'm sure the Indians don't feel too good about that. As an American, I don't want America to be wiped out like the Indians were. Now, you could say, oh, well, but that happened to the Indians. Okay, well, I don't want that to happen to me. And if you're comparing, that's not a very favorable comparison saying, well, immigrants erasing America is like Americans erasing the Indians.
But it's we should prevent it. I mean, hold on. History repeats itself. It always happens.
Hold on. Destiny was waiting. So Destiny,
so just like as a real quick thing. So this is something that I push back historically against Nick. I never get a good answer to this, and there's never a good answer to this. There's two huge problems with this idea of preserving American character. Okay, one, even with a racial homogeneity, countries are still going to change, and they're even going to change because of other cultures. You've got media from other countries, you've got songs on YouTube from other countries, you got all sorts of stuff. So your culture's always going to change. You can never freeze it. Number one. Number two, there is absolutely no consistent culture across the United States of America. Again, like you're going to find greater differences between like one person in America versus another person in America, as opposed to like America versus a whole other country, right? Like if you take a gay dude from San Francisco and compare him to like some, white farmer dude in like Georgia, these are going to be people that are it's going to be more different than like a fucking Somalian and somebody living in LA sometimes. Like the difference is going to be huge. So I don't believe in this idea of preserving this consistent American culture. People can come from all over the world and find some place in the United States that you can fit in. And the culture is always going to be changing anyway. You're never going to freeze it. It's never happened in any country in the world. So I don't know why that would be the goal. It's unrealistic. I feel like you're always doing this thing where you have problems in the world, and people do this all the time. People on the left do this. Women will blame the patriarchy for every single problem in life. Progressives will blame racism for every single problem with black people. And then conservatives, on the other hand, will blame like the media or Jews for everything. Or in your case, it's racial mixing. But the reality is that if we fixed all of your racial problems right now, we either exported all the black people, we curbed immigration, we did everything we wanted, all the same problems would still exist. You'd still have violence in inner cities. You'd still have the animosity between city and rural people. Absolutely. Getting rid of the racial minorities, getting rid of that stuff, that's not going to fix any of the problems in the United States. You're still going to have problems with the media. You're still going to have problems trusting the electoral process. You're still going to have problems between city people, rural people. It's all going to exist. It's just a cheap excuse that you use so that people can feel like they've got the one answer that solves everything. So Destiny, the same way that feminists blame men for everything.
Destiny, to add on to what Destiny just said about you talking about how there needs to be a consistency of culture, even with America, there was never a consistency of culture even after the Americans took over. I mean, the Europeans took over America. Because look at during the Civil War, there was a complete different culture from the South and the North. That's why they had a civil war. So you're talking about we need to preserve it when there was never nothing to preserve in the first place because no one was ever in one mindset.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go Nick and then Don.
Okay, yeah, the thing is, I don't think anybody's, I said that. I said to Destiny's point, Destiny said, well, countries always change. Yeah, countries do change, but what we're talking about is tens of millions of immigrants in a generation. It's a big difference. And the change that would happen without tens of millions of immigrants is different than the change with all those people. So nobody's saying that societies don't change over time. I never said that societies don't change over time or vary in different places. Of course they do. But the problem is the erasure of the American national character. You could say that the national character is diverse. True. You could say that the national character has changed over time. Also true. But what's happening now is not the American character changing over time organically. We're talking about, like, for example, 2 million illegal border crossings, 5 million illegal border crossings since Biden became president. We're talking about people that don't speak English. We're talking about people by the millions coming in from Asia that aren't Christian. We're talking about people that didn't share any kind of common experience. At least the Europeans all had a common experience, relatively speaking, in Europe. And at least the Americans that inhabited the American continent had it. What do you mean, what? What do you
that
mean,
is hold on. You have no understanding.
Hang on.
That is
wait, no, you hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. This guy.
Only an American could say some retarded shit like Europeans all have the same history. It's one of the dumbest things you could. It's one of the most American things you could ever say.
But yeah, please jump in with your low IQ rebuttals because your ideology is built on
Sorry, that's
sand
my inner Cuban part talking. My bad.
30
He's 85 IQ.
30 seconds and we go to Don. Go ahead. Finish it.
So the point is, obviously, Europeans have more in common with each other than they have with people in India. That's the point I'm making. It's a question about proximity. And so the idea is America is a certain way, and now it is being fundamentally transformed by millions of diverse people speaking diverse languages, diverse ethnicities, diverse religions, and America is going to be unrecognizable to everybody watching this right now within a century. And that's unacceptable.
Okay. All right. Yo, JIDION, tell that man to put on some pants. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I mean,
I will, Abba. I will.
Yeah, personally, what is destroying this country? What is country? And I'm sure you already had some preconceived notions about me. I identify personally as a very conservative person. I live in Texas. I'm a proud Texan. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do not align with majority of the liberal nonsense that you hear on TV. I love Matt Walsh personally, one of my favorite YouTube creators. The point I'm making though, but you're getting it wrong, Nick. You're looking at the people that are destroying this country. They look like you. Who are these people are putting in these, the transgender, the LGBT agenda, the abortion agenda, all of these, abortion literally glorifying murder. Those are white people that are creating these, and I'm not trying to villainize white people and say it's because they're white. It's because we lack God. It is because we have gotten away from God.
I agree with that.
It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with race and all of that. If a God-fearing Christian, black, Asian, white, Hispanic person, they will all live together, and not one occurrence of murder will happen, not one occurrence of theft. Why? Because they are faithful believers. And as God says in the Bible, you cannot be plucked from his hand. So yes, even though as Christians we sin and we're not perfect, but we don't consciously, we're not going to consciously go out of our way to commit heinous crimes against God. And so with that being the case, if we had a society that was built on the morality of the Bible, then everything would be good.
I know what Nick's about to say. It's not. He's about to say it's not people who look like him. He's going to say it's a different group of people.
Well, that's
Don,
also
Don, it's not really. It's not really white people. If you look.
When you talk to very far right people, Jewish people and white people aren't the same thing. Just a heads up, they're two different groups.
It's true.
Wait. Well, okay. All right. First, we'll go to Nick, and then we'll go to Destiny.
Okay, I agree with you, Don. I agree with you. I'm a Christian. I call myself a Christian nationalist, and the thing. That's true. I am. I'm a Christian nationalist, and I agree with you that 90% of the problems are going away from God. The people that run the country are not godly. The people that run the country are not Christian. I say even the Republican Party is run by atheists, Jews, homosexuals. It's not run. It's not run by Christians.
And look at their hero, right? In Donald Trump. Donald Trump does not exemplify Christian values. You know what I'm saying? But that is right now the Messiah of the right. See, I can be nuanced. It ain't.
Base.
You know what I'm saying? I can be nuanced. You feel me? So it's like, yeah, you look at a guy like Donald Trump, you can't as a Christian co-sign this dude. Even though it's clear he got way more sense than a guy like Joe Biden, and that's saying a lot. You know what I mean?
Destiny.
But my point is though, he's still not a good representative of this country. He's not going to lead the country in the direction that God wants it to go.
That's true. That's true. Hold on. I want to go to Destiny, then Nick again.
Oh, I had nothing to say. I think that Don is on some real shit here though, because I mean, God says, and we can do what?
You don't believe in God.
Well, that's okay. If he believes in God, I can quote him at him. In Acts chapter 10, verse 35 or 34, 35. So Peter opened his mouth. And he said, "Truly, I understand that God shows no partiality, but in every nation, anyone who fears him and does what is right is acceptable to him." Then Peter began to speak. "I now realize how true it is that God does not show favoritism."
Wait, let me pull up the verse so I can read it with you. I don't.
Sure, but accepts from every nation the one who fears him and does what is right. I can link the verse for you, but yeah.
Yo, Nick, can I ask you a question real quick, man?
I pulled out my Quran, and he's definitely telling the truth.
I got two questions, man. First thing first, do you have any black friends?
I do.
You do? How many black friends would you say you have?
More than I can count. I have a lot of black friends. I love black people.
Can't be that. That's
my hero is black. My hero is Kanye West, who is black.
And I have one more question. So, with you being banned off of every platform, with you not even being able to have a Bank of America account, are you able to have a Wells Fargo or Chase account?
I banned from Chase. I haven't tried Wells Fargo.
All right, well, you can maybe try Wells Fargo. But,
you're dead ass. Chase is trash anyways. They did you a favor.
Well, no, Chase is good, man. Let's calm down. But
no, they're all bad.
With you being banned from all these different like platforms and everything, how do you support yourself? Like, I'm just curious about that. Like, because I'm not gonna lie, me personally, I don't agree with anything you said today. I really don't. But I want to. You obviously there's people because I'm looking at this chat and it's sad. Like I'm seeing a bunch of W Nicks, but it's a lot of kids in the chat.
Why is that sad?
So like you know, you can never judge off chat. Once the video's posted, we're gonna see the paragraphs of people's real opinions, and we're gonna see what people really think.
Are you saying the YouTube comment section is more based than the live stream chat?
Oh yeah, man! Like all these niggas say is W or L
right now. Put an L for JIDION, man. That man.
I'm not saying nothing. All they're saying is W or L.
Oh, my liberal brainwash, bro.
Yeah, I'm brainwashed. But then you live off chat, Sneako. But back to you, Nick.
You live off the comment section. What's the difference?
I want to know, how do you support yourself, and how do you support yourself?
Well, I use I have my own live streaming platform, and I have my own super chat platform because I'm banned from all payment processors. So I get Bitcoin, and I have my own. I have a couple of platforms that I use because I'm censored from literally everything. Also, if you look up my name on TikTok, it will tell you that my name is a hate term. If you look up Nick Fuentes on TikTok, it will say that term is against our hate speech policy. So I'm like thoroughly banned. and you can't use my links on Instagram. Like that's just how it is. But we have to create our own censorship-proof alternative.
Yeah,
so I had to. This is my site. This is cozy.tv. It's censorship-proof streaming, and then I use a custom thing for super chats. That's how.
Wait, JIDION, you're talking to Nick. Hold on, let me ask something. JIDION, you're talking to Nick like it's so different than you. You were banned on Twitch. Destiny was banned on Twitch. Don was banned on Twitch. I've been copyright struck and banned for nudity.
I'm still on Twitch. You already know how we do, baby.
Fuck you, Abba.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I was banned on Twitch.
Fuck you.
Listen, I
would also
got my
be banned
Bible.
on Twitch if I shook my ass naked.
I got my Bible. You know what I mean? We out here doing our thing.
Okay, Abba, you're gonna get banned eventually for reading the Bible. But can we find some?
No, he won't, because it's a Quran. He's good.
Oh,
you already know. I want to tell you guys about the one trick.
Like you heard what he said. Like this is like I'm trying to say this right now. The same thing that's happening to Nick right now is eventually what's going to happen to Andrew Tate. Eventually, they're going to ban his hashtag because he doesn't have an account on anything. Bro, they got rid of Alex Jones. They got rid of him. Just because you don't have an account on something doesn't make you immoral from this
is where I
stuff.
want to shift the conversation. We need to make our own platform. You're talking as if like you're not someone who's banned too. They banned you on Twitch. There's 5 people banned here. Freedom of speech is dead, and creators need to start talking about this. Like Nick, really, if I listened to this whole call, I don't think he said anything that makes you want to cancel him. I think he's a good guy. He's saying, "Hey, I love everybody." Is he really being that exclusionary?
Yo, that's crazy.
Sneako,
Sneako, I'm not even gonna lie. If he had his way and he had, first off, you wouldn't even exist because you're the basis of an interracial marriage. So whatever kind of prescriptive ideas that he's got for the world, you are literally an individual that wouldn't exist in it. One, two. Oh, yes, it is.
That's true.
Because no. Let's be honest, Mr. Fuentes. Okay, you came on here and you said yourself that you are not for interracial marriage and that prescriptively you feel like it shouldn't be a thing within this society because you think it's bad for it. So if your vision of the world existed,
then
someone like Sneako, who you enjoy stream, wouldn't exist in this world. That's one. Two, when he's talking about the fact that he wants like a white core, I find it interesting that there's a specific idea about a white core. Nick, would you not concede the fact that both white and black Americans that were imported here through slave trade are the genesis of this country and should have just as much hold? But I'm pretty confident that if black Americans had a majority core, you would not be okay with it, correct?
Well, because America's not historically a majority black nation.
But if it became one, but they have just as much claim to the country as the white folks. Do they not?
Well, I think as the people that are in America, yeah, sure.
Okay, so let's say tomorrow they started overpopulating like crazy and then they became a majority. Would you be fine with it?
He's out of here.
Probably not, no.
He's out of here.
So why are you cool with that though, Sneako? Like, I understand, bro, Nick's a lost cause. It is what it is. But it's like, bro, Sneako, I think it's actually sad, bro. I feel like if your chat deadass wasn't saying W Nick this whole time, there's no way you will be writing his tip like you are this whole live stream.
Well, let's see. Even since I first started talking to him, I agreed with a lot of what he said, but I said that we disagreed because he's white. But I like the fact that he's sticking to what he believes. And you're saying,
well, you don't disagree because he's white. That's not true. Don't say that. That's not true.
No, I'm saying we can't agree on a lot of stuff. The stuff he's saying about race mixing, we just fundamentally won't agree. Because
but that isn't because he's white. It's because he's a white.
Okay, let me answer JIDION's.
It's a different thing.
Okay, let me answer JIDION's surface level tweet responsive dick riding. That's a stupid thing to say. Nick and he agrees a lot about the bigger problems that are going on. What was your question? Like, if chat wasn't saying this, that I wouldn't say that I wouldn't be saying that he's right?
Yeah, you wouldn't be writing for him because you've been literally, there has not been one single thing that he said this entire stream, which he said some crazy stuff this entire stream. There has not been one thing you were like, all right, Nick, you're wild in there. I can't agree with you.
I did just now. I said, like, based on his philosophy, I would evaporate.
You didn't even say philosophy. You just said it based on the fact that he's white.
No, his philosophy. That's what.
Okay, but look, JIDION, let's be charitable. Let's say he is talking about his philosophy. Okay. Listen, at the end of the day, I'm not saying nobody can be friends, nobody can rock nobody, but you don't find it kind of crazy that the ideal world that he envisions is one in which you wouldn't exist in?
Not the ideal world, but the ideal country. And I think a lot of other countries would agree on that. I think Japanese people would say the same thing. Japanese people like, let's keep this country Japanese. There are the people donating. Ethiopians are saying like, yeah, let's keep our country Ethiopian. Most other countries have the same sort of rhetoric, but you're saying it's sad JIDION because he's a white guy. And it sounds racist, but a lot of people and successful people who really are nationalists about their country say the same shit. So I can't hate it.
You don't think, I don't want to get like sentimental here, But you don't think there's something cool or unique about the idea that in any major American city, you can like walk around and you can find Hispanic people, you can find all sorts of Asian people, Middle Eastern people, African people, European people that are all like working together, living together on the bus, on the subway, and Ubers. Like you don't think there's any unique success there that America can claim that like, yeah, we probably should have been like, you know, Japan and been culturally homogenous or racially homogenous. Like, you don't think there's any value in that whatsoever?
Ideally, but it's not working. We've become too liberal, and you see the destruction of it. Like my city, New York City's it's got too liberal, too accepting of everything, doesn't have any core values, and it's falling apart.
Sure, and I can agree with you there, right? But that message that you just gave, you found common ground with a dude that's literally a white nationalist. So it seems like the problem isn't
Not a white
race.
nationalist.
No, hold on. I'm not making fun of you. I'm just saying that like you have an idea and you feel strong about it and you want to buck the system. And there are a lot of people that would agree with you that would say these are the exact problems we have, but it has nothing to do with race.
So
right? It might have to do
you
with
want
how
me to disagree with him completely? You want me to agree
Wait,
with
what?
you? And what do you
No,
want?
no,
you
hold
want
on.
me to
Hold on.
disagree
I'm
with,
not. I don't care who you
I mean,
agree
if I
with.
may interject.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that like you can find agreement with people that don't look like you. That's all I'm saying. I don't care if you
You
agree
do
with
want
me.
him
I'm
to
just saying that
agree
you can
with
find.
you.
No, I don't care.
You
I'm
said
saying
that you were going to flip him. You said that you were going to flip him.
That's what my
liberal.
chat says. That's not what I'm
That's
talking
what-
about. You
that's
can
what you said
obfuscate
to
as
me.
much as you want.
Hold on,
I'm
hold on,
never
hold on.
flipping Sneako. Okay, that's not my goal.
Destiny,
What I'm trying
Sneako, and
to
then Don.
yeah, all I'm trying to say
Hey,
is
can I
that
go
like,
off the Don? Can I
you
say
can
something?
find
Yeah.
huge groups of people in the United States that agree and disagree on things, but it doesn't have to be on racial lines. There's a lot of people that agree the system sucks, that COVID was fake, and blah 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 blah. And bro, you can find a lot of black people that think that. That's not an exclusively white opinion. I'm just saying, like, yeah, look past the racial shit. I think it's a smoke screen that people put up because it's a clever excuse. For
I am
everything.
trying to look past the racial stuff, and you're saying that I agree with a white nationalist. So you seem like you just contradict yourself in the same statement. What do you want me to look past it, or what?
Boom.
That's
What was
no,
your-
that
what
was
was your
the
point?
point I was saying was that even for a guy that is a white nationalist, you both have a ton of agreement. So it undermines his point that the racial part is that important. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying the racial part is that important. I'm saying ultimately.
I
we're
know
not
you're
gonna-
not. He is. I'm
Oh,
not
so
saying
you're-
you are. I'm saying he
Who,
was.
JIDION
Yeah.
or Nick?
No, Nick.
Nick.
I don't
Okay.
think I ever said that black and white people can't agree. Like, what about what I
You
said?
notice? Okay, fuck. I don't want to keep going because the other two. But like, notice how every time I make a point, he wants to run it as far as possible. I never said that you said they can never agree. But what you said was that white people and black people have fundamentally different core characters that are biologically determined, and that is so essential to you that you want to split them up into different countries. So if you want to act like a
never
dipshit,
said
and
that.
every time, hold on. Do you think that? Well, if you
I
just want to
never
lie
said
about what you
I
said,
want to
that's fine.
split. Okay, see, I mean, this is what you
Yeah, I don't
do.
think
It's
you
Hold
said
on.
that,
Okay.
bro.
Do you,
dishonest.
yeah, I don't know. If you want to obfuscate it, that's fine.
To be fair, he didn't say that, but I get what you're
He
trying
said
to
that
get.
he wants to maintain a racial majority of white
Yes.
people in the United States because the character and core of the United States should be whiteness.
Yes.
And he said that he would prefer in an ideal world if every country in the world was monoethnic and monocultural to maintain that core character because there are biologically essentially differences between the races. Yes?
Okay, but there's something between excluding other
But I
races
also
and
said-
maintaining a majority.
Yeah, and I also said that we live in the world and that countries are complex, and I said that every country has diversity and every country is multi-ethnic to an extent. I said, and we need to understand ourselves. We need to know ourselves to manage them. I never said I don't love other groups.
You literally said if you had
I-
a black roommate, you'd fight with him over the shower.
I didn't say that. I said that proximity creates conflict. I said, see, but there you go. It's totally dishonest. I said that proximity
You
and
said
difference
that.
creates conflict.
Okay,
And that was an analogy to say that
I'm
when you
done.
get lots of different people together in a close living quarters, they're more likely to fight than me and Don on this debate panel. That's what I said, and that happens to be true. And it's not about not liking other people. It's not about not loving your neighbor, not loving God. It's about, is America going to retain its character? And by the way, are both black and white people going to retain their claim to America as a home? Are we going to turn America into your experiment destiny where it's like, wouldn't it be interesting if we had all kinds of people walking around? Like, that's our home. So yeah, maybe in the cities, but...
Hold up, before I pass on Don, I love it that you say that black and white people got to make a claim to their home, but then you're also at the same time saying how much of a claim black people can make depending on how much they overpopulate. You're fine with them making a claim to their home provided that white people stay the majority. To me, it sounds like, oh yeah, black people are included, kind of, but not to the extreme as they would like. I don't know, to me it just sounds kind of backwards. But
it's
okay, I'll let you quickly rebuttal and then we'll go to Don.
Yeah, I mean, there are other countries like this, like for example, Russia. Russia has an ethnically Russian population core, but they also have Muslims. They also have all kinds of people. And those people are, they're not going to outnumber the Russians anytime soon, but it's equally their country. They have a history there. And the same is true of America. We talk about, what if America was half black? I mean, I don't know, but that's not happening. What is happening is that we're all being pushed out by massive amounts of immigrants who don't even live here. So
Boy.
I think it's just misdirection.
Okay. Well, listen, personally, I don't aspire to be Russia, but we all do feel differently. So, Don, go ahead.
was just saying that really, you know, what Destiny was saying and what Nick was saying, even what Sneako was saying, it's all true to a degree, but ultimately I think it all misses the point. You know what I'm saying? I do believe that, as Nick is saying, that when you mix a bunch of different cultures together and people with different values, you're going to get conflict. But I do agree with what Destiny is saying, that yes, there is something incredibly beautiful about the multicultural nature of America. And when it does work, it's really cool. But ultimately, and Sneako is not wrong for identifying that, yeah, there are countries like Japan that benefit from the fact of its homogeny. But, and JIDION is right for saying, yo, some of the stuff Nick's saying it sounds pretty racist. I'm not gonna lie. But the point is, Jesus is the answer. That's really what it all going to come down to. Okay. Jesus is the answer. If we can have the multicultural world and the lack of violence, if everybody can agree on 9 core moral laws, you know what I'm saying? Like, if we could all get with that, then everything's cool. Everyone can eat pizza.
All right, JIDION, go for it.
I want to add on to that. So, Nick, you consider yourself Christian, right?
Yeah, I'm Catholic. Yeah.
Okay. No, it's kind of the same thing. Let's just say for this argument, it's the same thing. So, you know, I consider myself Christian too. So I just want to ask you this. Do you believe everything in the Bible to be true?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you believe everything from front to back, every page is holy and it should be practiced, right?
Yes, yeah.
So let's say, you know, this isn't even hypothetical. The people in the area that Jesus was born are of darker complexion. It even says in the Bible that Jesus was a darker skinned man. You know about that, right?
Where does it say in the Bible he has a dark complexion?
Revelations chapter 1, verse 9. Revelations chapter 1, verse 9 says his skin was as bronze.
I don't say his dark complexion. I think he was like Lebanese. I think he looks like modern day Lebanese people. So he looks like Mediterranean.
He has a complexion of, I believe it's called burnished bronze, which if you look that up, that's about my skin complexion, if we're going to be honest. But it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
But for me personally, I think this argument is relevant because, you know, his ideal world is, you know, ran by white people and his savior is dark. But that's besides the point. Let's say we get to heaven and it's a majority other races, and you know your king, your Messiah, is a darker skinned man, and there's more darker skin or other races more than white people. Is that gonna affect you being in the kingdom of heaven?
So you're saying if Jesus was black,
not if he was black.
Full of black people. I disagree with that. I don't think he was black, but Jesus belongs to all of us. He
does.
Yeah, so I think it's irrelevant what the color of the Son of God is.
So you don't care. So you don't. But it does say in the Bible that he's of darker skin.
Well, I don't think he was black.
He's probably tan.
Looks Mediterranean.
He got that Sicilian tan. That's what he's.
I never said black. I'm not saying black. I'm just saying he's of darker skin complexion. So he's the furthest thing from white. He's the furthest thing from white. It even says he has hair like wool. So he didn't have, you know, your type of hair. He had, if anything, he had.
So who's hung up on race here now?
But what I'm saying, it's not me being hung up on race. I'm not saying he's black. I'm just saying he's darker skin. I don't know he's Hebrew. That's his race. He's Hebrew. So we know his race right there. He's Hebrew and he's darker skin complexion. So what I'm asking you is, does that make you feel uncomfortable since you said darker skinned people and other, you know, basically minorities are not as smart as white people? Like you said on average.
How do you feel about discovering that Jesus is black?
Well, he's not black. That's first of all.
Darker complexion.
Jesus was Italian, I think. Actually, I think he had white skin and green eyes.
Like me. He looked like he owned a diner.
Yeah. Well, no, it doesn't make me uncomfortable, and I don't think the two have anything to do with each other because I mean we can measure IQ. We can measure
so it doesn't
IQ,
make you uncomfortable. So why does it make you uncomfortable now? So you just answered my question. It doesn't make you uncomfortable. So why is this? You literally just said that you don't. It's It's pride. It's pride in your home, and you feel like you were being kicked out of your home, being America with so many immigrants coming in. So you literally just said, if it so happened that he was of darker skin complexion, there was more, minorities, in your opinion, minorities in the kingdom of heaven, it wouldn't bother you. So why does it bother you in this world, in America?
Because. Why would I be okay with diversity in heaven versus on earth? Because all the bad people are in hell. All the bad people. If we could create heaven, I'm with you.
Wait, hold on. Wait, just checking. Wait, so you think Jesus was white?
I think that he was Mediterranean.
Wait, I thought so. Can some?
So he was part of the Arab master
I thought
race.
wasn't Jesus supposed to be Jewish?
I think that we're talking about what he looks like.
Well, no, but hold on. I'm curious. I thought you said Jewish people weren't white.
Oh yeah, don't you hate Jewish people?
Now I'm kind of wondering.
If you want to get into Judaism,
Nick,
we could,
slippery on those
get into
ethnicities
Judaism,
again.
we could get into that. Are you ready to get into that?
Shabbat Shalom. Let's go.
Yeah, no, Jesus, you're right. Jesus was a Hebrew, and like other people at that time, he has that Eastern Mediterranean complexion, right? I mean, that's what they look like.
Yeah.
But as far as modern day Jews, Jesus is not a Jew like modern day Jews are. And it's true because, if you remember, Jesus came and it was the Pharisees that said, "Oh, you're not really the Messiah. You're not really fulfilling the prophecies." But of course, he was. And so all the people that were the Jews of the Old Testament became Christians because Christ fulfilled the prophecies of the Old Testament. All the people that remain
There's so much rambling.
See, does it make you uncomfortable, Destiny? Because you can't name them, you can't talk about Jews. Is it because are they paying you off or something? That's why you have MasterCard still, right? So the Jews of today are very different than the Jews of the Old Testament.
Ethnically? I thought that's what we were talking about.
If you want,
I thought we were talking about religion.
You have a MasterCard or Visa, you're being paid off.
Oh wait, we're talking about religion. You think Jewish is just religion? So there are no ethnically Jewish people.
What are you talking about? I'm sorry. What is your low IQ interjection?
You're so slippery with the race thing. I just think it's very funny to me. It's just very funny to me how you slide around on the race thing so much. It's like it's whatever you want it to be.
I'm not sliding around. I'm just trying to figure out what your.
I think one of the truest observations of modern century race realists or whatever is they're actually the most diverse group of people in the world because you will any race can do whatever you want at any point in time depending on the argument you're having.
There are a lot of black and Hispanic race realists. You're right.
It's very interesting to me.
Right about that. We can agree on that, but. As far as but Jews of today, they're very different from what Jesus was.
Yeah.
So what are the Jews of today? What's the difference?
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. They follow the Talmud. That's the main difference.
In Minecraft, Nick, be careful, bro, please.
Oh yeah, right. In Minecraft.
No. We need the truth to be spoken, right, Sneako?
Yeah.
Do we not want the truth to be spoken?
We can speak the truth in Minecraft. We can speak all the truth we want in a video game.
Yeah.
We can hypothetically talk about it, please.
Yeah, you kind of got scared there a little bit, Sneako.
Yeah.
I haven't heard you interject once this whole time. But now that we're getting into the thing that got him banned from every airline, every credit card, I thought it's down with the system.
No, it's down with the system.
Sneako wants to fly Delta.
I want to fly Delta, Ladia, and I want to still be a bot like you to some extent. Nick's over here in Incel.
Okay, you know what?
We got him on team. He said he wanted to be a bit of a bot.
Yep.
Hey, man, I'm a bot here.
Hey, you heard Nick. Nick don't get no pussy, bro. Nick is an incel. You need to be a little bit of a bot to get some coochie. I want to fly bitches on Delta. I still want to go to the bank. You need to be a bot a little bit, bro. Fuck that shit.
Hey, you're welcome in the bot community.
Welcome. You're turning into a bit more of an adult. I'm proud of you, brother.
Being an adult, that's the bot shit, is being fucking boosted up and being calm and taking your pills and going to therapy. That's the idea of maturity. I hate that shit. God damn it.
Oh, true. So
if you listen to Abba and Destiny,
let me just appreciate.
You double mask and boost up Abba and Destiny.
Sneako took one look at his AdSense last month and said, "Yo, 6 figures? I can't lose this bag. Where's that bot life at? Let me dip my toes in the bot waters, just so I can."
He wants to be woke, but not too woke. Not too woke. At least we know there's levels.
I want to say, actually, that's a really,
Minecraft.
Abba, that's a really good observation too, because a lot of people will ask, people like Sneako. People will say things like, look at how corporatized everything has come. Look at how like safe YouTube has become everything. But the byproduct of that is that creators are able to make a fuck ton of money because it's an ad safe, it's a corporate safe environment. So YouTubers on one hand will be collecting 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80,000 a month off of ad revenue on YouTube. And then they'll turn around and be like, look at how disgusting a corporate safe this world is. If you don't want to be here, you can go to other platforms where you don't make any fucking money. But like part of that corporate safe thing is enable people to make a ton of money working over here.
When I get banned, I'm hopping over to Cozy TV or another platform. For right now, I'm gonna rake in all the money. And did you know I have a fucking employee? I'm paying an employee to monetize my videos, bro. It's not easy to do this shit. They try to take down my shit on a regular basis. You think I can just go here and operate how I want? I'm here for the AdSense, bro. But as long as we're gonna talk about this stuff, we could talk about it in FIFA.
Okay.
Let's play some football.
Okay, hold on. I want to talk about something a little more positive. You know, we got Young Don, we got JIDION, right? We got Sneako out here on these platforms, growing really large. As young, minority men, what do you guys envision yourselves doing with the wealth that you guys are accruing? What are some of the endeavors that you want to engage in? I know Sneako wants to fly bitches out on Delta and smash 20 spiritual women. What do you guys want to do with you?
Man, you know what? First thing I want to do is, I love everybody in the world. I love everybody, but I do feel one of the biggest plights in the Black community is that we don't look out for each other. I do feel like there is a kind of sense of, when we make it, it's, come on, guys, I did it. You guys got to do it too. And, I feel like, as Black people, we have been dealt a bad card, but how long can we use that excuse? So what I want to do with my money, what I want to do with my influence is, I'm trying to work with my city right now to get programs going where kids can meet their favorite influencers for free, where they can have fun in a safe environment. I have something. I'm coming to your hood soon, Nick. Yeah, I'm coming to your hood soon. I'm coming to Chicago. I'm going to be doing something great out there in Chicago. And I really want to look out for the Black community, and I really want to give back. And
you guys should sit down and do a face-to-face.
Why just the Black community?
I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good.
So let's ask the young Black men on the stream about how they want to give back to the young Black kids.
Why just the Black
people normally do? Yeah, but we're all
Imagine if Nick said
we're all the same.
JIDION, imagine if Nick said, "I just want to give back to the white community to make white people more powerful and stronger."
Bro, I don't think there's a problem with looking out for your community. Every single race does it. White people look out for white people. Jewish people look out for Jewish people.
JIDION,
Asian people look out for Asian people.
That's not true. Destiny's very open. He'll look out for any community, bisexual people. He doesn't care.
Well,
but
no,
what
wait,
I'm saying,
hold
I
on,
don't think there's a problem with that, but I do think there's a problem when you won't help another race because of there being another race. I'll help another race any other day of the week.
Hold on, Abba is trolling the fuck out of you right now because he just screamed at me yesterday. This motherfucker comes on and gives me a 2-hour fucking debate on why Black men shouldn't marry white women because as soon as they get rich, they dump all their money out of their community, okay? So fuck off with that shit, Abba. You think that's true.
Hey, listen, you know what? I wanted to do my best, Dr. Umar John. I did a good job. So yeah, Don, what about you? What would you like to do with the wealth that you are now accruing?
I mean, God says a wise man leaves an inheritance for his children. And so that's mostly where I'm planning to put my money, into things that will help to take care of my offspring. On top of that, I try to give back a good portion of my money to doing those things that God has commanded you to do, such as giving money to the poor and giving, providing resources to those who are less fortunate than you, regardless of race. Part to me on, what I'm saying, wherever I am, wherever homeless people are, the nearest homeless people, there's where I'm going. So
okay, yeah. All right. And lastly, I know Sneako is getting sleepy because
you didn't even ask me the question.
I did. You were last, so you're the last person. Go ahead.
Did you ask Nick? Did Nick answer?
No, I'm asking you, and then I'm going to go up afterwards.
Well, I want to buy my mom a house. I want to provide for my family more. I want to start. Actually, I want to start helping out Haiti and the Philippines specifically, two third world countries where my families are from. I think I can give some money there. I don't know exactly what for, and I know that a lot of at the same time, it's good to say hey, I want to give back to the community, give money, donate to all these charities. But I know they steal a lot of that money, like the Red Cross, the Clinton Foundation. It's it feels good, and you get to sign your name on a list and look at how good of a person this is. But are you really doing anything? I want to provide for my family and the people around me, but I still have a lot of work to do before I start thinking about giving away money to charities and stuff like that, bro. I'm about to pay off my student loan. I'm you know what I'm saying? You're calling me a rich dude flying bitches out on Delta. And actually, I was just talking to Tristan, and I actually talking to people like you and Destiny. Destiny was all about chemistry and like I love a queen. And I've been thinking a little more about the quality of women that I've been spending time with, and I think there's a good point to that. Even Tristan was on. He was saying like he wanted to keep playing the violin so that he can get some Russian ballerinas on his rotation. I've never even like considered that as part of a woman that's in my capacity to deal with. And you're right. A lot of the bitches like on Fresh and Fit, like, you know, Destiny talked to them. They're dumb as hell, bro. Yo, Destiny was
Hey, let's go, Destiny. You know,
shit,
you
dude.
brought Sneako. We made him see a bit of the light. Sneako's still he's seeing more of the truth.
I just called women dumb. What are you yelling about?
Miami women dumb though. That's an improvement. Okay, we don't.
I'm
Consider
calling the majority of Western women are dumb and are brainwashed.
Oh,
and I don't
okay,
want to
all
spend my
right.
time
Never
with
mind.
them.
Forget everything I said, Chato. We fucked up.
It's W 5%. There's a very select few, but I want to spend more time. Maybe I actually don't. I'd rather have like 2 or 3 girlfriends. I don't want 20 spiritual crystal bitches on my squad. I just want 2 or 3. Maybe a wife and a couple girlfriends. That's all I need. That's all.
Okay,
I need.
I respect that. I respect that. Hold on. I want to go to Nick. Nick, with the wealth that you're accruing, what's in your future plans?
Well, I just like to grow my business and continue doing what I do. I'd like to invest, because I do invest, and I'll probably go to move to Florida, build myself a studio, and then eventually start a family, and then do something in politics. That's the goal.
Yo! You trying to start a family? Let me ask you something, Sneako. You can help me with this. What if we did an online e-date stream with like conservative Christian women and Nick Fuentes?
Beautiful, beautiful.
That might be fun.
Beautiful.
I kind of like that, actually.
But make sure you actually follow up with the e-date, because we got people in here who say they're going to do e-dates and then just...
Nigga, you wanted to do this shit. You kept on adding people. First it was just you and me.
Yeah,
then you added Abba. Then you added Nick. Then you added Destiny. Then you added Dawn.
No accountability, just like a liberal.
I'm just saying, ain't that what we all want to see? We want to see Nick Fuentes find love. You know what I'm saying? We get him with some good Christian, conservative women, right? Preferably white. Absolutely needs to be white, okay? And then we just line them up, and we see what it looks like.
Throw a
it's
black
kind of interesting. It'd be good content.
Bro, Nick, I want
Black
to
Catholic,
be honest.
yeah, that would be.
Nick, I have a lot of super chats of people saying like who are supporting you. I got a lot of black people donating and super chatting saying like I'm happy my boy Nick on here. Like this is Bryson Gray. This dude's verified too. And
No. These are 4chan people. They're not real.
No. That Bryson Gray guy is a real human being. Believe it or not.
No, he be donating my streams. Shut up, Bryson.
See what I'm saying? JIDION, you can't call him racist. I know a lot of black people, even personally, people.
Bro, Nick, I don't think you're racist. I'm just low-key disappointed in the fact, because I'm not gonna lie, I think Nick is a straight up racist. I really do.
I don't think so.
I think he's
black people.
Like,
I just want to say, I'm glad that
for me to stay at his house, I would not trust Nick. I would think he's trying to kill me, poison me. Like, I would not trust Nick with my life any day of the week. But Sneako, like, I know you. I like you, Sneako. That's why, I like to talk to you, because I agree with you to a certain extent. I just think, you're on a war path right now. And I feel like we have good discussions whenever we do talk. So I'm just kind of, like, in awe that, like, this is, like, bro, like, and I'm sorry that a lot of people are saying this, but, like, old Sneako, if you heard the shit that Nick was saying, you would drop a fucking 15-hour documentary series on this dude.
Don't talk about old Sneako.
Nah. Yo, Sneako, tell him.
You didn't even watch old Sneako. I was talking about this shit. I was in 4chan when I was 14. I was reading Poll. I was reading all this shit. I've been into Alex Jones since I was 16. JIDION, you didn't even know what the old Sneako is. You saw a couple TikToks by some white kids who don't get any bitches from 2019. Like, they have not grown at all due to play Fortnite all day, and then you believe the old Sneako nonsense. I used to be even more alt-right. I used to be more alt-right when I was a teenager. I was reading all this shit. I just couldn't talk about it, and now I can.
Yo, Sneako, if you think Sneako's like red pill now, back in the day he used to smack up women. This Marvel Vault is
You know what I'm
crazy.
saying? I was beating the shit out of women, bro. And Bryson just donated more 20. He said, I'm a rapper too, and I like Nick. A rapper! Damn, son!
Yeah, he invited me to the cookout.
Oh my god.
I just want to say, back when I was growing up, it wasn't enough to have a black friend or a black fan. When did this change?
Nick, I'm having a cookout in Compton soon. I want you to fly out with that cozy TV money, and I want you to come out to Compton. And I'm going to give you a huge stage, and after we do the cha-cha slide, I'm going to let you hop on and, like, talk to the people in Compton.
Hold on. JIDION, are you going to provide any security for him?
Oh, nah, man, bro. He's good in every hood. Remember, he's the majority. He's the majority. He's in power.
Why would I need it? Black people wouldn't like attack me, right? Black people wouldn't like attack me for saying things that offend them. I wouldn't need security.
That's right. That's right. The same way, like, white people wouldn't attack us if we went into like some rural parts and started screaming "Black Lives Matter," right? Like, nobody does that.
You got a point. You got a point. Well, I don't think they would actually, but you got a point. Fair enough. I'll come to it. We'll hang out. We'll talk about things other than race.
Do you detest your Mexican side of you? Like, do you like actually hate it?
No. Why would you even see that?
Do you wish you could be Do you wish you could be 100% Italian or 100% whatever?
No, because then I wouldn't be 100% Nick Fuentes.
How do we get Nick Fuentes though? Like, how do we get you?
Well, combination.
Are you arguing for diversity there, that you wouldn't exist if it weren't for like some level of race mixing and shit?
Yeah, so we should bring in 30 million immigrants to America.
Well, how many did we have to bring in before you were born? You said it was over the past 30 years. You're what, 23 years old?
My ancestors are like 4 generations in America. But you're trying to obfuscate the point by making.
Why do you keep saying? Wait, can you explain specifically how am I obfuscating?
Why? We're trying to have a nice moment. You got to.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, run away from it. Okay. Obfuscate everything.
You're cracking up a lot.
All right. Don, is there anything you want to add or chime in on?
I mean, yeah, no, I think I've said my piece. I think y'all know where I stand.
Yes.
Well, what the solution is, the God pill, you know.
I agree, Don.
Okay, I got a big question. Don, as you are now somebody who's become a soldier of God, you out here, fighting the good fight. How do you feel now that you are looking at the red pill from this new perspective? Is there some weirdness that you associate with it now?
Yeah, it's flawed. It's incomplete. It's a bastardization of the God pill, because what it does is there are truths that you do hear in the red pill. Let's isolate it, because I know when Sneako hears red pill, he thinks about just like truth versus untruth. When I think of red pill, I think of dating, right? I think of the relationship.
Surface level stuff.
Not surface level. It's where the term became popular. The term red pill became popular in the.
Hold up. Sneako, let him go, then you go right.
The Matrix, it's not really about dating, but okay. Yeah.
But either way, even the other things that you speak of, like in terms of truth versus untruth, it is also derivative from the only truth that matters. And so, yeah, when I look at the dating community's red pill, you look at how, okay, a woman should be submissive, right? They will say things like that. The Bible will say the same thing, but here's a difference. Someone like Andrew Tate will endorse adultery, right? He will endorse treating women a certain type of way. Whereas in the Bible, it tells you to love your wife the way Jesus loved the church, and Jesus gave his life for the church. You know what I mean? So when you look at that, it tells you to be merciful, forgiving, loving, kind to your wife. You know what I mean? So patient above all things. Well, not above all things. Well, a part of that. You look at how guys are told to treat women to acquire that submissive nature. It's oftentimes very, unloving. It's very cold. It's very mean. And it's done in a way to make them feel less than. Whereas, what a woman should see in you to want to submit to you is a godly nature. Like, man, this is such a good man. How could I disrespect him? You know what I mean? That's the kind of energy that you get when you take the God pill, as opposed to the red pill, where, it's so contingent on all these other factors that they talk about. And red pill community, you're well aware, you lose all your money and all your status, yet relationship could now be in jeopardy. Versus when you look at it from the perspective of a Christian, a woman is obedient to her husband when the two are Christian, not because she thinks she's supposed to be obedient to him, but because she's obeying God, and God commands her to be obedient to her husband. But her husband is commanded to treat her a particular type of way,
Okay, so Sneako, I know you feel like he doesn't have the right definition of the red pill, but what do you say to what he's just said right now in regards to the approach to women? How different it is between the red pill and the God pill? What is your reply to that?
I think they go hand in hand. If you look in the Bible, all the men with status had multiple wives. All the most powerful men had multiple women.
And look what happened to them.
Hold up, JIDION, let him finish.
What happened to them?
Look at King Solomon. Look at King David.
What happened to him?
Do you not know the story? Don, I feel like you're a little bit. Can you tell him about King Solomon?
Yeah, no.
When he had multiple wives, 500 concubines.
He had harems. He had multiple, hundreds, maybe thousands of concubines. Multiple wives, and he wrote the book of Proverbs, and in it he lamented. He talked for an entire book. He wrote the book of Proverbs is mostly about warning young men against pursuing sex, promiscuity, adultery. He was like, yeah, because King Solomon, this is what he asked God for, right? He was very, very wise, right? He asked God for wisdom, and so God made him the wisest man to ever live, and whoever shall will live. In doing so, he had enough knowledge to gain a lot of wealth, and so as a result of that, as he got older, he decided that he wanted to test out all the various ways in life that people try to. Is there a feedback coming from?
No, you don't. You're good. You're good.
All right, test all the ways to experience joy, and in doing so, he went down the road of promiscuity and concubines and multiple wives. And after he wrote a book on it, saying this is not it, this is horrible. And so so there's that. But then it's not true that every powerful man in the Bible did that, right? You look at Abraham, you look at Isaac, you look at Joseph, you look at Jacob. These are men with one wives, you know.
Okay, Adam. Okay. I want to let Sneako respond. How do you feel when you hear all this stuff?
All right, man. You kind of meat watching, but I mean, do you? I mean, I think we can follow God. I can still fuck who I want to fuck. Go ahead, man.
No, Sneako, you did not just quote the Bible saying all these motherfuckers have multiple wives, and then people were like, actually, that's not how it is. Like, yo, stop meat watching.
Yeah, it's just like, but I'm not a Christian, bro. I believe in God, but I'm not a Christian. I like aspects of different religions. So you're quoting the Bible and stuff like that, but that's not what I follow. I like a lot of stuff in Islam.
Why'd you bring it up?
Why'd you bring it up? That's what people are going to ask.
Because Christianity is an aesthetic for red pillars. They don't actually believe in any of the shit. They just say that, like, oh, like, I like God, but I'm spiritual, but I don't have a denomination, and I don't go to church, and I don't follow any of the tough rules.
Hey, you guys, it's the girls that talk about astrology. It's the girls that talk about astrology all day.
Okay.
Hold on. Destiny, you just said a bunch of nonsense. First of all, if Myron was a former Muslim, I think he's still a practicing Muslim. Tate, a lot of the times he aligns with like Muslim practices. Me too. But the religion I wanted to convert to when I was a kid was Islam. So you're saying that we use Christianity? I didn't even bring up Christianity. I bring up God, but that doesn't automatically mean Christianity.
When you say so. God is somebody that exists, and I think in order to have a relationship with him, you need to have some form of denomination or structured thing that you exist within in order to have that relationship with God. If God is just somebody that you quote,
that's what you think, okay, but I disagree with you. You can't make
that's
me
fine that you
your
disagree,
faith.
but any truly God-fearing person has a structure in their life that they've incorporated God into.
I'm not a God-fearing person.
Then you don't believe in God.
Why do you quote that? Why do you quote God if you're not a God-fearing person? Why would you quote someone you don't fear? Fear is respect.
Hold on. Sneako. Earlier, you said in the Bible, and then you went on to list the fact that people have multiple wives.
Because Young Don is Christian, and he's saying this stuff.
Okay, but you recognize that what you're saying is wrong about the Bible and how they view having multiple wives. No?
I thought that most of the most powerful men in the Bible always had multiple wives.
They did, and then bad shit would happen.
No, but it's not true that most of them did. And also, at the end of the day, God constantly spoke against it. God constantly spoke against adultery. You know, at least from the time of Moses, it was undeniable. But even prior to that, there were instances where, you know, men would have children with other women, and there was always repercussions for that. You know, or adultery would be committed, and there were always repercussions from that. You know, it doesn't take long. It's by the second book of the Bible that thou shalt not commit adultery was established. So you don't have too much to look at in terms of text before you get a very clear opinion from God on how he views men sleeping with women who aren't their wives. So yeah.
Well, I'm not married, so
no. But
go ahead.
Also, I mean, I'm not. If you wanted to look at it from the Christian perspective, you don't have to be married to commit adultery. Any man who lusts after a woman has already committed adultery in her heart. So in his heart. And so, yeah, that's already breaking that commandment. You know what I mean? You don't have to be married to commit adultery is the point I'm making. Yeah.
Cool.
All right. How do you feel about the God pill, Sneako? Are you with it, or are you more?
I think it goes hand in hand. I think what I don't even think that it's worth identifying ourselves with pills. Like that's what mostly I talk about in my videos, but I wouldn't say that's the core thing I follow is the red pill. I just like seeking truth through funny. I like to go find the truth, and usually it comes from the funniest people. That's like I believe in. Ultimately, I think my philosophy is comedy is funny. I think if you follow that, you can never really be derailed. Because it's just spreading joy. It's just people laughing. You can't really go wrong in that. That's what I believe.
Okay, but do you agree that like your way of spreading joy is also spreading misery to many?
Yeah, bots, pussies. But eventually, like, you know, they'll wake up. They'll feel better.
Okay, so it's not joy for the majority. It's joy for the people who are.
No,
like,
it is
bots.
joy for the majority, but it's people actually. If you're saying that it spreads misery, they like it. They're entertained by it. People like having an emotional reaction to jokes. That's wrong. It's not really spreading misery. That's entertainment to bots.
Okay, all right.
Misery, whatever.
I think the God pill is the ultimate red pill. Frankly, I think Christianity is because I did the same thing. I was a truth seeker. I sought truth through funny in the same way, and it led me to God, and it specifically led me to Catholicism. That's where I wound up. So, I mean, I know we got involved in all the race stuff, but I think that and it's funny that I don't want to get back into that, but I agree with Don that if we're going to have any semblance of coherence and cohesion in society, it's going to come from the only thing it's going to come from is Christianity. And that is the source of everything that's wrong in the country. That's the source of the spiritual crisis, is the general amorality or immorality of people. It's a fact that we're not being led by Christians. We don't have moral Christian law. We don't have Christian education. That's at the heart of almost all the problems. That's the problem with conduct, is it's not governed by religious law for people. So
I'm not gonna lie, that's the first thing I agree with Nick on.
I don't want to get into the race
because I mean I feel like, you know, because Destiny, you don't believe in the Bible, right?
No.
Not directly, no.
But I feel like, you know, if any logical person does read the Bible and, you know, doesn't add their 2 cents into it and doesn't, you know, try to change things, if you look at it point blank for what it is, if you were to follow it, it would be a cohesive, peaceful world. Okay. But the problem is, you know, there's so many other religions, and then not only the fact that there's so many other religions, there's so many other different, like, there's basically a bunch of different religions in the Bible itself, because so many people want to make their own opinions and pull their own things out of it. Like when I went to the most racist town in America, they literally believe that the beasts that were made on the 6th day are people that aren't white. So, you know, that's a whole different religion in and of itself.
I feel like of all the major religions in the world, at the very least, your 3 big ones, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, like all of these religions, as much as people like to fight amongst them, they're like 95% similar in terms of the moral teachings that they have.
They have the same, it's the God of Abraham, but, you know, it's pretty much after the Old
arguably
Testament.
all 3 worship the same God, right? Yeah. So, but I mean, like you have like the same core moral teachings, and even if you venture outside of those and you go to like Buddhism and Hinduism, like the moral teachings are all going to be roughly similar. I think as long as you have some religion that's like a major religion, if it survived this long, the moral teachings are probably mapping on to something good or real that leads to like human happiness. As long as you're doing your best to like adhere to whatever religious principles you say you have, probably going to be doing okay. I think that's generally true.
Okay,
and I'm probably for a better world. Yeah.
Sneako, this is from one of your live streams. I know recently D'Angelo, the creator, came back, and you'd reached his video where he talked about mental health issues, and you had a lot to say about that video.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I bring up some stuff just as a starting point for us? Okay. So D'Angelo talked about the fact that after taking a hiatus from YouTube, he was pretty sad. He was depressed. He was dealing with a lot of mental health issues.
Yeah.
And watching him, you know, talk about this stuff, cry about it, you felt a lot of different ways. One of the things that you kind of start off with is we shouldn't encourage people crying or saying this kind of stuff online. If you're sad, get over it. These are just some quotes I took together. Do you still feel that way? And if you do, why?
I think you get too much validation for talking about your mental health and crying and getting depressed. I think you can cry in a video and say I have mental health problems. Twitter made me sad. I needed to take a mental health break because I was on Twitter too much. And they do that because liberals all go in the comments and be like, oh my God, feel better. Oh, I'm so glad you're opening up. I'm also sad. I'm also sad. My therapist told me this. And all it does, you think that it's getting over your mental health, but all it does is encourage it more and more. It gives you a sense, it gives you dopamine that other people are like validating your mental health problems. When reality is your life hard. You're a successful YouTuber. You stream all day. Your life is fucking easy. You have the easiest job ever. You have the best job ever. And Twitter made you sad. Get over it, pussy.
So what would you say about people like Etika?
I think he actually did have some mental health problems.
So what's the difference between Etika and...
Oh, man. Just say he did it because he was a pussy. Be honest. Be consistent.
No, you can't switch up like that, bro. That was bad.
What the
fuck?
Was
bad.
That guy seemed like he was actually deranged. You're laughing right now at the sky, but fucking D'Angelo Wallace was just on Twitter too much. He was doing cancel culture shit all day. He was researching celebrities and trying to cancel people consistently. That shit made him sad. If you're the voice of cancel culture, you spew that much negativity, obviously it's going to come back to you. If you're on a moral high ground constantly, eventually you're going to be like, oh shit. If you're constantly trying to, you can't say this, deplatform this, cancel that, you're going to be sad. Attica seemed like he was going down the wrong path, and I think he was actually going insane. D'Angelo Wallace, bro, you're just on Twitter too much. Get over it.
Okay, let me try to bridge this, okay? Because for a lot of my life, I agree with you. I rail against these people. I shit on these people constantly. I used to fight with these people all the time. And when I say used to, I mean like a month and a half ago. I used to do this all the time. And there's something that I know in my head to be true, and it took somebody else pointing this out to me. When people engage in this hardcore cancel shit, when they do this stuff, more often than not, these are fucking miserable people. I don't know if you guys have ever.
That's your people, Destiny.
Have you ever? No. If you don't think any of your audience is miserable, you are more delusional.
No, I'm saying the cancel people.
Here is the reality. It's not just cancel people. Okay, if you ever have the opportunity to dig through a hater's profile on the internet, every single time their lives fucking suck so bad that I have always wanted to go in and I feel bad. I'll get some dude, he'll call me a virgin, he'll be fucking homophobic, whatever phobic, all sorts of shit on me, and then I'll start digging through his profile, and this dude's got like a YouTube channel with 250 videos with 7 views each, and half the views are his family, like trying to support him, right? Like more often than not, these people are sad as fuck. When you come at it from that perspective, and then you start seeing how people act online, I think that you can have a little bit of compassion, as hard as it is, and trust me, it's fucking hard, that when you see people acting out, they're doing their cancel culture shit, they're doing whatever, because more often than not, these people are fucking losers in life, and the only validation that they get is going online and crying about their problems or bullying other people, and it's not good. They shouldn't do it. But like, it's like the bully that you find at school who, when you go to his house, you see he's getting like molested by his fucking dad or whatever, right? You can have some level of understanding where it's like, yeah, the behavior's fucked, but maybe the solution isn't to just constantly shit on these people, because every now and then you might hit on somebody that's not a cancel culture nerd, but it's an etika, and then they kill themselves. It's like, well, fuck. Like, maybe I didn't need to go that hard on every single hater that I found.
I disagree with you. I don't think it's my responsibility if somebody deletes himself. Like, I just... You know, if I said something that hurts their feelings, like, bro, what do you want? You want me to feel bad about that? That I said something that hurts your feelings?
Hold on. Let him finish.
Okay.
Yeah, like, you want me to have compassion for people who want to take away my platform? Basically,
I mean, you're talking to somebody that's been deplatformed, right? I just got banned off.
I have compassion. You know how many times I've been almost canceled? Exactly. Fucking, I don't think there's anybody in this room that has caught more shit from other people. At one point, I literally had every single blue check mark on fucking Twitter on my ass.
Fuck them all.
So, but if anything, so I feel like if anything, I could talk to most about compassion. You know, fucking even today, H3, I felt like he was exhibiting liberal racism to the fullest. And then, you know, my editor made a joke and made a joke title, and then he made a whole video, you know, talking about me. And I still hopped on his stream, and I had a civil discussion, you know. I didn't go in there shitting on him. I didn't go in there breaking him down and stuff. And, you know, like, you know, I'm not trying to diss on Ethan or nothing, but it's known that he's on antidepressants. It's known that he's depressed. And, you know, I hope he gets rid of that spirit on him. But, you know, when I hopped into the call with you earlier, Sneako, you wanted to hop on his show and shit on him even more.
He deserves it.
And you literally joke about him being on antidepressants.
Yeah.
And it's like,
he's not
if
depressed.
anything,
He's just
H3's done more harm to me than he's ever done to you. I don't even know if he's talked about you on his platform yet.
No, never.
But so he's never even talked about you, and you still want to go shit on him. Isn't that hater behavior?
Yeah, I want to make fun of him. I want to shit on him. He used to be a comedian. Maybe that's going to ignite the funny back instead of like, bro, he's going brain dead from these antidepressants and cancel culture. He talks so slow. It sucks. So I want to go on, roast him, get him triggered, and maybe the old Ethan will wake back up again. Roasting is good. We need bullying. Bullying makes people better.
We were me and Sneako, we be talking on the phone like when we're not streaming, and we were talking. I'm gonna tell. Is it cool if I tell you what we talk about on the phone?
Go, I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so we were talking about it, and he was showing me how people on his Reddit, all it is just straight hate, literally paragraphs. Like, they write full-page essays. And I saw that, and I felt empathy for him, and I was like, Sneako, bro, are you okay, man? Like, having nothing but something where it should be nothing but positivity. I was like, bro, is this like getting... And he was like, yeah, it does a little bit, you know? Like, I don't want to always get shit on.
Did I say that?
But that's literally what you said, bro.
I said fuck them. I don't care. About essays?
Okay.
I don't remember saying that.
Okay.
Seriously. Okay, but finish.
But that's literally that's what he told me. He was like, yeah, it gets to me a little bit, you know. And that's when we were talking about you being the villain. I was like, bro, you don't always need to be the villain. And you were like, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to be the villain, but I feel like someone has to be.
No, what I said was people like to hate watch. I don't want to be the villain, but I understand there's a lot of people online, they treat it like murder documentaries. They want to find somebody that they disagree with or that disagrees with their ideas, and they want to write essays. They like to watch it, analyze and psychoanalyze and try to get in my head, tell me to go to therapy, type an essay about why I changed, try to figure out. They treat it like I'm a character on a show. It's not that I want to be the villain. I just understand that that's entertainment for a lot of people. So I don't hold on. I don't want to give them compassion and empathy because it's fuck it. At the end of the day, it's just entertainment. And
in that moment, you said it got to you a little bit.
I don't remember saying that. I don't remember saying that.
Sneako, finish with your point.
I got into this because I wanted to be a comedian. I really wanted to be a stand-up comedian. That's why I started doing YouTube. So at the end of the day, if I'm entertaining people, my job is being done. If they could type what I told you, what I remember is if they could write a whole fucking essay about a stream, which they're probably doing right now in the comment section, if they could type a whole paragraph longer than their homework and not make any money out of it, they were entertained. They had fun.
Hold up. I gotta push back on something. You constantly come up here talking about you're spreading the truth, that you're changing people's lives. You want to make them hustle. You want to make them do all this stuff. I get that you also want to crack jokes, but we need to stop doing this whole thing where you come in on the comedian angle to kind of like obfuscate any kind of responsibility that you have.
I'm not trying to take away responsibility.
No, because it does sound, okay, when you hear you talk like, I'm just here to entertain. I'm just here to entertain. That's not true. You're not just here to entertain. If you're being honest, you're here to spread the truth, to open people's minds, to push men to do better. That's not what a comedian does.
But who's your favorite comedian? Patrice, right?
Sure.
Patrice O'Neal and Dave Chappelle. I got Dave Chappelle gave me that $100 bill over there on that wall. The best way to get to truth is through comedy.
Okay, I don't disagree, but you need to stop doing this whole thing where you're pretending like you're just here to do comedy. That's not what it is. You're actually here to change people's lives and open their eyes to the truth.
But like you saying all this shit, bullying and stuff, and then you're like, hey, at the end of the day, it's just a joke, guys. I'm just joking. I'm here to entertainment. It's all entertainment purposes. It's like you can say the most fuck shit in the world, but then when people are getting onto you, it's like nobody in this world can take a joke. Like, what's up, guys? Like, I'm just here joking.
Sneako's right, because you have to be offensive in order to be funny, in order to be interesting. Like, the way that people want to have it in society now is where nothing is offensive and nobody's feelings get hurt. And you know what you get when you do all of that? You wind up with like what we have with SNL. You wind up with Joe Biden. You wind up with what we have on TV. Everything sucks because of that. So I think that in order to be a great person, in order to be a great man and a great thinker, you have to be reckless sometimes and offensive and provocative and hurt people's feelings. I think that's part and parcel of it. And I think that if you're we all have some responsibility, but thinking too much about your responsibility to other people, it prevents greatness. It prevents progress. It prevents people from doing anything and saying anything interesting. So I totally support it, even though I don't even agree with everything Sneako says when he says, like, I want to have a harem. It's like, I think it's funny. I think it's funny. I think it's provocative. Same with Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate promotes porn. I think porn is one of the most evil things in society. But Tate also says other things that are provocative and get people thinking, and it's different. It's better than Hassan. It's better than all this other garbage we have to swallow every day. So I think you got to go off.
I think the issue that we run into, and this is funny because earlier people were talking about like level 1 takes, right? To say that comedy is just like telling jokes is not true, right? One of the like underlining and maybe the defining aspect of some of the best comedians is that their jokes contain huge nuggets of truth in them. Oftentimes that's why they're funny. So I think the issue is that when you start making observations in a funny way, which is what comedy is sometimes, and then when somebody's like, man, they're not saying your comedy is offensive. They're not saying that your jokes are bad. What they're really saying is, I disagree with your observations. That's what they're really saying when they have a problem with the comedy. So when you back up from that point, you're just like, oh, well, it's just jokes. It's like, okay. Like if I were to hang out with any of the other people in this call besides Nick, and I were to constantly tell like black jokes all day long, just racist black jokes, and then you guys were like, hey, that's kind of like, it feels kind of shitty after a while. I'm like, bro, it's just jokes. Why are you upset? It's just a joke. It's just a joke. The problem isn't the joke, and it's not the offensiveness. It's that at some point, you're going to get this underlying thought that it's like, damn, bro, it kind of seems like you just hate black people, right? Or we might not talk about racial jokes. It might be any type of humor where after a while, it's like, man, it kind of seems like you're just an asshole. It seems like you're a shitty person. It seems like you're kind of a piece of shit. But you can't just hide behind that like, well, it's just jokes all day. I think is the point.
What do you want me to do? Apologize?
Really well. No. My point, Sneako, is I think their points is, at least mine. You know me, I do stand-up. I've been doing stand-up for a very long time, okay? And I love what comedians are doing online in terms of telling their jokes. Fine, that's great. But I think there's a giant difference between the portions where you're clearly telling jokes and just being humor, and then other times where you're just straight up talking to your audience. Like, there is no joke in the middle there. There is no ha-ha, there's a punchline. I'll defend anybody to their death if that's what they're doing. But oftentimes I see comedians just literally having 1 hour political rants, and then when they get critiqued on it, they're like, oh, no, I'm just here to entertain. I'm like, no, bro, you didn't do a single setup. You didn't do a single punchline.
Okay, are they
I don't mind if you want to.
But they're not critiquing. They're trying to deplatform you. It's not critiquing. They're saying that I'm a loser. I'm an incel. They're saying throwing these words. I'm homophobic. I'm transphobic. I can't be on these platforms. I'm harmful. I'm the enemy. Bro, someone tweeted the other day, Stiko's a loser, LMFAO. It got 20,000 likes. It was like the highest like tweet on this guy's. That's not a critique.
It was funny. That's why 20,000 people liked it. It was funny.
I don't even mind if they want to come out and say.
But what do you mean? It was funny. 20,000 people liked it, so obviously it was funny.
Hold on.
The joke is that you're a loser. That was the joke.
Okay,
it was comedy.
That's not true. They know I'm not a loser.
But hey, I guess 20,000 people do that.
No, they can like a tweet that.
It's like 20,000 people in here like hearing you say that H3 is on antidepressants. Like, I don't see the joke in that, but to you, that's the joke. So 20,000 people like it. So 20,000 people on Twitter think that you're a loser. So that obviously. Comedy. Hey, all he has to do is back up and say, "Hey, Sneako, man, I was making a joke."
That's a dumb argument. The truth is, H3 is on antidepressants and he doesn't need to be. The truth is, I'm not a loser, and people say that, but they want to bring me down. The point is, when I got fake jumped when I was doing a movie and I posted a picture with makeup, the amount of people who were celebrating it and like really wanted me to die was alarming. And I got screenshots of everybody. All the tweets went viral. These replies got thousands of likes. People saying it should have been a bullet. People posting celebration gifts for the fact that they thought I got hurt in the subway. They thought somebody jumped me. Even in my fucking subreddit, somebody took a picture of me like walking outside of a mall and posted on the subreddit, and in the comment section was saying, yeah, it'd be funny if he got jumped because he defended Myron on Fresh and Fit. So fuck those people. I'm here talking and they literally want me to die. Fuck that. That's not critiquing. That's hate.
You're not just talking. What are you saying?
He's free thinking. Let the man free
thinking. They want me to die. They want me to die. But the difference is
I think they're wrong. I think everybody on your Twitter, on those sub, I think they're scumbag. I think they're the scum of the earth. I think they should be condemned. I think their platform should be taken away because you should not act like that. But when you really look at it, you do the same thing.
Okay, I'm not. The difference is I'm trying to entertain and I'm trying to further thought. I'm trying to make people think, and these people just want me to get hurt. They're not critiquing. They're not providing valuable criticism. They're just saying you're a loser. They're just saying get hurt. They're saying you're a misogynist. That's not criticism. That's just nonsense words to try to get me canceled.
So, Sneako, real quick. When they see you online laughing at somebody who's saying they're having mental breakdowns, that they're depressed, that they've had suicidal thoughts for quite some time, okay, and basically minimizing what they're doing, they're seeing you try to commit harm to somebody else. You're pretty much invalidating what they're saying and saying it's not real.
That's not me committing harm. That's not laughing at somebody who shouldn't be depressed, who thinks they're depressed. That's not committing harm. That's like, lighten up. Who
are you to say who should or shouldn't be depressed? Isn't that like a pretty high bar?
Nobody should be depressed. Nobody should be depressed. Why would you want to be depressed? You shouldn't be depressed.
Okay, so then why was Etika depressed?
He had stuff going on in his head, but he shouldn't have been depressed. It's a better life if you're not depressed.
Do you think depressed people don't know that?
A lot of depressed people, a lot of the libs that like are on your side watching your stream will adamantly defend depression until they die. They want to be depressed because they don't want to improve. Etika was lost, bro.
I don't know if there are people that want to be depressed.
Yeah, they do.
People that truly
are.
I'm sure there are some people that like
depression. People love depression because they don't want to take accountability. They don't want to work. That's liberals. That's why they get fat. That's why they take antidepressants. They don't, and that's why H3H you can't even fucking debate. They're pussy. They don't want to have any confrontation in their life. They just want to take pills and have someone tell that all their problems are not your fault when they really are.
So do you feel like for people depression is a choice?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
That happened to me too. I thought I was depressed, and I was in college. I'm like, wait a second. I'm in a first world. I come from a middle-class background. I could go on the internet and make money right now. I'm just not uploading videos. I shouldn't be depressed. Why would I want to be depressed? I'm laying in bed. Bro, the decision is get out of bed. And people don't even want to take that accountability anymore. I'm in bed. Get up, pussy. I'm tired of that shit.
Okay. All right. Yo, Don, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, Don, I know you wanted to speak. I didn't want to leave you out. You want to go?
No, I was just wondering, at first what we were even getting on Sneako about, in regards to what he said. Like, you were saying something along the lines of, oh, he has something that like an idea, a concept he was standing on, and then when he gets pressed about it, he says, oh, it's just entertainment. I was just trying to ask what that was, because I personally haven't seen that happen.
Seen him.
So you were saying that there are people out there who will say something that's risque, right? And then when they get pressed online, then they go guys, I'm a comedian.
Oh yeah. This happens all the time. There's a guy right now. His name is there's a creator named Def Noodles who's just out here calling people pedophiles and say whatever they look like, and then they'll obfuscate by saying, "Oh, I'm a comedian."
Yeah.
In Sneako's case, sometimes I'll watch the stream and man, it's just like out here, he's going in, he's spreading the truth, red pill, not always in a joking manner. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But when he's getting critiqued on some of his takes, he falls back oftentimes on the like, "I'm an entertainer. I'm just here to spread joy or humor."
What have I done?
I'm like, that's a bit. You've not said numerous times that you're just here to entertain.
When have I done that when somebody criticized me fairly? I don't remember ever doing that.
When we were talking about Tommy in it, and you were talking about bullying needs to be reinstated, and I was like, bro, what are you over here talking about?
Yeah,
like, and
bullying is good.
Then you said, hey man, I'm just joking. Like you still agree with what you're saying. We're not saying that you're backing off of it, saying that it's not valid. Like you still agree with what you're saying, but you're saying it in a joking manner.
That guy that you're talking about, the pedophile. He's trying to discredit everything he's saying. What I'm saying is true, but I'm still joking too. I'm still trying to entertain. But yes, bullying is good. It makes you a better person.
Okay. So can we not just focus on your take? Like, we don't really care if you said it in a joking manner or not. You truly believe that bullying is good. So that's all we want to talk about. But then if you just shield yourself and say, well, I'm just joking. It's like, we don't really care about the fact that you're joking.
I'm not shielding myself from that.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, Don, does that answer your question?
Yeah, we're talking about I guess the only thing the only thing I would guess if I were to ask Sneako, I don't feel like I agree 100% that that's what Sneako is doing, but relevant to this particular conversation, wouldn't you say that the people who were wishing all of those like ill things against you, that was a form of bullying? Wouldn't you say that wasn't
What's a form of bullying? What's a form of bullying? Telling me to die?
Yeah.
No,
that's a form of bullying for sure.
Okay, that's too far. Bullying is banter. That's wishing death about somebody. I don't think that's bullying. I think that's just pure hatred. Me saying that HVAC should get off antidepressants, that's bullying, but I don't want him to die. I want him to be better. But a lot of the people on the left, if I died, they'd start celebrating. There's a difference between bullying and then just hating on somebody. Those are two different things. You can't equate those.
Okay, all right. And that's fair. I've never heard you call for the death of somebody, nor have I ever heard you, you've never, I would be surprised to ever see you like celebrating someone's death.
I would never do that.
I would never do that. Yeah. I was just curious. I was just curious to see if you felt like that. But I hear what you're saying. But you don't mind people, coming at you, calling you all the things they're calling you. Like you feel like that's good too.
Yeah, name calling is fine. Name calling is fine. Sure.
Cool. I want to just bring it back to something he said earlier, and I want to kind of just centralize the conversation on that. Does the rest of the panel here believe that depression is a choice?
Well, I think that you have to separate out what you mean, because there are people that are experiencing grief, and that's due to circumstance. That's due to, that somebody dies or something bad happened to them, and it's like largely circumstantial and sort of understandable. You have people that are mentally ill, and you have to admit that there is this entire vocabulary now in this movement about mental wellness and mental health, and you have a lot of young people that. And this is, I think, to Sneako's point, there's really no reason to be depressed, but this has become a cudgel. You have this whole generation of histrionic people that everything is depression, everything is mental illness. A lot of people are just toxic, and then they say, oh, I'm like bipolar, oh, I'm like something else, oh, like I'm a lazy piece of shit, but that's because I'm like depressed. And so unfortunately, for the people that actually are experiencing grief or are experiencing something that requires like a clinical intervention, they're hijacking that vocabulary to describe being lazy, being some other kind of thing. Sometimes people are just careless and don't want to take accountability for their actions. So, and it is largely driven. It's largely like a female thing. Even when I was in high school, this kind of started where I put out a tweet when I was like 17. I was like, mental health days for pussies or something like that. And everybody flipped out. How would you feel if someone killed themselves? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, obviously, everybody is histrionic. Everybody's on pills. Everybody's got some mental disorder. So we either have to believe that everybody legitimately has, like, something went wrong in the past 20 years and now everybody has some kind of real disease, or this is something that this is sort of like a mass hysteria. This is something that everybody's buying into. It's the trendy thing, which I think it's the latter. So that's my take on it.
Okay. Anybody else want to chime in?
Depression. I mean, I think I would say depression is obviously like a real thing for whatever the causes are. Obviously, it's something that we have to address or figure out. But the thing is that like just like bullying people doesn't seem to fix anything, right? If that was true, there'd be no fat people in society if bullying fixed things.
No, we say stop fat shaming and they get fatter.
True.
Do you think that like health at every size started in what, like the 2000s? Do you think that's when fat people were first invented?
Yeah, but there's more fat people now than there ever were, and now we say it's fat.
There were already people becoming fat. They were becoming fatter and fatter and fatter and fatter.
More. Now there's more, and we say don't body shame. Don't you see the correlation? Now
so
we put
this is
Destiny. We put fat people up on billboards in Times Square now. They're underwear models.
This is the entire problem encapsulated in one issue with your worldview. You have a trendy way of viewing the world that feels good. Your audience like sucks you off. You feel like you got the answer for everything.
No, they don't.
The answer is just libs and conservatives. And it's a very simplistic way that you can view the world and view all the problems and have an answer to everything. The reality is that we have highly processed food and that we have incredibly lazy lifestyles. And they're getting worse and worse in terms of exercise, right? That's the issue. But combating those problems is hard. Right? How do we deal with like the amount of fucking calories we get in our diet every day? How do we deal with the fact that we have like more carbs and sugars than ever before? How do we deal with the fact that we don't get exercise? Those are hard problems, and those answers aren't always fun. But you know what is fun? You know what is fun? Is going on Twitter and being like, wow, look at this fucking advertisement in Times Square. There's a fat person. That must be where they're coming from.
Well,
but what a complete and total misunderstanding of where these people come from in society.
Destiny, you're like conveniently ignoring the fact that we have this body acceptance movement and also a rise in obesity. How are you ignoring that?
First of all, you're delusional if you think anybody wants to be fat. And secondly, we had fat people before body acceptance.
That's not true at all. It's not delusional. People accept it. They call people brave if you're fat now.
You just don't. Why do they even have to do that? It's because of how fucking miserable fat people are. You don't need a skinny acceptance movement, and you don't need an athletic acceptance movement. The whole reason why fat acceptance exists is because fat people hate fucking being fat, and they still do.
So
if you don't believe that, you're insane.
So those people are delusional. How are you calling me delusional if they obviously don't want to be fat?
Because you think fat people come from billboards in Times Square when nobody would choose to be fat if they have the opportunity.
I said that was one reason because of the body acceptance
movement. It's not even a reason. That was created because there were a lot of fat people. It didn't create fat people.
All right.
Okay. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I was saying first to the first point about depression. I would say depression is just a symptom of an underlying problem. You know, I would, of course, depression is real, but the cause of it is very much, you know, what they propagate in mass media is very much incorrect. You know what I'm saying? Depression is like hunger. It's not, there's nothing wrong with you because you got depressed. You got depressed because you are missing something very necessary in your life. You know, whether it be lifestyle, whether it be God, whether it be, you know, interpersonal relationships, you're missing something that is very necessary. Depression is a natural reaction to the absence of something that you need, just like how hunger is a natural reaction to the absence of nutrients. That's where I stand on depression. I think everybody who has depression can be cured of depression, can make their depression go away. Just like how everyone who's hungry just needs to eat a sandwich. Also, in regards to the fat shaming, no, I don't believe that billboards are the origin cause of fat. Fat people are fat because they can't stop eating. Fat people are fat is because they have a problem with food addiction. And I agree with Destiny. Nobody wants to be fat, which is why I agree with Sneako that it's ridiculous that we have this fat acceptance culture, because nobody really wants to be fat. And anybody who is talking, you know, the people are pushing, you know, healthy at all sizes or attractive at all sizes, you know, it's all baloney. It's all nonsense. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, no, that if they had the option, if you came up to them with the option to click a button and then all of a sudden they have a six-pack and they wouldn't take it so that they could stay being morbidly obese, yeah, that person is
Lizzo wouldn't do it. She's beautiful the way she is.
Because her brand on this lie. She's built her brand on this false
She's just
narrative.
beautiful. She's just
Nah,
beautiful.
she would say that. She would say that because she knows that such a button doesn't exist, and she also knows that. I mean, I don't know her. Anybody can change. Anybody can be inspired to change their life at any point in time. But more than likely, if she's looking at her history, she's probably given up completely on the idea of ever becoming a healthy
She
weight.
took a DNA test and she figured out that she's that bitch, man. Come on, we all know this.
Don, you don't believe that labor is one of the greatest jobs?
Labor?
Yeah.
What do you mean labor?
Like having to work for something?
It's one of the greatest what?
Joys in life.
No.
Really?
Okay.
No. I think
having to work for something is what makes something better.
Yeah.
And partially, if I had to fuck a bitch, I would prefer to have to lift a fat slab and then get to the box than just get in directly. A little bit of extra work makes it more worth it.
Okay, all right. I get what you're a comedian, but no, I was saying no, like working hard. I believe that the desire to work hard that all men have intrinsically was put there by God as a part of her punishment for sin. That's what I believe. It's why you feel worthless if you don't work for 2 days straight, is because he had commanded you. He said, by the sweat of your brow, you will eat bread, because from dust you came and from dust you shall return. You know what I mean? That was your punishment. You know, women, their punishment, pain during labor. You know what I'm saying? And they should be ruled by their husbands, right?
Yeah, Nick, I want to ask you a question because you met a lot of these people for the first time today. Can you guess how many booster shots everybody got here based on their ideologies?
Oh, no. Well, yeah, probably.
Based on their opinions, guess how many shots everybody here got?
I would say Don. I don't know if he said he likes Matt Walsh, so I'm going to say 0. I'm going to say JIDION and ABBA. Oh, these guys are boosted up. I'm going to say they got at least 1 booster. I know Destiny got a booster.
Destiny got
and
5.
Sneako, I bet you're at 0, right? Or no, you got the initial shot, I think, right? No? Okay. So
I got
everybody right.
I got the initial shot.
No booster, though?
No, same here. I went to Los Angeles. I was at the airport, and they gave me that John & Johnson goody good with just 1 shot, and then I got the fuck up.
Chad, what do you think about the fact that Nick just nailed that?
No, he didn't. He said we had boosters, bro.
Close enough.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Then he's got a 50-50 chance to be right. That's bullshit.
Oh, how many shots did you got? 2 shots?
There's actually 3 shots, so he had 3 tries.
One. He was off by quite a lot.
But he was right about who got injected. He was right about who got it, though, and who didn't get it.
Nick, if you're looking at me, what would you...
Don, as a soldier of God, you're not with the sciences and not willing to inject?
Here's what it is. I believe that a lot of people... Now, I decided not to get the shot prior to even becoming a born-again Christian. So, but I will say that the reason why we were able to scare everyone into a frenzy is because they don't know what is going to happen when they die. And so they're incredibly scared of death. And so they were able... They ignored all the information about, let's say pertaining to young people. I don't think there's an argument that, yes, very old people, elderly people were at serious risk of, dying, especially because, the old community has more comorbidities and they just have a weaker immune system in general. The older people just die more easily. That's, what I'm saying? But the science was very clear that little children, young people weren't at serious risk. Some sources say less than the seasonal flu. Some say more, maybe slightly more than the seasonal flu, but the point is when the seasonal flu comes around every year, everyone doesn't lose their mind and we don't shut down the country.
Okay.
So, but what happened is CNN, MSNBC, and all these networks put up a counter. I've never seen that before. Just a constant 24-hour death counter. That was just constantly, what is that? That was so morbid and weird. It's because they're trying to take advantage of the fact that the average person is not safe. The average person has no idea where they're going to go when they die. No confidence where they're going to go when they die. And so they do not want to die. And so they're like, yeah, I'll take a shot. I mean, I drink, I smoke, I take drugs, whatever. I'm doing a million other things that's going to kill me. I'm eating McDonald's every day. You know what I'm saying? What's a little shot?
My bad, Don, for interrupting you. But Sneako, why are all your super chats on my dick? Like, Why are they paying money just to talk about me?
Bro, that's on you. There's
Oh,
20,000
no.
people watching.
Hey,
Like you.
you're literally clicking it to put it on the screen because I'm the one that taught you how to do that. So I know you're literally picking these out to put it on the
super
screen.
chats.
If they had WGD on, I'd put it up too, bro. Why are you mad at me that the chat's against you? And also, why are you reading the
I'm
chat
not
so
mad.
much?
I'm not mad. I know your chat's always, bro. I know it's tough love with your chat, so I'm not tripping. I'm just trying to figure out why your chat's paying to just say El Jadion. That's all I want to know.
Wait, Jadion, you're saying I was reading W Nicks all the time, and now you're reading the chat, and it's against you.
No, I don't care about the chat. I'm talking about the super. I said super chat.
The super chats is what you care about, but not the regular chats.
Yeah, because they're paying them money just to say El Jadion.
Okay. It's because you called me racist. It's 'cause
Yo,
did you see?
You are fucking racist, though.
I love black people.
Hell no.
I love you as a black man.
Yo, I swear to God, it would make my fucking year if a scandal came out and it was found that Nick Fuentes has like crazy sex orgies with just black women. That shit would be the most goated piece of news possible.
I got my audience attacked me this week because I said black women are bad sometimes. So
wait, what do you mean by
What kind
bad?
of audience do you have if they attack you for saying that?
Well, my audience is racist.
Wow.
No, I'm kidding.
They are though. They are.
But
It's
I'm
okay.
not. No,
They are. No, they are. Come on.
Hold on, when you say hold on,
to me.
hold on. When you say black women are bad, you mean like they really?
I'm like they're bad. I'm like they're bad. Yeah. And people in my live chat, they're like, you mean like, you know, like black girls that have little white in them? I'm like, no. I'm like midnight. I'm like no. I'm like
hey,
go. I have a white son, so can't do that.
I mean, what about a concubine? Would you be open to that, provided
No,
it's
well,
someone?
I'm Christian, so I can't do that. But if
Okay.
if we lived in Destiny's world where we're all just on a floating rock in the middle of nowhere, then yeah, I guess I would have at it. Yeah.
Destiny, did you have anything to say to that comment?
I don't want to do a religion debate right now. I'm good on that one, Chief.
All right.
I feel like we went from like super heated in the beginning to now it's somewhat cordial. We're all goofing and laughing.
I mean, we can laugh with people we vehemently disagree with. Like, Jidion, you feel like Nick Fuentes is a racist? Nick Fuentes says he loves black women secretly. You know, we all find ways to connect each other. It's good.
And that's the point that you know what's crazy? It's so bizarre that we, especially with a racist like Nick, we can have something at least to like laugh about and talk about. But you know, H3H3, I'm over here trying to promote the KKK. That's just crazy, but you know, it is what it is.
Did he ever say that?
He said I was parading around promoting the KKK. It's something like that. I'll have to
If it
watch
makes
the
you feel
video.
any better, he probably copy pasted his opinion from
Lasan.
So, yeah, we guaranteed.
Okay, well, listen, guys, I think this is good. Anyone else want to bring up anything for?
But we should do this more. We should do this once a week. This is a good panel. I like having good disagreements on a stream. It makes for a much more interesting conversation. I liked, bro, look at the fucking panel I was able to bring together. We got a bunch of different people. We got a lib. We got a racist. We got Gay Dion, Abba, Don, the Bible in here, bro. We got a bunch of everybody, man. We got to do this more regularly.
All right.
Agreed. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, all you blacks are all right. No, kidding, but it's true. You guys are cool, and I like Don. Don. At first, I wasn't, but Don's based. You got to be Catholic. Right? Other than that,
Right.
Other than that, bro.
All right, man. Listen, it was a pleasure, man. Y'all have a good night.
All right, peace out. I'm out of here too.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
Bye. All right, chat. Yo, thank you, Bryson, for the 100. I'm about to get out of here. W stream, man. We got Tristan on. We had the best panel I've ever had on stream so far. W's in the chat. I'm going to be out of here and do something else because I've been streaming all day. I streamed for 9 hours yesterday. Oh, man, we still have more of that 9/11 documentary to watch, but I'm about to get out of here, bro. I'm about to get out of here. I should probably like go outside or something like that. I've been on the computer all day long. Hey, finally got that Tristan stream. Chat, can we get some W's? Did you enjoy today's stream? Don's so close to being base. Help unplug him, Sneako. Yeah, he's close. El Jadion, leftist mindset shown on the planet. Don't say that shit, bro. We're trying to beat the racist allegations. JIDION, bring back the do-rag. Did you enjoy the stream? I definitely did. I had a lot of fun. This is one of the best streams of all time, man. This is one of the best streams. This is what I'm talking about. Season 3. This is what Season 3 is about, chat. This is what Season 3 is about. Yo, the chat is going so fast. It's lagging the fuck. I can't even see it right now. 19K in here, bro. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to be back tomorrow. Bigger and better. LaDion, what happened to the E-Day? I was supposed to do an E-Day with LaDion today, but predictable. Lesson says, can you do a stream with fans? Yes, discord.com/invite/Sneako for sure. I also want to show you a website real quick. Ew, no, not that. I talk to my fans on Discord, especially the Creativity Kit Discord. And the Creativity Kit is dropping August 22nd. That's in 5 days. We have a limited sign up, just 1,000 people. So if you think it's a scam, then bro, you're not gonna get it. You're just not gonna get it. So it's sneako.net or thecreativitykit.com. If you're too dumb to type, then type in sneako.net. If you have a high IQ, if you're at the top of the bell curve, thecreativitykit.com. Get part of the sign up right now. It's limited access. Look at that. Look at that. Been revamped the website. I'm going to teach you everything about how to make money online, everything I learned from 9 years of doing YouTube on my main channel. You can join a like-minded community. We have a lot of people networking and working together. If you want to be on the front end, if you want to be in front of the camera, if you want to be at the back end, learn how to be an editor, Photoshop, all that shit. I will watch the documentary at a later point. I want to get off the computer right now. But yeah, go to sneako.net and sign up. Limited access, just 1,000 people. Remember, you can clip up anything on TikTok. It will definitely go TikTok viral. There were so many TikToks, man. If you want to blow up your account, anything, bro, you know what the vibe is, bro. You already know what the deal is. Welcome to my stream. This is for the first time. W's Tristan. Tristan, bro, he said if I have a net $1 million by next year, you're going to throw a party for me. So I'm going to hold him to that. I'm going to keep bringing it up, chat. I'm going to keep bringing it up. If you cool in the Creativity Kit Discord and you got $1 million by next year too, maybe I'll bring you to the party as well. Just saying. I've been talking to these people regularly. We do regular calls. If you want to talk to me, that's the best way to do it is in the Creativity Kit Discord. Everybody who already signed up for it, don't trust me. If you already signed up for the Creativity Kit, you got lifetime access. But now in 4 days when it starts, it's going to be $50 a month. Chat, I'm out of here. Let me get it. Bow! W fucking stream. W stream. That was a damn good fucking stream, man. Even though my Wi-Fi shitted out during Christmas, man. Have a great night, y'all. Peace and love. Don't wish death on anybody. Follow God. Seek truth through funny. Make people laugh. Bring back freedom of speech. Crack a joke. You're not depressed. Have some fun. Make fun of people. Stop being a sad boy typing essays. Stupid. Let's laugh a little more, man. You call me angry and bitter. I always finish the streams with a big ass smile on my face. Shout out to Nick. Shout out to Cozy TV. Shout out to JIDION. Shout out to Abba. Shout out to Destiny. Shout out to... fuck. Did I miss any? Destiny. Nick. Abba, JIDION. Who am I forgetting? Destiny, Nick. There were 2 white people. JIDION, Young Don, Abba. Yeah, that was everybody. Shout out to everybody. Chat, if you want me to do regular panels like that, remember I could bro, I love having open dialogue with people. You're not going to see conversations like this on any other fucking stream, bro. You're not going to see conversations like this on any other stream. Okay, now the fucking chat is working, bro. That shit was lagging the fuck out. Have a great night. Bow! Thanks, Michael, for the 20. CW season 3. Let's go.